Chapter 1. The Infernal Beginning. Your Highness, Your Highness. As a series of soft calls echoed, Qin Heng slowly opened his bleary and fatigued eyes. Before him stood a youthful figure clad in peculiar ancient garb, with a fair complexion and no beard. Was this a film set? However, in the next moment, a torrent of memories surged into Qin Heng's mind like a rushing river. He was the fifth prince of the great Qin Dynasty, located in the central state of the Tianyan continent. So, I have traversed realms. He had bypassed the lives of the wealthy second generation and the bureaucratic offspring, ascending directly to the status of a royal heir. At that moment, Qin Heng nearly leapt for joy. Qin Heng, a lowly worker from Blue Star, had often daydreamed about the possibility of turning his fortunes around. Yet, one must have a background to navigate through life, and now, nearing 30, he had often fantasized about striking it rich. Ultimately, on this very day at work, in his eagerness to meet deadlines, he had failed to notice his surroundings, and indeed, he encountered his great fortune. The outcome was not grim at all, for in this life, Qin Heng was a prince of remarkable standing, the fifth prince of the Great Qin Dynasty. The Great Qin Dynasty, an era that had never been recorded in history. However, as he sorted through his memories, Qin Heng found himself bewildered. This Great Qin Dynasty had a history spanning 3,000 years, and its longevity was attributed to its status as an extraordinarily martial world. With the three prominent sects, the aristocratic families, the Buddhist sect, and the Taoist school, each major holy site and faction boasted formidable powerhouses in their ranks. Millennia-old families and ancient holy land were not mere titles in this world, they were very much real entities. The Tianyan continent was divided into 5 regions, each with its own expanse, with the central state overshadowing them all. The Great Qin Dynasty resided in the central state and was one of its 5 major dynasties. Though it had thrived for 3 millennia, the nation showed no signs of decline, rather, it thrived more vigorously than ever. The Great Qin Dynasty spanned 30 million miles east to west and 23 million miles north to south, a true behemoth. Here, martial generals honed their skills, and civil officials cultivated their intellect. Military formations gathered formidable energies. Thus, this dynasty truly stood as a sovereign power. Regardless of the ancient families or sacred sites that had existed for 3 millennia within the Great Qin Dynasty, they had to submit to the established order. Of course, where there are people, there exists a realm of intrigue. This adage holds true everywhere. Qin Heng was not merely speaking whimsically. The demise of his predecessor served as the clearest testament. The fifth prince, Qin Heng, was the 5th son of Emperor Qin Long of the Great Qin, born to concubine Rong, one of the 12 consorts in the imperial harem. His family's influence stemmed from the Liu family, one of the 24 medium-sized clans of the Great Qin, making his lineage rather unremarkable. His princely status was likewise unremarkable, for as the ruler of a high martial dynasty, Qin Long was a being of sanctified prowess, typically endowed with a lifespan of 1,000 years. Although there existed a regulation within the Great Qin royal family that required the emperor to abdicate every century to enter the ancestral grounds for seclusion and cultivation, it had only been a mere 20 years since Qin Long ascended the throne. Furthermore, perhaps due to the robust physiques of practitioners, the emperor had already fathered 50 to 60 offspring, most of whom were still quite young. Nevertheless, even so, 9 individuals of similar age to Qin Heng are present, including not only the queen's legitimate son, but also the offspring of the 4 esteemed concubines. Consequently, the environment in which Qin Heng finds himself can be succinctly summarized with a single word: competition. An intense, relentless competition. The original host, having reached the age of 14 and on the verge of establishing his own court, met an untimely demise after deciding to embrace a life of complacency when hope seemed out of reach. Perhaps due to the prevailing longevity of the formidable individuals in this realm, familial bonds are not held in high regard. Furthermore, the original host, possessing mediocre martial arts talent, was nearly invisible among the royal lineage. Thus, when he unexpectedly fell ill, his departure from this world was abrupt and unnoticed. Of course, none of this would be known to others, for when Qin Heng traversed into this body, he seamlessly integrated with the original soul, resulting in his rebirth. This fact provided Qin Heng with a sense of relief. In a world teeming with powerful beings, He found himself within the grand palace of the great Qin Dynasty, where a mere misstep could lead to detection by those ancient figures. Yet, upon regaining his composure, Qin Heng felt a wave of despair wash over him. Although he was not foolish enough to relinquish his position like the original host, as a minor character at the post-heaven realm, he faced a nightmarishly challenging situation, leaving him utterly despondent. Chapter 2. The Dynasty Strife System. Your Highness, Your Highness. Suddenly, Qin Heng was roused from his thoughts by a gentle shaking. It was only then that he realized he was not alone. Adjusting his tone, he spoke with a hint of youthful authority. Xiao Shun, you may leave. After uttering these words, Qin Heng closed his eyes once more. Yes, although Xiao Shun harbored concerns about the fifth prince's current state, the strict hierarchy of the great Qin dynasty dictated that a servant must obey. Thus, as the fifth prince's personal eunuch, Xiao Shun dared not defy Qin Heng's command. Soon, the vast palace was once again enveloped in silence. System, grandfather, golden finger. At this moment, Qin Heng began fervently calling out within his mind, for he understood that in this world, where strength reigns supreme, without a miraculous means to alter his fate, he would essentially be condemned to death a transmigrator. His only hope lay in the benefits afforded to such individuals as Golden Finger. However, after calling out for an extended period, Qin Heng found himself at a loss. Just as he was about to abandon all hope, a notification chimed. Ding. Charging complete. The Dynasty Strife system is now activating. 1299 ding. System activation successful. At the moment this announcement resonated, a transparent system panel materialized deep within Qin Heng's consciousness. Name, Qin Heng. Identity, fifth prince of the great Qin dynasty. Cultivation method, Imperial Supreme Astonishing Technique, first layer. Martial arts, Imperial Supreme Sword. Technique, body technique, none. Summon characters, none. Summon forces, none. Summon times, none. Upon viewing this, Qin Heng felt utterly disheartened. It seemed that apart from the panel, the system had bestowed upon him nothing of value. System, reveal yourself. Why, after binding with you, am I left with no benefits? Speak, are you in cahoots with someone? At that moment, Qin Heng boldly questioned within his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a novice gift pack. Would you like to open it? Qin Heng. Open it. After a brief moment of hesitation, Qin Heng decisively issued the command. After all, the other party was the authority here, and Qin Heng opted to play it smart. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one opportunity for character summoning, one opportunity for faction summoning, one opportunity for skill extraction, and one opportunity for treasure extraction. Is that all? Qin Heng inquired, somewhat unwilling to accept the response. That's it. The system replied curtly, not rushing to open these items. Qin Heng continued to inquire, System, what should I do if I wish to obtain more summoning opportunities in the future? Ding. From a moment the host awakens in this realm, every 3 months, the host may obtain one opportunity for character summoning, and once a year, one opportunity for faction summoning. Other summoning chances will be granted through tasks released by the system, which the host can complete to earn various reward for summoning opportunities. Ding. The characters and factions summoned by the host will be inherently loyal to the host. Furthermore, the system will adjust the strength of the summoned characters based on the martial prowess of this realm. Ding. The characters summoned by the host will be randomly assigned an identity by the system, so the host need not worry. Sensing that Qin Heng had more questions, the system seized the opportunity to impart all relevant knowledge to him in one breath. Exhaling deeply, Qin Heng, for the first time in this unfamiliar world, felt a sense of relaxation. Thus, moving forward, system, activate a character summoning card. Qin Heng stated directly. Ding. Congratulations, host. Summoning successful, you have obtained. Chapter 3. The Emergence of Power. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have summoned the character Wan Sanqian. What? Characters from novels can be summoned? Qin Heng immediately inquired. Ding. All characters known to the host from their previous life can be summoned. All right, you are impressive. Qin Heng gave a thumbs up. Subsequently, he commanded, System, activate all summoning opportunities. As his words fell, the system's notification chimes began to ring continuously. Ding, congratulations, host. You have acquired the force of the Jianghu. Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained the divine level technique, the divine concealment technique. Ding, congratulations, host. You have received a one-time opportunity for a 50-year power infusion. At that moment, Qin Heng felt as if he might leap from his seat. This newbie gift package was simply too enticing. In an instant, he had acquired talents, forces, and strength. However, after slightly suppressing his excitement, Qin Heng quietly examined the system's introduction. Character: Wan Sanqian Realm. Mid-Transcendence accompanying characters. The four ghosts of Xiangxi, each with late transcendence prowess. When united, they can combat early-level law practitioners. Force: Jianghu number: 100,000 liters. Qinglong, late celestial. Baihu, mid-celestial. Zhuke, mid-celestial. Xuanwu, late celestial. The rest of the Jianghu force generally ranges from master to grandmaster. Technique: divine concealment technique. Note: a divine-level concealment technique capable of suppressing all personal strength and aura. It cannot be penetrated by anyone two major realms above the user. 50-year power infusion opportunity. A one-time treasure enhances the host's strength based on personal aptitude and cultivated techniques. With no side effects, upon reading this, Qin Heng felt invigorated. System: summon all characters and treasures. Swish! A flash of white light enveloped him, and immediately, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. All character summons have been successful, and they have entered the great Divine capital under reasonable identities. After the host exits the palace, all characters will come forth to pledge allegiance. Qin Heng was utterly satisfied with this outcome. This was a world of high martial arts, where powerful beings possessed formidable consciousness. He did not wish for his nascent strength to be extinguished by the hidden monsters within the palace. Moreover, he was soon to establish his own office and did not feel rushed. System: infuse the divine concealment technique and 50 years of power. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have learned the divine concealment technique. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a 50-year power infusion, breaking through to early transcendence. In the next moment, Qin Heng's body began to undergo rigorous refinement and enhancement. 3 minutes later, when he opened his eyes again, he felt as though he could shatter a mountain 1,000 meters high. Furthermore, and importantly, he sensed that he could fly. This was the allure of martial arts in this world. Once a martial artist reached the realm of transcendence, they could ascend without any external aid, their physical form transcending the ordinary. After millennia of martial development, this world had long established a complete system. The realms are as follows. In martial arts, acquired innate master, grandmaster, extraordinary dharma aspect, celestial being, entering sanctity, terrestrial immortal, and ultimately, the state of immortality. In the realm of literature, scholar, talented individual, successful candidate, Confucian scholar, Confucian teacher. Great Confucian, gentleman, sage of Confucianism, saint, and the wise ancients. Although there exists a myriad of realms, the disparities between each are exponentially vast. Furthermore, the cultivation within this world is intrinsically linked to its celestial and terrestrial essence. Thus, apart from martial arts, which can swiftly ascend through the utilization of rare materials, the practice of Confucianism possesses no semblance of superficiality. This fundamentally shattered Qin Heng's aspiration to merely be a scribe. Without a certain level of strength, even if Qin Heng wished to recite the poetic treasures of Huaxia to impress others, he would be incapable. Yet, for Qin Heng, these considerations were of little significance. He was now a person of influence. His singular ambition was the exalted throne deep within the imperial palace. However, as soon as this thought surfaced in Qin Heng's mind, a crisp voice resonated within his consciousness. Ding! Congratulations to the host for realizing their essence. The first phase of the mission is now activated. Enfeoffment. The host must completely master a territory of their own. Mission rewards. 3 opportunities for character summoning, 1 opportunity for faction summoning, and 2 opportunities for treasure extraction. Chapter 4. The Bestowal of Kingship. Ding. A temporary mission has been generated. An eye for an eye. Investigate the cause of the original body's death and obliterate the faction it belonged to. Mission reward. One opportunity for character lottery. The demise of the original body. Qin Heng gradually fell into deep contemplation. Strangely enough, despite the original body's ineptitude, it was nonetheless a peak postnatal warrior, possessing nearly 1,000 pounds of formidable strength. Yet, the original body succumbed to death in a haze during a fever. This was precisely why Qin Heng had dismissed everyone. In this moment, before encountering the summoned figure from the system, he trusted no one. However, the location that instinctively surfaced in Qin Heng's mind as the most likely source of trouble was the great compassionate temple outside the capital. This was also the only place he had ventured beyond the palace in recent years. Nevertheless, Qin Heng quickly retracted this thought. For now, he had the expertise of the Jianghu at his disposal. Although there were only a mere 100,000 Jianghu in the capital, which housed nearly 100 million souls, their caliber was exceptional. It is worth noting that in this realm, a master could establish a sect and form a modest faction, whereas the Jianghu represented the minimum standard of strength. The mere thought of this thrilled Qin Heng. Thus, time flowed by like a swift river. 2 months later, Qin Heng finally reached the age of 14, the age of his coming-of-age ceremony. On this day, early in the morning, he was summoned by his personal eunuch, Xiao Shunzi. Once he was prepared, a handsome youth of remarkable stature was escorted by the head eunuch of the ceremony office into the grand and imposing martial virtue hall, the court's main hall. Upon entering, Qin Heng immediately sensed an overwhelming aura of authority. Instinctively, he grew more solemn. At that moment, seated upon a distant high platform, the Emperor Qin Long, exuded an air of divinity as he cast a commanding gaze towards the chief eunuch, Gong Hong, by his side. The next instant, the emperor's trusted eunuch, who had been with him since childhood, spoke up. Announce, the fifth prince, Qin Heng, approaches to receive his title. Hearing this, Qin Heng, who had been waiting at the hall's entrance, straightened himself and walked in with an air of dignity. Your son, Qin Heng, pays his respects to Father Emperor. Upon finishing, he bowed deeply. Rise. The emperor's light words seemed to carry an irresistible force that lifted him up. Was this the power of the saintly realm? To Qin Heng, who had already transcended the ordinary, the strength emanating from Emperor Qin was far beyond what he understood as the initial stage of the saintly realm. In that moment, Qin Heng felt increasingly aware of how remarkable his adoptive father truly was. And at the very moment Qin Heng stood upright, the chief eunuch Gong Hong spoke again. Today, the royal fifth son, Heng, is of exemplary character, gentle, respectful, and dutiful. Thus, he is granted the title of King Qin, with the territory of Liao Prefecture, Jinchuan, bestowed upon him. He is to journey to his fief before the age of 16. Thus it is decreed. Your son accepts the decree. Thank you, Father Emperor. Qin Heng replied, bowing once more before taking his place at the side. At that moment, a stir erupted among the court officials. For none could have anticipated that the overlooked fifth prince, Qin Heng, would be granted a fiefdom and bestowed the title of King Qin. The censors, notorious for their sharp tongues, were the first to voice their discontent, exclaiming, Your Majesty, this reward contravenes ancestral precedents. I implore you to reconsider. Yet, scarcely had his words faded when the esteemed ministers and chancellors exchanged glances akin to those witnessing a funeral, swiftly diverting their gaze. Remove him, the emperor intoned abruptly, and in an instant, his figure vanished from the throne, accompanied by the ever-loyal eunuch Hong. Moments later, the once vocal censor was seized by several shadowy guards and dragged away. Thus, without warning, the ceremony of Qin Heng's investiture came to an abrupt conclusion. It was only at this juncture that Qin Heng began to discern the murmurs of the officials and the insincere congratulations from his four elder brothers. Smile now. Your day of lamentation shall surely come. A faint voice echoed unbidden in Qin Heng's mind. Chapter 5. Living solely for oneself in this life after gathering his emotions, Qin Heng confidently strode towards the Ronghua Palace, where his mother, the queen, resided. Along the way, both palace maids and eunuchs bowed repeatedly before him. Although the prince was not favored, he was certainly not someone they could offend. To conceal his true abilities, Qin Heng took a leisurely half-hour to arrive at an elegant and serene luxurious palace. From a distance, he spotted a young lady clad in a light green dress, tall and possessing delicate features, standing silently with a sword before the palace. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Heng hastily quickened his pace and approached her, smiling as he asked, "Sister Qin Yun, were you waiting for me?" He playfully winked at her as he spoke. "Yes, come with me." A melodious voice emanated from the young lady, though it bore no hint of emotional fluctuation. Although aware from the memories of the original owner that the girl had a cool demeanor, it was only through direct interaction that Qin Heng fully grasped this nature. However, having entered this world, he was determined to live vibrantly. Thus, he had made up his mind about this girl, for he was not the same useless individual as the original owner. As he followed the slender figure, Qin Heng found himself lost in thought. Suddenly, he collided softly with something, his forehead meeting a gentle surface, and a subtle fragrance wafted to his nose. This brought him back to his senses, only to find a slightly embarrassed yet beautiful face before him. At that moment, the young lady looked stunning, her visage adorned with a slight blush. "Truly beautiful," Qin Heng silently exclaimed within, though he managed to maintain his composure. An awkward silence enveloped them until, unexpectedly, a gentle voice called out from within the closed palace. "Qin Heng, or why are you two not coming in?" Recognizing the voice, Qin Heng understood it belonged to his stepmother, Lu Rong. Consequently, both he and Qin Yun promptly entered the palace. Upon surveying the surroundings, Qin Heng was struck by the opulence of the royal palace in this world. Although his mother was merely one of the 12 consorts, this palace was extraordinarily lavish. The vast hall, spanning nearly 1,000 square meters, was adorned with an array of rare treasures, and the intricate carvings and paintings were simply exquisite. Furthermore, within this grand hall, Qin Heng observed an abundance of extraordinary flowers and plants, many of which belonged to the realm of spiritual flora. One could glean the overall might of the great Qin Dynasty from such glimpses of its grandeur. Thus, Qin Heng repeatedly reminded himself to remain humble. "Heng, are you dissatisfied with your father, the emperor, regarding your title as prince?" Lu Rong's sudden inquiry left Qin Heng momentarily bewildered. The prince? Dissatisfied? Qin Heng had not given it much thought, but since his mother had posed the question, he decided to observe the situation quietly. After taking just a couple of steps, he stood not far from her, bowing his head in silent contemplation. At that moment, though he was already over 30, his features were exquisitely refined, reminiscent of a youthful maiden. The consort suddenly let out a long sigh, then approached Qin Heng directly, gently caressing his head with her delicate, jade-like hand. She then spoke slowly. "The reason your father, the emperor, has bestowed upon you a title without granting you the support of formidable allies is, in fact, a test of your capabilities. Your father is in the prime of his life, and with your brothers vying for the same position, it may take quite some time. Therefore, by only granting you land and a title, he wishes to see if you possess the ability to contend with your brothers. Should you choose to live as a carefree prince, he will ensure your peace for a lifetime. However, if you desire to compete, he will not impede you, but you must rely on your own efforts. Thus, this is also a form of protection. You must understand him." To Qin Heng, his mother Lu Rong's words indeed came from the heart, yet he suspected his father, Qin Long, was not so straightforward. Moreover, having been granted a second chance at life, Qin Heng was unwilling to entrust his fate to others. Nevertheless, his mother genuinely cared for him, prompting Qin Heng to choose to remain silent. Chapter 6. Gratitude for the gifts from mother. Observing her son's demeanor, Lu Rong, as a mother, could hardly be oblivious to his choices. With a sharp glare directed at her silent son, she settled once more into a nearby chair. Subsequently, she busily retrieved a stack of gold notes and a small black ring from a box on the table, pushing them towards Qin Heng. "What are you still dawdling for? Take them," she chided, casting an exasperated glance at Qin Heng. Her voice, imbued with a hint of authority, reached Qin Heng's ears. Faced with Lu Rong's smiling yet somewhat helpless expression, Qin Heng, after a moment of astonishment, approached and took her arm, sweetly uttering, "Thank you, mother." Seeing her son display such childlike innocence, Lu Rong managed to suppress her lingering worries for the time being. With a playful reprimand, she remarked, You've truly grown." Why can't you simply tell me what's on your mind? I am your mother. If you wish to compete, I shan't hinder you. However, I must inform you that the forces behind your brothers far surpass those of our Liu family. Once you embark on this path, you shall have to rely on yourself. Her words were delivered with utmost seriousness, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Heng. Yet, Qin Heng remained remarkably composed. He had always relied on his own system, rendering the absence of a formidable power a boon rather than a burden. After all, everyone harbored their own selfish motives. He believed that if he could endure these initial years with the system's assistance, he might even be able to establish a new and powerful dynasty. Thus, his ambitions had long since turned towards unifying the continent. However, not one to overlook an opportunity. Qin Heng's gaze shifted to the gifts his mother had presented. Noticing this, Lu Rong continued, this is 1,000,000 taels in gold notes along with a storage ring and 1,000 spirit stones. This is the limited assistance I can provide you as your mother. Although I hail from the Liu clan, you know that as a prominent family, we cannot place all burdens upon your shoulders. At this stage, this is all we can offer you. As she spoke, Lu Rong beckoned to Qin Yan, who had been standing quietly by, guiding her to Qin Heng's side. This girl has grown up on my side. Now that you are 14, let her serve you. But do not treat her merely as a maid. She possesses the strength of a grandmaster. Allow her to manage the affairs of your royal residence. Upon hearing this, Qin Heng felt compelled to express his gratitude. Thank you for your generous gifts, mother. However, to avoid appearing overly eager, he merely performed a respectful bow towards her. Very well, you may leave now. Lu Rong yawned, signaling the end of their conversation, eager to let her son navigate his own path as he matured. At this moment, Qin Heng was also preoccupied with thoughts of his long-anticipated subordinates. Thus, after performing yet another bow, he swiftly departed the imperial palace, accompanied by his charming new maid. Meanwhile, within a majestic and imposing palace, the emperor of the great Qin dynasty, Qin Long, was unusually absent-minded, neglecting to review any memorials and instead gazing vacantly towards a particular direction of the royal city. Observing his demeanor, the ever-dutiful eunuch Hong promptly approached him, inquiring respectfully, "Your Majesty, would you care to take a moment to rest?" Upon hearing this, Emperor Qian, Qin Long, merely waved his hand, signaling for him to withdraw. In response, eunuch Hong said nothing further and respectfully exited the grand hall, ushering away all the surrounding eunuchs and palace maids. After a prolonged silence, the emperor slowly spoke. "Do you think my actions are excessively heartless?" As the echo of his words lingered in the otherwise empty hall, a figure gradually emerged. Unlike eunuch Hong, this presence, shrouded in a black robe, merely performed a slight bow before addressing Emperor Qin Long with unwavering confidence. "In Great Qin, your word is law." There was no trace of humility or trepidation in the tone. However, seated nearby, Qin Long exhibited no signs of anger in response. Chapter 7. Efficiency. Just as the cloaked figure was about to take his leave, Qin Long, seated with an air of authority, spoke up. "Dispatch a messenger to the revered Zen temple of true Buddha in the great Qin realm, instructing them to send 10 arhats of the Dharma realm and 5 bodhisattvas of the celestial realm to serve in our great Qin worship hall for a century. Should they fail to comply, let it be known that they conspire against the prince and will face annihilation." Understood. The cloaked figure, upon receiving the emperor's orders, vanished from sight. Once the figure had departed, the emperor lifted his gaze, revealing only ambition and dominance in his eyes. "Hunger, do not hold it against your father. In the pursuit of great ambitions, I can only impose upon you." Meanwhile, Qin Heng remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding within the palace. Eagerly riding in his royal carriage, he made his way to the Qin Wangfu on East Street of the imperial city. After instructing Qin Yun to escort all servants from the rear courtyard, Qin Heng seated himself in the grand hall of his chambers and commanded, "Come forth." With his words barely echoing, 5 figures materialized in the previously deserted hall. Your subordinate, Qin Long, along with Baihu, Zhu Ke, Xuanwu, and Wan Sanqian, pay their respects to the Lord. Rise. Qin Heng replied calmly, as befitting his elevated station. Yes, they replied in unison, promptly standing to the side. Speak. What progress have you made in these past 2 months? And from now on, refer to me as Your Highness." Though Qin Heng had not directly assisted them, he was confident that these individuals had made notable advancements during this time. Qinglong was the first to step forward, stating, "Your Highness, the Jianghu have successfully completed their arrangements within the capital. We have infiltrated several major factions with our spies, and we have taken direct control of some smaller factions to secure resources. As a result, many of our Jianghu have achieved breakthroughs, and our influence is beginning to radiate outward from the capital." Taken aback, Qin Heng had not anticipated such efficiency from Qinglong and his associates. Indeed, specialized tasks were best left to those with expertise. However, he refrained from expressing his astonishment immediately and turned his attention to Wan Sanqian. "Your Highness, I have managed to amass a considerable amount of startup capital in the capital using a small portion of my own funds over the past 2 months. However, in the absence of your directive, I have refrained from establishing a commercial guild. Nonetheless, I strongly suggest that we should expedite the formation of our own guild." Having concluded his report, Wan Sanqian stood at attention once more. "Excellent." Qin Heng commended both parties for their achievements. He was quite satisfied with the progress made by his subordinates in such a brief span of time. Adjusting his robes, he promptly set about organizing the tasks that lay ahead. "Zhuge, during the forthcoming period, I wish for you to remain by my side as my protector. As for Qinglong, I urge you all to deliberate and dispatch a portion of your ranks to expand our influence in Liaozhou, Jinchuan Prefecture. After all, that region is my fief, and it is anticipated that our main stronghold will soon be established there. I have but one stipulation before I travel to my royal domain. It must be firmly under my control. In the meantime, I shall continue to send skilled individuals to assist you in this endeavor. As for Wan Sanqian, I task you with the establishment of a Jianghu Chamber of Commerce. However, for the moment, let us focus on developing it within the divine capital. Yet, I hope that in the near future, both the Jianghu Chamber of Commerce and the Jianghu will be widespread throughout the entire Da'in, across Zhongzhou, and indeed, the entire continent." Yes. Upon hearing this, the 5 responded in unison. Chapter 8. The Destruction of the Ci and Temple. Once all matters have been addressed, Qin Heng waved his hand, signaling for the others to withdraw. However, he suddenly recalled something and promptly halted them. "Qinglong, I entrust you and the Jianghu with a task. Investigate the Ci in Temple. I suspect they have previously conspired against me." Upon hearing this, a flicker of murderous intent flashed across Qinglong's serious countenance. Yet, he refrained from saying anything further and respectfully replied to Qin Heng, "As you command." With that, the solemn young man departed with the remaining 3. At this moment, Qin Heng turned his gaze towards Zhuge, who stood nearby. Clad in black, she possessed a tall figure and exquisite features that exuded a sense of heroism, reminiscent of a valiant female general. In response to Qin Heng's gaze, a hint of blush appeared on her face. Nevertheless, perhaps influenced by her character and profession, Zhuge did not shy away from Qin Heng's stare. The reason for retaining Zhuge was straightforward. As his personal bodyguard, Qin Heng preferred not to appoint a man for the role. Furthermore, possessing the summoning system provided him with this capability. However, Qin Heng was not a mere playboy. It was evidently not the time for indulgence. Thus, in the ensuing days, he diligently focused on his cultivation, recognizing that external factors are ultimately secondary, and personal strength is always paramount. Time passed uneventfully, and 3 days later, as dusk descended, Qin Heng had just concluded his training and was preparing to rest when he noticed a slight movement in his ears. "Come forth," Qin Heng declared directly. In a flash, Qinglong appeared before him. "Have you uncovered the truth?" Qin Heng inquired straightforwardly. "Your Highness," Qinglong began, "I have discovered that you indeed fell victim to a treacherous plot at the Ci Temple. They possess a form of soul sorcery that allows them to strike directly at an individual spirit, although it cannot kill outright. The victim's physical strength and vitality are severely diminished, making it exceedingly covert. This information was obtained through a soul search of an old monk within the temple and is absolutely authentic. Moreover, after your Highness fell unconscious, The Qin temple sent several individuals to Jianghu Zen temple under the pretext of exchanging Buddhist teachings. However, inexplicably, they returned to the Qin temple today at noon. Upon hearing this, Qin Heng's expression became rather complex. Just as he had identified his adversaries, he discovered they were backed by powerful forces. Furthermore, he could not ascertain whether his vendetta was solely against the Qin temple or included Jianghu Zen temple as well. If it were the latter, system, may I inquire whether my current mission target includes Jianghu Zen temple? Beep. The host's enemies are currently all within the Qin temple. Upon receiving this response, Qin Heng smiled, though he remained unaware of who had instilled such audacity in these assassins, allowing them to return to the Qin temple. However, once they had provoked Qin Heng, they would not escape unscathed. A cold glint flickered in his eyes as he asked in a grave tone, "The specific strength of the Qin temple can be thoroughly investigated. Upon reporting to your highness, my subordinate has discovered that within this Qin temple, there resides only an elderly monk at the initial stage of the Dharma realm. After all, this place is in proximity to the great capital of the Qin, where the power of Buddhism and Taoism does not dare to establish a formidable force." Qin Long responded directly. "Given this, Qin Long, tonight you shall escort these monks to meet their Buddha with the imperial guards." Qin Heng remarked nonchalantly. He showed no mercy towards his adversaries. As midnight approached, the once bustling Qin temple fell into silence. Suddenly, a throng of over 1,000 cloaked figures appeared near the majestic temple. First, second, third, and fourth hunter households. Immediately seal off the surroundings. The rest, accompany me to slaughter inside. Remember, leave no survivors. Qin Long commanded. Under normal circumstances, such a force would not necessitate the direct involvement of the commanding officer. However, since these monks had dared to assassinate a prince, Qin Long was determined to ensure that none escaped. Thus he chose to oversee the operation personally. Within the uppermost pavilion of the scripture depository at the Qin temple, an elderly monk with graying beard and a face lined with wrinkles sat in quiet meditation. Suddenly, his ears twitched. Who? But before he could open his eyes, a cold, gleaming spring blade swiftly severed his throat. With a thud, the monk's head rolled onto the floor. The one who struck was none other than Qin Long. Retrieving his blade, Qin Long stood in the pavilion, listening to the sounds of combat and screams emanating from below, remaining silent. 10 minutes later, a figure appeared before Qin Long, respectfully stating, "Commander, there are no living beings left in the Qin temple." Upon hearing this, Qin Long slowly raised his head and uttered, "Take all these valuables away. As for the temple, let it be consumed by fire." With such a simple decree, this Buddhist temple, standing for hundreds of years outside the capital, was thus erased from existence. Chapter 9. Movement and stillness at the very moment the great temple was engulfed in flames. The myriad factions within the capital of the great Qin erupted into chaos. Though the great temple was merely a branch of the true Buddha Zen temple in the Central Plains, its significance was far from negligible in a city teeming with formidable powers. Behind it stood the true Buddha Zen temple, a force of considerable renown throughout the Central Plains and the entire Tianyang continent. Moreover, legend spoke of ancient beings residing in the 10,000 Buddha cave of the true Buddha Zen temple, purportedly existing for millennia, although such claims had yet to be substantiated. In the imperial palace of the great Qin, Emperor Qin Long, who was seated in meditation within the Qian Hall, suddenly opened his eyes. In that instant, two beams of overwhelming authority emanated from the gaze of this man who governed vast territories. "Enter," Qin Long commanded into the air. In an instant, a figure knelt within the grand hall. "Speak." Qin Long's expression remained inscrutable as he uttered these words. "Your Majesty, the great temple outside the capital has been destroyed," the cloaked figure proclaimed, bowing low in reverence. Indeed, at that moment, the emperor, who had long concealed his emotions, furrowed his brow slightly. "Who was responsible?" "This. I do not know, Your Majesty." The figure trembled as he replied. "Remove the position of the hidden dragon commander and accept your punishment." The emperor stated calmly. "Yes. Thank you, Your Majesty." The cloaked figure bowed once more before vanishing from the hall. As an elder who had accompanied the emperor throughout his journey, he understood the emperor's methods well. Surprisingly, he felt a sense of relief at receiving such punishment. Meanwhile, the emperor rose and moved to the window of the hall, standing in quiet contemplation. Fool! How could you become so utterly foolish after just a few years as the Hidden Dragon Commander? I am not yet old to so swiftly choose sides and dare to reach out to me. Had it not been for your long-standing service, A flicker of cold light flashed in the emperor's eyes. Taking a deep breath, he regained his composure and returned to the center of the hall. Who do you believe is responsible for this incident? I do not know, but it may be related to your sons. Or perhaps it is the handiwork of those old bureaucrats in the court, replied the mysterious figure previously dispatched by the emperor to the true Buddha Zen temple. And what of the monks who took action? The emperor inquired. They are dead. However, I sense they met their demise through sheer folly. The mysterious figure's tone, for once, revealed a hint of emotion. Oh, elaborate. The emperor's interest was piqued. These individuals, after I reached an agreement with that old fellow from the true Buddha Zen temple, immediately chose to return to the great temple. Remarkably, it was merely half an hour after their arrival that the temple ceased to exist. Do you not think their stupidity is astonishing? Those monks. Truly, one can become quite foolish from incessantly reciting scriptures. The audacity to assassinate the prince and yet return from the sanctuary of the true Buddha Zen temple, believing that the temple's acquiescence to my terms was intended for their benefit. Upon uttering these words, the normally grave emperor chuckled softly and shook his head. However, you assert that it was my son who acted thus. Do you possess any evidence to support this claim? The young emperor spoke once more. None. Yet I surmise it must be them. Indeed, I fervently hope it is. With that, the cloaked figure vanished once again. Indeed, I too wish it were they. Meanwhile, at the residences of the various princes in the divine capital, as well as among all the esteemed officials of the court and individuals from all walks of life, discussions unfolded surrounding the very same topic as that of the young emperor. However, these conversations remained mere discussions. The prospect of an investigation was utterly out of the question. To dare offend the true Buddha Zen temple is a peril far beyond their capacity to confront. Chapter 10. The call reawakened. If one were to ponder who slumbered most soundly in the grand city tonight, it would undoubtedly be Qin Heng. He harbored unwavering confidence in the abilities of the Azure Dragon, and he regarded the modest, thin temple with indifference. With a languid stretch, he rose from his slumber, allowing the attentive maid, Qin Yun, to assist him in preparing himself comfortably. Only then did Qin Heng saunter out of his chamber with an air of confidence. The wretched feudal society. How splendid it truly is. After voicing his sentiments, Zhu Ke approached Qin Heng's side. Qin Yun, you may depart, Qin Heng instructed nonchalantly. As a traveler from another realm, he clearly held a stronger belief in the summoning of figures. Azure Dragon, have there been any updates? He inquired, casually sipping his tea. Your Highness, the Azure Dragon has relayed that they annihilated the Dacian temple last night, leaving no survivors. Furthermore, they acquired immense wealth and resources. He wishes to know how your Highness would like to proceed with these spoils, Zhu Ke respectfully reported. Let them uncover the Jianghu, Qin Heng declared, tapping the table decisively. Understood, Zhu Ke replied with a bow. Also, have the Azure Dragon arranged for some Jianghu to serve as maids and attendants? Qin Heng continued, not wishing for a palace riddled with vulnerabilities, which would prove too cumbersome to manage. Not receiving any further instructions from Qin Heng, Zhu Ke gracefully withdrew. There still aren't enough hands, Qin Heng mused, stroking his chin. System, I recall that upon completing the revenge mission, there was a reward for summoning a character, correct? He directly inquired. Ding. Indeed, the host currently possesses one opportunity for character summoning. Would you like to use it? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have summoned the valiant Dian Wei. What? Qin Heng exclaimed, his excitement palpable. This was a formidable bodyguard indeed. System, when will Dian Wei arrive? He asked, his anticipation growing. Ding. Shortly, displaying Dian Wei's fundamental information. Name, Dian Wei Cultivation, Pinnacle of the Celestial Realm accompanied by 3,000 Tiger Guards. Early Grandmaster Stage. Gasp. Upon reading this, Qin Heng inhaled sharply. This system was exceedingly generous this time. With such tasks and rewards, he couldn't help but wonder if there were more to come. The pinnacle of the celestial realm was impressive enough, yet the addition of 3,000 Grandmaster-level Tiger Guards was extraordinary. With these seasoned warriors adept in military formations, Qin Heng felt an overwhelming sense of elation. Ding! The host is being overly optimistic. This task was primarily issued to facilitate your rapid rise. Future missions will not be so simplistic. Cursing the system under his breath, Qin Heng contemplated, although my palace has the capacity for 3,000 guards. Isn't summoning 3,000 Grandmaster-level Guardians a bit ostentatious? Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought. As a prince, as long as he did not rebel, he presumed there would be no significant issues. As for my esteemed brothers feeling a sense of crisis, it is of no concern to me. In the realm of the royal court, expressing familial affection strikes Qin Heng as an act of foolishness. In the subsequent days, numerous robust men began to arrive at the Qin Wangfu, seeking employment as guards. During this period, there were indeed some locals who sought to join, yet Qin Heng dismissed them with various justifications. Possessing a system at his disposal, he had no intention of engaging in the practice of honoring the worthy. He believed that once his power grew substantial, many would naturally rally to his side. Only then would he contemplate the merits of these local talents. His father, the young Emperor Yin, was still in the early stages of his reign, making the current strife utterly pointless. Moreover, the prospect of remaining a mere prince for decades was something Qin Heng found utterly intolerable. Chapter 11. 2 years later thus. The days passed in the midst of Qin Heng's cultivation, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had gone by. At this moment, Qin Heng had reached the age of 16, marking the true coming of age in this foreign realm. During this period, he had remained as secluded as a noble lady, hardly stepping beyond the confines of his residence. Not only had he refrained from courting the favor of court officials or forming alliances, but he had also not even exchanged pleasantries with the influential leaders of the court. Consequently, rumors began to circulate throughout the capital, portraying this prince as frivolous and indulgent, lacking any ambition. Nevertheless, Qin Heng made no effort to refute these claims. At this time, within the East Street Qin Wangfu, Qin Heng was reveling in the company of a large gathering, enjoying a hot pot feast. Rows of maidservants and attendants continually brought forth platters of fresh vegetables and exotic beast meats to the grand dining table, alongside jars of exquisite wines. Surrounding Qin Heng were the individuals he had summoned, along with the sole local, Qin Yan. However, the assembly was far from limited to just Qin Long and a few others. Observing the jovial atmosphere, Qin Heng opened his system panel. Name, Qin Heng. Age, 16 Realm. Early Law Manifestation Cultivation Technique. Emperor Supreme Astonishing Art, 6th Layer. Martial Skill. Emperor Supreme Swordplay, Great Accomplishment, Body Technique. Light and Shadow, Minor Accomplishment, Spear Technique. Blazing 100 Strikes, Entry Level, Summon Characters. Wan Sanxian, Early Law Manifestation. Qing Long, Mid-Saint Entry. Baihu, Early Saint Entry. Xuanwu, Mid-Saint Entry. Zhuke, Early Saint Entry. Dianwei, Late Saint Entry. Jiasu, Half-Step Confucian Sage. Li Si, Mid-Confucian Sage. Chun Gong, Pinnacle Gentleman. Elbu, Early Earth Immortal, Summoned Forces. Jinyui, 100, 000, Grandmaster to Transcendent. Tiger Guards, 3000, Transcendent. Huanin Workshop, 200, 000, Innate to Law Manifestation. Number of Summons, 3 Number of Summoned Forces. 1 thus. Qin Heng currently commanded a well-rounded array of talents. Although the system had ceased to allow the summoning of characters and armies since Dianwei's incident, after 2 years of discreet development, Qin Heng now possessed the confidence to overturn the table. However, Qin Heng was not one to act foolishly. Over the past 2 years, through intelligence gathered by Jinyui, he had thoroughly familiarized himself with this world, succinctly summarized in one phrase. Old Six is everywhere. After summoning Li Si and Elbu, he tasked them with investigating the Grand Capital and the Imperial Palace. The results astonished Qin Heng. Firstly, within the vast capital, Li Si informed him that he sensed over 20 presences comparable to his own, primarily emanating from the headquarters of various major organizations and the residences of significant officials. Furthermore, after probing the depths of the imperial palace, Elbu revealed that a tremendous formation lay hidden there, within which he discerned 5 formidable auras surpassing his own. Although both Li Si and Lu Bu have made significant breakthroughs, he does not regard them as truly invincible. Therefore, over the past 2 years, Qin Heng has been focused on expanding his influence. Within this brief period, the Jianghu has thoroughly established its presence within the Great Qin Dynasty, even infiltrating some neighboring dynasties. Meanwhile, the Jianghu Chamber of Commerce has successfully secured a position among the 3 major merchant associations of the Great Qin Dynasty through a myriad of strategies. Of course, Qin Heng has contributed significantly to this endeavor, as this is a world of high martial arts. As for the allure of the Huanin workshop, it has stirred both excitement and regret within Qin Heng. The excitement stems from the fact that this organization is composed of enchanting women skilled in musical arts, excelling in intelligence gathering and resource acquisition, rivaling even the Jianghu Chamber of Commerce. Yet, the sole source of Qin Heng's regret is that the leader of this faction is not the Empress Li Maozhen, but rather Ji Ruxue. Although she is undeniably beautiful, Qin Heng believes that Li Maozhen offers greater value. Chapter 12. Plans, my prince, why have you stopped eating? Qin Yun, who was attending to him, inquired upon noticing Qin Heng lost in thought. Oh, I'm still eating, Qin Heng replied, smiling as he gazed at the increasingly beautiful Qin Yun before him. 2 years had passed, and while her lovely visage remained unchanged, she now emanated a radiant and graceful aura. The innate purity and aloofness she possessed had not diminished in the slightest. Yet in Qin Heng's presence, her icy demeanor did not manifest. It would be disingenuous for Qin Heng to claim he was not captivated by such beauty. Over the course of 2 years, they had become inseparable in each other's hearts. However, cognizant of his age, Qin Heng restrained his desires. After all, the meat was in the pot. It wouldn't escape. Perhaps due to the intensity of his gaze, Qin Yun, after pouring a glass of wine for him, swiftly took her leave. The ensuing laughter from the assembly of scholars and warriors filled the room. Once the mirth subsided, Jianghu suddenly spoke up. My prince, now that you have come of age, what are your plans? At his words, the room fell silent. Even the boisterous Dianwei and Elbu ceased their revelry. Isn't it customary for me, as the king of Qin, to proceed to my fief upon reaching adulthood? This was a matter we had all agreed upon, Qin Heng asserted directly. To his surprise, Jianghu chuckled and shook his head. My prince, I am referring to the matter of selecting a princess before you journey to your fief. A princess? Truthfully, Qin Heng had not contemplated this. Yet, given Jianghu's statement, he surmised there might be some unexpected developments. Isn't it customary for the emperors to bestow marriages directly? Could there be some unforeseen circumstance regarding this? Qin Heng inquired calmly. Upon hearing this, everyone present perked up their ears. Do not be hasty, my prince, is still uncertain. However, there are recent rumors that the eldest daughter of the king of Jinshi, Qian Mingshu, has led 30,000 Mingwang troops to a resounding victory against the esteemed General Gongsun Long and his million-strong army. She has since been summoned to the capital by Emperor Yin for recognition of her achievements. After speaking, Jianghu took another bite of lamb. For a moment, Qin Heng struggled to comprehend how the daughter of the king of Jinshi, celebrated for her valor, related to his status as a seemingly invisible prince. Observing his confusion, Jianghu continued, My prince, as a prince of the Great Qin, you are aware that the nobility is rewarded with titles of both civil and military merit. As one of the 4 great martial kings of the Great Qin, the king of Jinshi commands an elite force of 300,000 iron troops. In the early days of the Great Qin Dynasty, a treaty was established, allowing the 4 kings to jointly govern the realm alongside the royal family. However, in the present day, the Great Qin finds it challenging to place formidable individuals within the territories of the 4 kings. Indeed, while the royal family exerts considerable influence over the 4 corners of the empire, the 4 kings remain dutiful in their responsibilities. Yet, as an emperor, one must ponder whether the current sovereign would allow such a situation to persist. Upon hearing Jia Su's series of analyses, Qin Heng's demeanor grew solemn. Currently, the Great Qin boasts a total of 24 civil and military marquises, along with 4 civil and 4 military kings, and notably, the 4 esteemed concubines in the imperial harem hail from these 8 noble factions. However, it is worth noting that the civil kings, influenced by Confucian ideals, are generally referred to as gong, thus highlighting the strength of these factions. In Qin Heng's view, the emperor's actions indeed suggest intentions to intervene with the Prince of the West. After all, this generation's Prince of the West has but 2 daughters. Given this context, it appears likely that his recent marriage proposal will incite significant upheaval. Yet, Qin Heng couldn't help but feel perplexed. What about my 2nd, 3rd, 4th brothers? And even my younger brothers who are merely a few days apart in age? They have not been granted marriages either. Why then should it be my turn? Zisu, however, merely smiled. The reason was simple. You are currently the first prince preparing to head to your fief. A thunderous realization struck Qin Heng's mind. His ambitious royal brothers were all inclined to remain in the capital and had no intentions of venturing to their fiefs. This left him feeling somewhat troubled. Nevertheless, noticing the distinguished civil and military officials surrounding him, he chastised himself. After all, he did not rely on marriage to consolidate power. It mattered not whom he wed, as long as she was beautiful. Seeing Qin Heng's expression ease, Jia Su chuckled softly, remarking that his words were merely intended to prepare Qin Heng for what lay ahead. Perhaps it was during this time that they began to drink and feast heartily. Contrasting sharply with Qin Heng's situation, however, was the news of the Valkyrie Qian Mingxiu entering the capital, which sent shockwaves through the imperial city. Chapter 13. The Coming Storm. Have you heard? The female war goddess is headed to the capital, rumored to be entering the palace for her formal recognition. Within the towering establishment of over 100 meters, numerous martial artists from across the realm have gathered. The speaker of these words is a scholar adorned in a light green robe and a scholar's cap from the Imperial Academy. Hey, Lu Wenjiao, I wonder if you've once again indulged in the pleasures of the brothel. From which intimate acquaintance have you gleaned this news? Have you ever even laid eyes on the female war goddess? Moreover, our esteemed Great Qin boasts many female generals, if you do not even know their names. Refrain from babbling here. This retort comes from a tall young man clad in martial attire, his physique robust and muscular. As his words echoed through the 7-story tavern, raucous laughter erupted from every corner. In Great Qin, where martial prowess flourishes, it is common for those of notable lineage to possess some degree of cultivation. Thus, the quarrel between these two on the first floor resonated throughout the entire establishment, akin to a live broadcast. Lu Wenjiao, typically one to recite Confucian classics, found himself momentarily speechless, his frustration palpable. What do you mean Frankly, you should abandon your studies. After all these years, aside from composing a few lascivious verses in the flower halls, have you cultivated even a hint of noble spirit? It seems you are merely infused with the scent of cosmetics. With this proclamation from the burly youth, the surrounding patrons erupted into hearty laughter. At this moment, a younger man with a full beard beside the robust figure interjected, Lu Wenjiao, I heard that during your last visit to King Lanya, you claimed you would redeem the maiden Xiaoer. Yet, I saw you there with a gentleman entertaining clients. Surely, you did not intend to deceive her into yielding her virtue for a night? How disgraceful. Indeed, the topic had swiftly veered off course, morphing into a critique of Lu Wenjiao. You two ruffians, Li Ronghao and Cheng Tsang, what nonsense are you spouting? As a scholar of Confucian texts, how could I possibly frequent such places or consort with such women? Lu Wenjiao, now incensed, spoke without restraint. However, he failed to consider that in this world, where martial arts thrive, cultivators dominate the realm of martial artists. Thus, as his words left his lips, a palpable spiritual pressure emanated from the stronger patrons within the tavern, causing Lu Wenjiao's complexion to drain of color, and he instinctively closed his mouth. Were it not for the fact that they were in the capital of Great Qin, and this tavern possessed considerable power, he might have been swiftly silenced by the ire of some hot-headed martial artists. Cheng, do not waste your breath on such trivialities. Let's instead seek out the unfortunate Xiaoer and share a drink with her, shall we? As he spoke, the robust young man Li Ronghao, with a cheerful countenance, pulled the bearded youth Chang Tsang towards the entrance. Both hailed from illustrious martial families, being descendants of the renowned generals of the 24 martial lords. Thus, they were not about to let slip the opportunity to suppress Lu Wenjiao, the scion of a prominent family among the 24 literary lords. However, one must tread carefully. This was the divine capital, and if matters escalated beyond control, they would find themselves in a precarious position. Consequently, after achieving their objective, they swiftly made their exit. Simultaneously, the farcical events occurring here, along with the news of the daughter of the Duke of Zhenxi seeking entry into the divine capital, spread like wildfire throughout the vast city. The various factions entrenched in the grand divine city of Dayan reacted with a spectrum of responses. Some dismissed the news, others regarded it with gravity, while some expressed concern, and others reveled in schadenfreude. Yet, if one were to assess who would be most profoundly affected by this affair, it would undoubtedly be the brothers of Qin Heng. Chapter 14. The player of the game when he. What are your thoughts on this matter? Qin Heng casually inquired as he pushed aside the files delivered by the Jianghu regarding various events occurring in the capital. Your Highness, are you inquiring about the conflict between the civil and military factions or the arrival of the West Town King's daughter in the capital? Without acknowledging the documents Qin Heng had set aside, Jianghu asked with a faint smile. What do you think? Qin Heng shot a displeased glance at the old fox. Finding the squabbles among the aristocracy and the offspring of military generals to be nothing more than childish games. What relevance do they hold for him? Your Highness, you wish to inquire about the mastermind behind this public outcry, correct? Jianghu's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Indeed, Qin Heng replied softly. I suspect it is indeed the handiwork of that individual, though their intentions seem aimed solely at the West Town King and the various princes. The ancient families have survived far too long to be so easily deceived. Nonetheless, to maintain appearances for that individual, they can only send forth some younger members to indulge in the festivities. Look, it has been quite some time, yet not a single transcendental figure has made a move. These aristocratic families are still so miserly. Jianghu once again donned a faint smile. Ah, my father is merely playing with children, isn't he? Qin Heng remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Your Highness, this is an overt maneuver. Aside from you, they must take the field themselves. After all, what if they could win the support of one of the four kings, the West Town King? Thus, they are gambling, and they must gamble. Zisu Juke Zufu Li, shaking his head. Indeed, without sufficient power, one can only resign oneself to the fate of a mere pawn in this world. Qin Heng sighed sincerely. However, none of this concerns you, Your Highness. You have long transcended this chessboard. Jianghu laughed like the cunning fox he was. This thought sent a chill down Qin Heng's spine. In a world where Confucian cultivators exist, he could hardly fathom the repercussions of those strategists, previously lacking martial prowess. Entering this realm, thankfully, these individuals were loyal to Qin Heng. Otherwise, he doubted his ability to outmaneuver them. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to Qin Heng's detachment, his brothers had already set their plans into motion. In the capital, within the residence of the crown prince, Qin Yun, the legitimate son of Emperor Yin, had summoned all his advisors. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts on the sudden arrival of Qian Mingxue in the capital? The crown prince, Qin Yun, having participated in governance alongside Emperor Yin over the years, had gradually cultivated a distinctive aura befitting a ruler. As he spoke, an immediate sense of pressure filled the room. Ahem, Your Highness, do not be anxious. In my humble opinion, it will be prudent for you to remain detached from this situation. Even if it were to unfold as we anticipate, involving the need for alliances, it would not necessitate your involvement. At that moment, an elderly gentleman, his hair as white as snow, yet his spirit remarkably vigorous, spoke up. This individual, Gu Hong, a venerable minister who has served through 3 dynasties, would typically not be expected to take sides so early. However, his unique position as the esteemed tutor of the crown prince, the great Prince Yin, compels him to align with the royal heir in this era. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for him to persuade the crown prince at this juncture. Master, is there truly no way out? Qin Yun, still clinging to hope, inquired. A powerful martial king, accompanied by 300,000 elite troops of the dynasty. Qin Yun found himself unwilling to accept defeat. Yet, one must recognize that your consort is the daughter of the right chancellor, which places you in a precarious position. Should you act, you would irreparably offend the right chancellor's house as well as the Lord of the West. After all, the legitimate daughter of the Lord of the West cannot be relegated to the status of a concubine, unless you ascend to that esteemed position yourself. Gu Hong's assertion was notably resolute. Very well, I understand, the prince conceded. Yet, upon hearing the tone of the elder's words, Gu Hong, a man who has navigated the political landscape for over 3 centuries, found himself momentarily engulfed in uncertainty. Was his choice truly the right one? Chapter 15 Reactions from all sides. Meanwhile, the debates at the other princes' residences were far more intense than those at the crown prince's manor. My opportunity has finally arrived. Ever since the eldest brother wed the legitimate daughter of the right chancellor's residence, I have sought my father's approval to marry a daughter from another prominent family. However, father has consistently dismissed my requests with various excuses. Were it not for his decision to directly designate my elder brother as the crown prince, I might have given up entirely. Yet, at present, I remain unmarried. And, as the eldest among the princes, surely father cannot refuse me this time. Unlike the crown prince, who dedicated himself to scholarly pursuits, the second prince, Qin Wu, has harbored a fondness for military life since childhood. Consequently, his personality and habits lean more towards those of a warrior, and he has thus established a formidable foundation within the great Yin's military. Your Highness, observing Qin Wu's impatience, several advisors from the second prince's residence attempted to offer counsel, only to be abruptly interrupted by the overly excited Qin Wu. Enough. I understand. I shall go to the palace to meet with father and request a marriage. There is no need for further discussion. With that, he disregarded the civil and martial officials present and headed straight for the Qin Hall. Should we not intervene to restrain the second prince? At that moment, a young strategist hesitantly voiced his concern. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he glanced at the already vanished figure of the second prince and could only manage a sheepish smile. Well, it is what it is. Let the second prince give it a try. Perhaps it may succeed. After all, the ultimate decision rests with His Majesty. Just then, an experienced advisor interjected, halting the discussion. And truth be told, the second Prince Qin Wu's bold approach proved to be remarkably effective. The third Prince Qin Shuang and the fourth Prince Qin Yu, who had been deliberating on how to secure this alliance, found their plans disrupted by the second prince's audacious move. Without further hesitation, the two promptly decided to approach the emperor around the same time as Qin Wu. However, the outcome was less than satisfactory. They bowed in submission but did not even catch a glimpse of the emperor. Instead, they were swiftly dismissed by the palace attendants under the pretext that the emperor was in seclusion. Meanwhile, within the Qin Hall, Emperor Qinlong unusually refrained from reviewing memorials today and instead sat at a side table sipping tea. Beside him, the chief eunuch, Gong Hong, respectfully attended to his needs. At that moment, as the emperor savored his tea, he let out a faint, enigmatic chuckle and remarked, "Ah, my second prince, you truly amuse me. You ought to wait until the lady arrives before making your marriage proposal, to come rushing in at the slightest hint. Could it be that the daughter of that old fellow Qianzhan is truly so exceptional?" To this, the chief eunuch chuckled and replied, "Your Majesty, the second prince has grown accustomed to the rough men of the military since childhood. It is only natural for him to act impulsively. Please do not hold it against him. You old fox remain as cunning as ever. But do you not fear that those brutish warriors might cause you trouble with such remarks?" The emperor, in evidently good spirits, jested with Gong Hong. "Your Majesty, I beseech you to spare this old servant. Otherwise, I shall fear the day when those assassins might ensnare me within a sack." Eunuch Hong immediately fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. "Oh, rise. You have served me faithfully for so long within the palace. What is there to fear?" With that, he gave a gentle kick to the kneeling Eunuch Hong. "Yes, this old servant is deeply grateful, Your Majesty." After bowing once more, Eunuch Hong finally stood up. Having attended to this emperor for such an extended period, He was well aware of the emperor's temperament. Therefore, despite holding the esteemed position of Grand Eunuch, he dared not entertain even a hint of arrogance born from favoritism. Chapter 16. The Qianbao Tower. Indeed, my 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th brothers. What recent activities have they been engaged in? As if struck by a thought, Emperor Qin spoke softly. His Highness the 5th Prince has been diligently practicing literature and martial arts, while the 6th, 7th, 8th, and even the youngest, the 9th Prince, have been discussing the arrival of the eldest daughter of the King of the West in the capital. Has the 9th Prince joined in as well? Emperor Qin inquired in a calm tone. Yes, Your Majesty. However, their discussions are not about uniting with the Yans, but rather how to prevent the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and even the 1st Prince from doing so. Is there nothing concerning the 5th Prince? Suddenly, Emperor Qin asked with curiosity. In response to Your Majesty, there is currently nothing of note. Very well, you may leave for now. Emperor Qin spoke with a casual air. Understood. Grand Eunuch Hong immediately turned and respectfully withdrew. What is your opinion on my 5th Prince? The calm tone of Emperor Qin resonated within the Grand Hall. As for me, I merely observed from a distance. As the teasing remark fell, a figure cloaked in black materialized forth. Have you uncovered any connections between the incident at the Great Compassion Temple 2 years ago and the 5th Prince? Emperor Qin continued. At present, there is no evidence linking this matter to the 5th Prince, and I do not believe that after such an event, there would be no traces left behind. After all, my covert guards are not inept. I see. In that case, let us set it aside for now. Focus your attention on that girl's arrival in the capital. After all, Qin Zhan, that old fellow, is notoriously fond of his daughter. I have no desire to provoke his wrath. Emperor Qin maintained his placid demeanor. Understood. Following his response, the figure swiftly vanished from sight. Have you found any evidence? To Emperor Yin's surprise, he spoke once more. This time, an enigmatic shadow appeared. Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. The shadow has failed this time. The shadow spoke respectfully. Understood. You may leave. Emperor Qin replied calmly. Alas, 5th Prince, though I am unaware of your hidden cards, sometimes the absence of evidence can serve as evidence in itself. Whispering softly, Emperor Qin fell silent thereafter. At this moment, within the Qin Wangfu, Qin Heng remained in the company of Jianghu. The reason was simple. Li Si and Qin Gong had been dispatched by Qin Heng to Jinchuan Prefecture to handle affairs. Thus, within the mansion, aside from the literary Jianghu, there were only the brawny Dianwei and Elbu remaining. And Qin Heng certainly had no intention of seeking out these fellows for tea, as their social interactions would not extend beyond drinking. Your Highness, are you certain you do not wish to take a stroll? The capital is quite lively at present. Ziasu Vimak Gasu. I shall not go. It is merely a bunch of young rascals vying for attention. I have no interest. Wait a moment, you old fellow. Have you received some news? Qin Heng immediately pressed for more information. The secret report from the Jianghu reveals that the renowned female warrior seems absent from the throngs of the 3,000 troops. She may have arrived in the capital city. Moreover, it is noted that the Qianbao Tower Estagene branch is preparing for a grand auction tonight, and the invitations have already reached the royal residence. I believe, Your Highness, it would be prudent to pay a visit, suggested Jia Su with an air of nonchalance. Indeed, let's take a stroll, replied Qin Heng with a light chuckle. These individuals possess an uncanny intuition. The capital has recently drawn considerable attention due to the arrival of the West Town Marquis's daughter, prompting various factions to emerge, eager to profit. They do not even spare me, this invisible prince. How amusing. Your Highness, you are indeed correct. The Qianbao Tower in Zhongzhou, the Emerald Pavilion in Dongzhou, and the Wanhua Tower in Beizhou are collectively known as the 3 great treasure houses of the Tianyan continent. These 3 factions have established their presence throughout the continent, each boasting a legacy of over 50,000 years, their depths unfathomable. Currently, our Huanin workshop and the Jianghu still lag significantly behind them. Jiasu remarked with a serious demeanor. Well, they have thrived for millennia, while we have only just begun our journey a couple of years ago. Why the urgency? Besides, considering your age and lifespan, I urge you to remain calm. Qin Heng reassured him hastily. Your Your Highness, Wen and Li Xiao have taken note. But I shall not wait that long. In just a few decades, I vow to transform our forces to rival theirs completely, Jia Su promised earnestly. Very well. I have faith in you. However, let us set off now. I anticipate that tonight's auction will prove to be exceptionally intriguing, Qin Heng urged. All right, Chapter 17. Intriguing individuals as they rode in the carriage of the Qin Wangfu, Qin Heng and Jia Su soon arrived at the street where Qiangbao Tower was located. The capital city, with its dense population, had seen the imperial authority of the Great Qin classify and arrange various factions entering the city for ease of management. This classification encompassed numerous sectors, including commerce, escort agencies, martial arts schools, sects, and gangs, among others. Naturally, Qiangbao Tower was situated in one of the most bustling areas of the commercial district. Although it was already evening, the streets remained teeming with people. However, this was of little concern to Qin Heng, with the formidable and imposing presence of Dian Wei and the accompanying Tiger Guards. The crowd instinctively parted to create a path for him. Upon disembarking from the carriage, Qin Heng was momentarily awestruck by the vibrancy surrounding him. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the prosperity here rivaled that of the international metropolises from his previous life. Numerous taverns and pleasure boats lined the streets, their lights illuminating the surroundings in a dazzling display. Variously attired warriors, merchants, officials, elegant young ladies, and scions of noble families mingled on the thoroughfare, captivating Qin Heng's attention for a moment longer. My lord, what do you think? Is it not splendid here? Zisu sudenli inquit, though uncertain of the old man's intentions. Qin Heng instinctively nodded in response. So, my lord, imagine how marvelous it would be to have this entire scene and the splendor of this place wholly submit to you. It would be far more exhilarating than languishing in the Qin Wangfu all day, wouldn't it? With that, Jia Su fell silent. You old rascal. My ambitions have never wavered, and I have already laid out numerous contingency plans. Do not presume that I am idle. Spare me the veiled reminders, Qin Heng retorted, leading the way towards Qiangbao Tower. Hearing Qin Heng's words, Jia Su did not take offense. Instead, he displayed a look of satisfaction. While they were unwaveringly loyal to Qin Heng, they also hoped for their lord to harbor grand ambitions. Upon reaching the entrance of Qiangbao Tower, Qin Heng was greeted by many dignitaries and aloof individuals from the martial world, among whom he spotted several of his brothers. Although the emperor had established dominion over the land and the struggle for succession among the princes had only just begun, Qin Heng had already meticulously charted his ascent to power and preferred to remain distant from them. He merely nodded in acknowledgement. The princes were well aware of Qin Heng's intention to depart the capital soon and, thus, refrained from excessive interaction with their indifferent fifth brother. Arriving rather late and in no rush, Qin Heng leisurely made his way into Qiangbao Tower. Suddenly, a flash of crimson caught his eye, and Qin Heng was astonished to discern that the figure who had just passed possessed extraordinary cultivation. Although the figure was shrouded in a veil, Qin Heng could still discern from the vibrant vitality emanating from her that her age was certainly not much greater than his own. It is important to note that the path of martial arts becomes increasingly arduous in its later stages. Among his siblings, only his elder brother, bolstered by the imperial grace of the crown prince and the substantial support of the chancellor's residence, had managed to reach the mid-level of the extraordinary realm. As for the others, most were still meandering in the realms of master and grandmaster. What astonished Qin Heng the most was that the individual before him was a woman. In this world, while there may not be the same historical biases against women as in ancient China, it is still rare to find female prodigies nurtured by the great powers. It seems that this divine city truly harbors hidden talents. Chapter 18. Huangfu Qingyu shaking his head, Qin Heng smiled as he stepped inside. Despite the grandeur of the Qingbao, upon entering, he felt rather insignificant. The moment he crossed the threshold, he was greeted by a vast hall spanning 100,000 square meters. It was evident that something peculiar lay within. At that moment, Jia Su's voice resonated in his mind. Your Highness, this is a formation, a superspatial array that integrates both offense and defense. With my current strength, I absolutely cannot break through. Jia Su spoke with a solemn expression. Indeed, the ancient powers that have endured through the ages are no trifles. Qin Heng felt his horizons broadened. However, at present, they were merely attending an auction, and he chose not to dwell on these matters. After presenting his invitation, Qin Heng was escorted by a graceful maid to a private room on the 5th floor. While he was curious about the individuals illuminated within the rooms on the 6th floor, he understood that, given his displayed power, being granted a room on the 5th floor was merely a courtesy due to his royal status. Thus, he patiently awaited the commencement of the auction. As Qin Heng pondered, within a concealed chamber of Qin Heng, a girl with skin as white as snow and a slightly chubby visage was chattering incessantly to a slender maiden whose beauty seemed effortlessly exquisite. "Miss, why did you bring that 5th prince to the 5th floor? Aren't the other princes and princesses on the 4th? Just moments ago, her mistress had inexplicably instructed her to escort the seemingly powerless 5th prince, who, apart from his good looks, possessed little remarkable quality, to the 5th floor. It was common knowledge that the Qin Heng had 7 levels. The 7th was naturally reserved for the Emperor of Dayan, while the 6th catered to celestial beings and the ancestors of great powers. The 5th floor was designated for those who had attained the Saint Realm or were leaders of long-established sacred sections. She found it utterly unfathomable that even the 1st prince was relegated to a private room on the 4th floor. So why was this individual granted access to the 5th? Was it merely because of his appearance that her mistress had taken a liking to him? "Miss, you should give up. The owner will not agree." Gritting her teeth, the nimble girl, Qingling, suddenly addressed her mistress, Huangfu Qingyu. "Impertinent child, what nonsense are you spouting?" Huangfu Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. "Oh dear, it's just that you have taken a fancy to the 5th prince and wish to pull strings for him," Qingling boldly exclaimed. "Impudent girl, what are you babbling about?" Huangfu Qingyu retorted. "What kind of man has my mistress not encountered? How could I jeopardize the rules of Qin Heng for a man?" At this juncture, Huangfu Qingyu finally comprehended the matter at hand, realizing the implications of the situation. With a firm rap on the head of this increasingly unruly girl, she finally spoke. "Dear girl, you overthink. The reason I allowed him to ascend to the 5th floor is that he indeed possesses the requisite capability. Moreover, I must inform you that had I been more familiar with his character, you would have escorted him to the 6th floor today," spoke Huangfu Qingyu with a calm demeanor. "What? Little Qing Song, is it possible?" came the astonished exclamation from the young girl. Observing her shocked expression, Huangfu Qingyu continued, "Dear child, the 5th prince is accompanied by a martial general of the Holy Realm, whose vitality is as formidable as a primordial beast, undoubtedly possessing the prowess of an earthly immortal. Furthermore, he is flanked by an individual whose talent is on the verge of transcending, yet whose aura has already surpassed the threshold of a half-step Confucian saint. Were it not for the fact that this Qiangbao Tower was infused with a spirit-conjuring gem during its establishment, I would never have anticipated that this 5th prince, who has remained in obscurity, would manifest such strength." Huangfu Qingyu's expression grew solemn. The young girl, Qingling, was left utterly speechless in astonishment. Suddenly, a gentle beam of light descended from above the 7th floor of the Qiangbao Tower, illuminating the auction stage within the hall. The auction commenced. In the next moment, amidst the eager gazes of countless attendees, a woman donned in a striking crimson gown, her features and figure captivating to the core, gracefully ascended the auction stage. I am called Ling Mei, the auctioneer for this event. Chapter 19. The auction. Meanwhile, within the private chamber occupied by Qin Heng, a scene from the auction stage materialized before him. Astonishingly, through this projection, Qin Heng beheld the enchanting figure of a fairy-like beauty, whose allure was strikingly lifelike. Truly, this was a marvel of advanced technology. Qin Heng sighed inwardly, taking a sip of tea, reflecting on the complexity of this world. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the auction hosted by my Qiangbao Tower. Without further ado, let's invite the first item for bidding, the Transcendence Pill." As her voice resonated, a maid gracefully presented a delicate jade vial. At that moment, the bewitching voice of the beauty echoed again. "The Transcendence Pill. I believe all present are familiar with its significance, yet allow me to elaborate briefly. This 5th-grade pinnacle elixir surpasses many 6th-grade pills in value. granting a peak grandmaster the ability to ascend directly into the realm of the extraordinary, bestowing upon them a lifespan of 500 years. Now let the bidding commence. With a starting price of 100,000 gold, and each subsequent bid must exceed 10,000 gold. The atmosphere in the hall ignited with fervor. The Tianyan continent was vast and teeming with life, yet warriors were a rarity, found only among the elite. Despite the apparent prevalence of innate and grandmaster-level fighters in this central region, the capital of the great Qin Dynasty, one of the 5 major powers, was a testament to the disparity. In ordinary cities, innate and grandmaster warriors were often revered as esteemed elders. Thus, an extraordinary warrior could easily garner the full support of a faction. 200,000 taels, 300,000 taels, 1 million taels. At this point, bids began to emerge from the 4th floor's private rooms. 120,000 taels, 3 million taels. As the auction continued, the calls for bids began to wane. Among the voices, Qin Heng recognized one that felt oddly familiar. "Elder brother," he exclaimed in surprise. "Is he on the 4th floor?" Qin Heng furrowed his brows pensively. "The Crown Prince?" Jianghu expressed a hint of astonishment. After scrutinizing the Qiangbao Tower once more, Jianghu quietly conveyed, "Your Highness, it seems that some experts within the Qiangbao Tower have sensed our presence. Over the past 2 years, the Jianghu had gathered substantial information regarding the Qiangbao Tower, understanding that the private rooms varied in significance. However, today, Jianghu and Dianwei were visiting for the first time, concealing their identities and cultivation levels. Yet they had still been detected. Shall I go and inquire with their representative?" suggested Jianghu. "Let be," Qin Heng replied, halting him. He had no desire to be overly anxious or appear as a fool for eternity. As he prepared to leave, he felt it unnecessary to remain tense. 5 million. Suddenly, another voice pierced through the silence. The room fell silent. "Second brother." At that moment, Qin Heng found himself unexpectedly amused. His brothers, it seems, are enduring quite a bit of hardship. For mere transcendence, pill warrants such extravagant efforts from them. Yet, little does Qin Heng realize that, as a recently matured prince, their influence remains in its nascent stages. Each formidable figure must be ardently courted, and Emperor Qin restricts their affiliated powers from intervening excessively. Thus, they shall not miss any opportunity to enhance their strength. 500,000 for the first bid, 500,000 for the second, 500,000 for the third. Excellent. The deal is struck. Congratulations to the guests of box number 2 on the 4th floor for acquiring this transcendence pill. Now, let us commence the auction of the second treasure. Chapter 20. An unexpected surprise following this. One treasure after another was auctioned off by Ling Mei, elevating the atmosphere of the auction to a pinnacle of excitement. It was unclear whether it was Ling Mei's enchanting presence or the vibrant ambience that influenced the bidding, but the prices of these treasures frequently exceeded their market value. Ling Mei, in another life, would undoubtedly have outshone all competitors in sales. She was a true professional. Qin Heng chuckled softly and shook his head. None of this held any allure for him, and thus, as the auction neared its conclusion, he had yet to place a single bid. In truth, he was not alone in this. The attendees on the 5th and 6th floors had remained equally silent. However, at that moment, the appearance of the next auction item piqued Qin Heng's interest. Before him, a cage draped in black cloth was being slowly revealed. As the cloth was drawn back, it unveiled a figure, a woman, her entire being sealed by restraints. More precisely, she was a striking beauty with long, ice-blue hair, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. What captivated Qin Heng's attention was not her ethereal beauty, but rather the alert from the system. Ding! Detected a significant individual. Details as follows. Name, Bing Qing Wu Realm. Mid-stage Dharma manifestation. Sealed, currently at the pinnacle of Grandmaster. Age, 18. Identity, unknown. Insufficient host permissions. This, indeed, was the reason behind Qin Heng's sudden interest in her. Your Highness, shall we bid on this woman? I have discerned that her fate is quite extraordinary, and her physique could aid in your cultivation, Jianghu suggested. Certainly. However, do not misinterpret my intentions. I am interested in her due to her exceptional cultivation, not for the sake of personal gain. Qin Heng promptly clarified to Jianghu. Oh, is that so? Jianghu replied, waving his feather fan and falling silent. Ultimately, Qin Heng refrained from further elaboration. The real motive behind his intent to bid stemmed from the system's indication of her unknown identity. The very fact that the system displayed unknown at this stage sparked a faint suspicion within him. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to explain. Here at Xiangbao Tower, we do not typically engage in the auction of individuals. However, this young lady has been brought to us by a venerable figure of the Earth immortal realm. Our esteemed experts have verified that she is indeed a peak grandmaster, and we assure you there will be no major forces entangled in this matter. Thus, we are making an exception today. Now let the bidding commence. The starting price is 100 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 50 spirit stones. Let the auction begin. 10 seconds passed. 30 seconds. A full minute elapsed. Yet no one dared to raise their hand. The cultivators on the first floor were too weak to participate, while those from the smaller factions on the second and third floors lacked the resources to compete. As for the martial artists on the fourth and fifth floors, upon hearing the entanglement of this young maiden with a terrestrial deity, they were rendered speechless. Although it was claimed that this terrestrial deity was her adversary, no one could believe that there was no causality involved in such a conflict with a figure of that stature. Consequently, the usually boisterous auction fell into an unexpected silence. It is easy to speak eloquently, yet it is evident that the only reason for auctioning this young maiden is due to the formidable power of the terrestrial deity. Qin Heng felt a tinge of disdain. The Qiangbao Tower was not as remarkable as it was purported to be. 500 spirit stones. Nevertheless, this did not deter Qin Heng from bidding. Observing that no one was willing to speak up, he signaled to Jia Shui beside him to make a bid. Simultaneously, in a mysterious private chamber, Huangfu Qingyu spoke in a frosty tone. Qingling, ascertain who has acquired this item and expel them from Qiangbao Tower. Yes, it was precisely because of this item that the carefully cultivated atmosphere crafted by Ling Mei was abruptly interrupted, nearly leading to a situation of unsold goods. Although Huangfu Qingyu was not particularly fond of managing affairs, the clandestine acceptance of human auctions without her consent was inexcusable. 600 spirit stones. Qin Heng had believed that 500 spirit stones would suffice, yet suddenly, a melodious female voice resonated from a private chamber on the fourth floor. 1,000 spirit stones. Qin Heng remained unfazed. After all, it was an auction. The highest bidder wins. 1,200 spirit stones. 1,500 spirit stones. Thus, under the watchful eyes of all the martial artists present, a bidding war ensued between the two individuals in the private chambers. At that moment, within one of the private chambers on the fourth floor, an elderly man, a young woman clad in a fiery red dress, and a maid dressed in a pale yellow gown were seated. Upon witnessing the maid about to speak, the elderly man could barely contain himself. Miss, we cannot bid any further. Do not forget our purpose. We must not squander too many spirit stones here. This. Very well. The young woman in the red dress, after furrowing her brows in contemplation, refrained from speaking further. However, she continued to fixate her gaze on the private chamber occupied by Qin Heng for quite some time. 1,500 spirit stones, once. 1,500 spirit stones, twice. 1,200 spirit stones, thrice. Sold. Congratulations to the patron of private chamber number 3 on the 5th floor for acquiring this item. Chapter 21. The essence following the performance of the Ice Clear Dance. The atmosphere in Qin Heng's private box, number 3, returned to tranquility. During this time, Qiangbao Tower auctioned numerous treasures of the earth. Yet for those above the realm of human beings, they were largely inconsequential. Now, we present the paisi to our assistants of Qiangbao Tower, the low-grade spirit rice, purple corn spirit seed. As she spoke, Ling Mei brought forth a gray bee skin pouch. However, this time she refrained from any alluring gestures, for beside her, at some unknown moment, stood an elderly man with white hair. The instant he appeared, a faint pressure enveloped the entire Qiangbao Tower. My lord, this individual is a complete sage, yet by harnessing the power of the array here, He is formidable enough to rival an ordinary terrestrial deity, Jianghu remarked, putting away his feather fan and speaking in a calm tone. Indeed, Qin Heng replied nonchalantly. With 3 summoning opportunities still in his possession, he felt no trepidation regarding potential dangers. Were it not for the realization that his strength correlated with the prowess of the summoned individuals, he would undoubtedly possess an even more powerful faction at this moment. My lord, shall we not acquire this spirit rice? Jianghu inquired, bypassing the previous topic. Not at this time, Qin Heng resolutely declined. Given his current strength, the utility of such low-grade spirit rice was minimal. Moreover, the talents he summoned were not only exceptionally powerful, but also unwaveringly loyal. Thus, there was no need to expend excessive effort cultivating local talents. However, Qin Heng's indifference did not deter the other prominent forces present, who eagerly made their bids. 10,000 spirit stones, 20,000 spirit stones, 100,000 spirit stones. On the 6th floor, a middle-aged man clad in a crimson python robe, his face ashen, observed the fervent bidding with barely contained fury. Fools! These transcendent forces consistently present forbidden items to plunder the essence of our dynasty. It is utterly infuriating. The intensity of his anger left the officials accompanying him too terrified to utter a word. After a prolonged silence, one official cautiously ventured, "My lord, shall we participate in the bidding?" "Bid as you wish," the middle-aged man replied wearily, closing his eyes. As a clan uncle of the current emperor, he was acutely aware of the challenges facing the great Qin dynasty. Established in a brief span, the Qin royal family had dispatched numerous clans to rapidly expand their territory. Yet now, as the dynasty sought growth, these clans obstructed progress for their own interests. Otherwise, why would the Qin royal family have reduced the reigning time of an emperor to but a century? It was to afford the emperor more time to cultivate and swiftly accumulate the dynasty's essence. 200,000 spirit stones. 500,000 spirit stones. Hearing the bids nearing 1,000,000 spirit stones below, Qin Heng nearly drooled with desire. At this moment, he longed to confront a few sects and families. They truly had an abundance of wealth. In that moment, Qin spoke in the presence of Jianghu and Dianwei within the private room. Upon hearing these words, Dianwei merely chuckled with a simple-minded grin. However, Jianghu exhibited a contemplative expression. At this juncture, the bidding on the 4th floor had ceased. The remaining participants in the arena consisted solely of factions from the 5th and 6th floors. Meanwhile, in a chamber on the 4th floor, a young girl clad in crimson attire appeared somewhat despondent. Having faced defeat twice in the bidding process, she suddenly began to comprehend the helplessness her father must have felt when confronted by the imperial court. Chapter 22. The sword sank 1,000,000 spirit stones. Suddenly, a hoarse female voice echoed from a private room on the 6th floor. In the face of the formidable intervention from the influential figures above, the Jianghu tower fell into a hushed silence. 1,000,000 going once, 1,000,000 going twice, 1,000,000 going thrice. Sold. At that moment, within the first private chamber on the 6th floor, a woman of exquisite form, adorned with a phoenix mask, reclined languidly upon a grand chair. The staggering bid of 1,000,000 had issued forth from her lips. "Your Highness, are we truly not going to conceal ourselves?" A female general, clad in armor, stood beside her, her tone somewhat rigid. Ongying, you ought to smile more. This palace has no intention of contending for that position. What is there to worry about?" The languid woman shot the armored warrior a disapproving glance. At this moment, she was reluctant to witness the imminent chaos that could befall this realm. Moreover, being in such a position, she did not wish to see the dynasty, which shared her bloodline, fall victim to scheming machinations. Thus, she took action. "Zisu, are you aware of the power dynamics within those private rooms on the 6th floor?" Qin Heng inquired suddenly. Although the auction had concluded, he remained astounded by the identities of the influential bidders. "Your Highness, we can ascertain that information, but may expose our own position. Zisu zetponde apfi maisi. Then forget it. They have not wronged us, and there is no need to confront them at this juncture." With masks donned, Qin Heng led Jianghu and the others to the Jianghu tower for the transfer of auction items. At that moment, Qin Heng truly encountered the chillingly beautiful maiden up close, though still bound by restraints. Xiangbao Tower had released her from the iron cage and provided her with a new outfit. This is not a place for conversation, Qin Heng thought, captivated by her icy demeanor. Yet, she uttered not a word and turned to leave. Wait, young sir. Our esteemed manager at Xiangbao Tower wishes to meet with you to discuss matters. Moreover, she instructed me to inform you that the terrestrial immortal who auctioned this maiden has not departed. Should you require assistance, Xiangbao Tower is at your service. No need. Without granting the maid further opportunity to speak, Qin Heng departed with his company. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Merchants prioritize profit, and thus Qin Heng remained skeptical of their intentions. Within the secret chamber of Xiangbao Tower, Huang Fuqingyu listened to Qin Heng's response, her face betraying no hint of anger. It was evident that in the eyes of the young Qin Wang, they had not made a favorable impression. As the group exited Xiangbao Tower, Qin Heng and his companions did not attempt to conceal themselves. He was curious to witness the prowess of the terrestrial immortal who had auctioned off the enchanting Bingqing. Yet, for safety's sake, system, initiate character summoning. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the legendary swordsman, Gainye. Simultaneously, a brief message appeared before Qin Heng's eyes. Character, Gainye Realm. Late Earth Immortal. 100 steps of flying swords can slay a fully realized Earth Immortal. Upon seeing this, Qin Heng nearly burst into laughter. This system is truly remarkable. With such an entity by his side, Qin Heng could undoubtedly traverse the skies of this Tianyun continent with confidence. Chapter 23. Has the earthly immortal perished? The sword saint, concealed in the void, will strike at the crucial moment. With ample confidence, Qin Heng resolved to eliminate any potential instability around him. Thus he decided not to spare the earthly immortal who had set his sights on Bingqing. Upon boarding the carriage, Qin Heng found himself seated beside Bingqing. Truth be told, her beauty surpassed that of any woman he had ever encountered. Even his mother, the renowned Rong Fei, paled in comparison. With her elegantly arched willow-leaf brows and star-like radiant eyes, coupled with an exquisitely proportioned figure and flawless, luminous skin, adorned with flowing blue hair, she was truly enchanting. Alas, the proximity of their gazes stirred unexpected emotions within Qin Heng. In his previous life, he had been a virgin, but now, in the presence of the stunning Bingqing, it was impossible for him to remain indifferent. Suddenly, the previously silent Bingqing spoke. You are destined to die. What does this mean? Qin Heng pondered, perplexed, when he heard the voice of Gainye nearby. Your Highness, an earthly immortal in the later stage is concealed in the void ahead. Taken aback, Qin Heng recognized this as the danger-sensing ability of the fated child. After casting a deep glance at the now quiet Bingqing, he replied calmly, Gainye, eliminate him. Afterwards, you shall traverse the world under the guise of a guest elder of the Jianghu Merchants Association. Given Gainye's strength, he would likely face minimal danger in the Tianyun continent. Thus, there is no need for him to remain hidden as a bodyguard. Meanwhile, the Jianghu Merchants Association, with its 30,000 members, had hit a bottleneck due to a lack of powerful figures to maintain order. Gainye's emergence would serve as a warning to the forces of the world. In the void ahead of Qin Heng's carriage, the Snow family patriarch, Shui Wui, found himself in a dilemma. His initial intent was to draw out the remnants of the Bing family to provoke their ancient ancestor into action, thereby eradicating the family's lingering threat. However, this plan was thwarted by the unexpected arrival of a prince. Now, in the great capital of the Dayan dynasty, he was filled with frustration. As he hesitated, the space before him suddenly fractured. In a fleeting moment, he discerned the shape of a sword, and the ancient patriarch, who had lived for millennia, was impaled in the void. In the final second before his soul dissipated, a profound terror lingered in his eyes. As the Dayan capital witnessed the demise of this earthly immortal, the fleeting spatial fluctuations that erupted drew the attention of numerous factions. Within mere breaths, several elders gathered around the corpse of Shui Wui. Yet, sensing the overwhelming sword intent in the vicinity, none dared to approach. Ultimately, it was Qin Tian, the patriarch of this imperial dynasty, who stepped forward resigned to address the situation. Day in Qin Tian, I seek to behold your esteemed presence. Although he held the esteemed status of an ancestral figure among the terrestrial deities, he could discern that the now lifeless Shui Wui was indeed a being of the same realm as himself. Thus, his words bore no intent of reproach. With a swish, the air shimmered, and Gainia emerged gracefully. What? So young? At first glance, Gainia, clad in flowing white, appeared as a middle-aged man, startling all the formidable presences gathered there. Your Excellency, Qin Tian interjected, his tone laced with a hint of indignation. The Heavenly Cloud Alliance has established regulations prohibiting actions taken lightly against those above the realm of terrestrial deities. Is what you are doing truly appropriate? And what of it? Gainia retorted, displaying no regard for Qin Tian or the other powerful figures present, his voice brimming with murderous intent. You. Chapter 24. The sky has fallen above the capital of the Great Qin. The once serene sky has transformed into a tumultuous expanse. Massive bolts of lightning begin to brew within the dense clouds. The cause of this upheaval is the confrontation between Qin Tian and Gainia. The earthly immortals have long since integrated their martial arts into their very beings. Thus, any conflict between them results in catastrophic consequences, capable of annihilating entire cities. At this moment, the millions of citizens within the capital are cowering in fear, having sought shelter from the impending chaos. Meanwhile, the formidable warriors, upon discovering the unfolding events, quickly retreat in trepidation. It is no jest. Observing the spectacle of the earthly immortals could prove fatal. However, despite their distance from the scene, discussions about Gainia swiftly permeate the capital and extend to various corners of the Tianyuan continent. Even the previously modestly renowned Jianghu Merchants Association finds itself suddenly regarded as a major force. Enough, Qin Tian. Stand down and let him go without harming the innocent. Suddenly, an ethereal voice resonates within Qin Tian's mind. Upon hearing it, his eyes widen in astonishment. This individual is not known for a gentle temperament. Nevertheless, having made his decision, Qin Tian concedes, "You may depart, but in consideration of the populace, I implore you to refrain from further violence." Noticing his opponent's softened stance, Gainia retracts his murderous intent. Aware of the relationship between his master and the Great Qin, he refrains from engaging in battle. After casting a glance at a certain area within the imperial palace, Gainia departs without hesitation. He is not a resident of the Tianyuan continent, and thus has no obligation to adhere to its treaties. Witnessing Gainia's swift exit, the earthly immortals from noble families present feel a tinge of disappointment. They had hoped to gauge the strength of the Great Qin royal family, but now see no opportunity to do so. On another front, upon receiving news that Gainia has completed his mission and left the capital, Qin Heng remains largely unperturbed. However, Bing Qingwu, having safely arrived at the Qin Wangfu, finds herself increasingly restless. She has sensed a trace of his aura, yet he has yet to make an appearance. Naturally, Qin Heng observes her unease from his position nearby. Could it be that her earlier apprehensions stemmed from her awareness of the earthly immortal's presence? System, what is Bing Qingwu's true identity? Qin Heng can hardly contain his curiosity. Beep. Host permissions insufficient. The system responds rather bluntly. When will I acquire the necessary permissions? Qin Heng inquires further. Beep. Host must surpass the earthly immortal realm. System will upgrade thereafter. Resigned, Qin Heng accepts the situation. Nevertheless, given her current strength, he feels little cause for concern. Thus, he escorts her to the grand hall of the Qin Wangfu, where Bing Qingwu remains fixated on him. Initially, Qin Heng finds joy in her attention, but gradually, it becomes overwhelming. Slap! A resounding slap landed upon the pert figure of the infatuated maiden, and Qin Heng was enveloped by an exquisite sensation unlike any he had previously experienced. Yet, as he observed the increasingly frigid aura emanating from her, he swiftly maneuvered to ice Qingwu's side, lowering his head to whisper softly in her ear, "If you wish to know why, then become my woman." Although this proclamation felt somewhat shameless to Qin Heng, having lived anew, he resolved that since he had set his sights on this girl, she was destined to be his. Consequently, Ice Qingwu found herself unable to escape her fate. Feeling the weight of Qin Heng's actions and hearing his frivolous tone, Ice Qingwu felt as though she might explode with indignation. It is essential to remember that she was the esteemed Empress of Ice, though now in a state of disarray. She was not a mere man devoid of prowess to be trifled with. Chapter 25. A little maid within the chambers of Prince Qin Heng. The ethereal Bing Qingwu glared fiercely at the smirking Qin Heng. She could hardly fathom how this seemingly refined young gentleman would suddenly exhibit such behavior. Now speak. What is your origin? Qin Heng gazed at the coldly beautiful girl with a smile. What are you saying, you lecher? At this moment, Bing Qingwu harbored no fondness for Qin Heng, and her tone mirrored her disdain. Are you certain? Do not forget, you are currently my slave. Should I? Qin Heng's gaze turned perilously sharp. I. Speak. I am the legitimate daughter of the Bing family, one of the 10 great families of the Northern State. Recently, the Shui family of Northern State suddenly targeted my family, seemingly in pursuit of some treasure. However, after annihilating my family, they appeared to have failed to obtain it. They have taken me to see if the elders of my family would come to my rescue, which is why they are auctioning me in Tianyun continent to lure them here. Therefore, you must let me go. Otherwise, they will come after you as well. As she spoke, a rare expression of impending tears graced the typically composed features of Bing Qingwu, truly a beauty on the verge of weeping. Oh, is that so? Qin Heng's gaze remained fixed on the woman before him, his skepticism unwavering. He doubted her words. Not only did the system cast doubt on her identity, but her narrative also bore numerous inconsistencies. Yes, my lord, they have indeed dispatched powerful beings to watch over me. They will likely come for you soon. So please release me. In her 2 lifetimes, although she sensed that Qin Heng lacked any formidable prowess, she could not shake the feeling that he saw through her very soul. Reflecting on it, she realized that no formidable figure claiming to be the king of Qin had emerged in the Tianyun continent in her previous life. Sighing, she shook her head, relinquishing her thoughts of Qin Heng. This life had altered her fate significantly, rendering her past references largely irrelevant. Thus, a profound silence enveloped the room once more. How long until you can break the seal upon you? Suddenly, Qin Heng interjected with an unexpected inquiry. A hint of amusement flickered in the corner of his eye. What? She was astonished that he had discerned such a secret, a technique that even powerful beings should not uncover. At that moment, Bing Qingwu nearly leapt up, exclaiming, "How did you know?" Yet, she ultimately managed to restrain herself. Nevertheless, Qin Heng perceived the fleeting surprise in her gaze. "Very well, let us conclude for today. You shall serve as my maid from now on, attending to my daily needs. However, without my command, you are not permitted to leave the estate." Qin Heng stated nonchalantly. "What? A maid?" Bing Qingwu was on the verge of an explosion upon hearing this news. Little did she know. Do you wish to become my concubine instead? That could be arranged. Qin Heng continued to tease this icy beauty. You. Good. These 2 words were uttered by Bing Qingwu through gritted teeth, and at the moment she spoke them, the temperature in the room dropped considerably. Dogman, just wait. I shall serve as your maid, though I wonder if your life is resilient enough. However, at present, she remained within the grand city of Dan, and this fellow was a prince. Those around should think twice before acting recklessly. Enhancing her strength was paramount. With this thought, Bing Qingwu once again donned her frosty and aloof expression. Good. Seeing the girl relent, a faint smile curved Qin Heng's lips. Although this woman would undoubtedly harbor resentment deep within, in the cloudy sky continent, where strength reigned supreme, and with the backing of the conquest system, Qin Heng was confident that she would not stir up any significant turmoil in his presence. Chapter 26. The Grand Court Assembly the following day. Qin Heng, under the piercing gaze of Bing Qing, finally rose from his slumber after much procrastination. Do not misinterpret, for at this moment, he had yet to win her over. Today marked the first day since Qin Heng attained the age of majority, and thus, for the sake of a more carefree future, he had a significant task at hand, attending court. It is somewhat disheartening to note that any prince of the Great Qin can freely attend court upon ascending the throne. Yet Qin Heng had never done so. Consequently, his influence within the Great Qin court could hardly be described as shallow. Rather, it was entirely non-existent. However, perhaps this very fact allowed him to remain undisturbed in the capital for the past 2 years. Therefore, today, Qin Heng's sole purpose for attending court was to request his official title. Meanwhile, ever since the celestial battle in the capital, the Great Qin metropolis had been placed under strict martial law. The young scions of noble families were rendered utterly bewildered by this turn of events. Each day, they were either confined to their homes for study or compelled to practice martial arts. The powerful families were not oblivious to the nature of their offspring. They were well aware of their character. With the recent turmoil fresh in memory, the royal family, sects, and feudal lords had all converged upon the capital, unwilling to allow these wayward youths to stir trouble at such a critical juncture. Furthermore, a significant event loomed on the horizon. The daughter of the Prince of the West was to arrive in the capital, heralding the commencement of another round of political maneuvering in the court. In the year 108, 451 of the Tianyin calendar, on the morning of September 20th, during the 29th year of Emperor Qin of the Great Qin, as the first rays of sunlight illuminated the imperial palace, nearly 1,000 civil and military officials stood within the Great Qin court. Unlike any other day, an additional figure graced the assembly alongside the previous 8 princes. This unexpected presence sparked a flurry of whispered speculation among the officials. Who could this be? Is it yet another prince being conferred a title? But why has there been no announcement? A 5th-rank civil official inquired of a colleague nearby. What are you contemplating? The conferment of a title is a matter of great import. How could the court not publicize such news? The other retorted. It is likely another member of the royal family, perhaps the Qin prince, he conjectured quietly. However, scarcely had the words left his mouth when a light chuckle reached his ears. Sir Gao, I fear you may be growing senile. Look closely. That is the robe of the 4-clawed, golden-patterned python, only worn by the direct descendants of the current emperor. Are you not aware? Li Mingju, the official, caught off guard, felt his face flush crimson with embarrassment. Within the court hall, he dared not retaliate and was left with no choice but to glare at the Li official. As for the others, while they did not engage in such overt exchanges, the murmurs of curiosity persisted unabated. Indeed, some were taken aback at first, yet chose to remain silent thereafter. At that moment, the Crown Prince Qin Yin unexpectedly shifted closer to Qin Heng, as if he had something to convey. However, just as he was about to speak, the emperor arrived, heralded by the announcement of the Grand Eunuch Hong. The instant his words echoed through the hall, the officials fell silent, accompanied by a flash of golden light. The imposing figure of Emperor Qin gradually materialized upon the highest dragon throne. He casually surveyed the assembled ministers, and upon noticing Qin Heng, he paused momentarily, but chose not to elaborate further. With a fleeting glance at the Grand Eunuch beside him, the latter's sharp voice resonated. The court shall convene. In the next moment, the Right Chancellor Su Lin was the first to rise. Your Majesty, urgent news from the northern frontier. There has been a rebellion among the sea demons of the North Sea. The King of the North requests the mobilization of another 1,000,000 troops to combat the demons. Denied. The northern border is already fortified with 500,000 troops. There is no need for additional forces. We must simply hold our position at the northern pass. Without a moment's hesitation, Emperor Qin rejected the king's plea. The other officials, understanding the gravity of the situation, remained silent. They were not foolish. If the northern region were truly in such peril, why would the king not directly request aid? After the Right Chancellor stepped down, another official promptly approached. Your Majesty, for the next half hour, the ministers articulated the pressing issues facing this vast empire. Qin Heng, however, remained unperturbed, quietly standing to the side. As the half-hour drew to a close and the discussions began to wane, he prepared to voice his own request. Yet, before he could do so, Emperor Qin spoke with a smile. Very well, let us conclude today as audience. Next, let our valiant general, Princess Qian Mingxue, step forward to receive her title. At this announcement, the assembly fell into a state of bewilderment. Had she already arrived at the capital? Announce. Princess Qian Mingxue enters the palace to receive her title. As the proclamation echoed through the hall, a striking figure clad in fiery red armor, exuding an air of formidable confidence, strode forward with commanding presence. Upon seeing this figure, Qin Heng's eyes widened in astonishment. It was her. Chapter 27. An unexpected fiancé. The lady in question was none other than the striking figure in crimson that Qin Heng had glimpsed at the entrance of Qiangbao Tower that fateful day. Upon her arrival, Qian Mingxue had made her way to the Grand Hall. The Emperor, Qin Long, immediately erupted into a hearty laughter. Mingxue, you have triumphed over that old rascal Gongsun Long. You have worked hard. He continued with a fatherly warmth. Your father, Qian Zhan, has indeed trained his daughter well. Speak. What reward do you desire? Your uncle will grant it to you. Though the emperor's tone was cordial, Qin Mingxue was no fool. After hearing his words, she promptly bowed deeply and then slowly began to speak. Your Majesty, I have reached the age of 18 this year, yet I have encountered few worthy young men. However, upon returning to the capital, I have heard of the fifth prince's humility and grace, as well as his handsome visage. Therefore, I humbly request your Majesty to bestow upon me the honor of marrying the fifth prince, Qin Heng, in light of my military accomplishments. With that, she bowed again. Silence. A deathly silence enveloped the hall. At that moment, both Qin Heng and the assembled ministers were utterly stunned by the audacity of the young lady's request. A woman proposing for herself? The emperor also experienced a fleeting moment of astonishment, but the next second he burst into laughter. What nonsense are you speaking, my girl? With your beauty and noble lineage, to have my fifth son as your husband would be his great fortune. How could you equate it to military merit? Here's what we shall do. I shall appoint you as general of the northern defense. Conveniently, Hunger's fief lies in Liaozhou, Jinchuan Prefecture, so you shall lead your 300,000 Mingwang army to garrison there. Moreover, I hear the Northern Sea is beset by unrest from the demon clan. You shall be responsible for its defense in Liaozhou. Additionally, I grant you the title of princess consort to Prince Qin, and we shall set the wedding date for 1 month hence. The emperor delivered this proclamation swiftly amidst the bewilderment of the court, without soliciting any opinion from Qin Heng. The principal party involved, royalty, knows no familial affection. With matters now settled, Qin Heng had no choice but to acquiesce. As for his willingness, it was undoubtedly affirmative. Qian Mingxue was indeed a paragon of beauty and grace, rivaling even the likes of Bing Qingwu, and dressed in her resplendent crimson armor, her allure was further enhanced. Seeing the decision made, Qin Heng stepped forth amid the complex gazes of his brothers and respectfully requested, Father, I ask to be dispatched to my fief at once, to safeguard the people there. As for the wedding date, might it be set after my arrival at the fief? Preposterous. Matters of marriage are not trifles. How can you treat them lightly? The father and mother of Mingxue are currently stationed in the Western Front. This union must be overseen by your mother and me. You shall proceed to your fief first, and only after the marriage is concluded shall you be wed. The emperor decisively concluded, Yes, I shall abide by your wishes. In that moment, Qin Long's position in Qin Heng's heart was clear. He possessed paternal affection, yet it was not abundant. An hour later, the court meeting concluded. At this moment, the officials, somewhat dazed by the bombardment from Emperor Yin and Qian Mingxue, exited the Grand Hall in unison. However, Qin Heng was requested by Emperor Yin to take his fiancée, Qian Mingxue, for a leisurely exploration of the capital. Qin Heng held no objections to this. Having a fiancée, he was indeed a blessing, and nurturing their bond seemed a commendable pursuit. As for the complex expressions of his so-called brothers, Qin Heng had long since chosen to overlook them, having directly indulged in the cake they had coveted for quite some time, leaving no room for their grievances. Chapter 28. The Grand Wedding, Part 1. Upon exiting the imperial palace, the two of them tacitly decided to stroll towards the city of Chengdu. Pray tell, Ming Wang, what made you choose me? Qin Heng inquired directly. Perhaps it is your handsome visage, Qian Mingxue replied with a smile. Qin Heng's expression darkened. Be honest with me. He insisted. Well, I, the Princess of the West, wish to refrain from participating in the royal succession struggle, and I aspire to lead troops. As soon as these words left her lips, a serious demeanor graced Qian Mingxue's face. Is there no other motive? Qin Heng regarded the enchanting lady beside him with a half-smile. None. Qian Mingxue met his gaze steadfastly as she spoke. Do not be so tense. We are already husband and wife, after all. There is no need for such seriousness, Qin Heng said, a hint of indulgent amusement gracing his features. Naturally, he did not wholly believe her words, but considering their brief acquaintance, he chose not to press further. Moreover, in this game of intrigue, while others operated on the surface, Qin Heng resided in the upper echelons of the atmosphere. Thus, the two, each harboring their own secrets, wandered about like a pair of perfect couple for quite some time. Eventually, Qin Heng escorted Qian Mingxue back to the Town West Palace before returning to the Qin Wangfu. It is important to note that this refers specifically to the Town West Palace in Chengdu. In the days that followed, Qin Heng found himself ensnared in a state of indolence. During this period, Qian Mingxue visited the Qin Wangfu several times, and Qin Heng introduced her to several individuals within the palace, acknowledging her as the future mistress. In this lifetime, Qin Heng had chosen a path of imperial authority and dominance. Given that they would likely share their lives for a considerable time, there seemed little reason to conceal matters from his spouse. However, regarding the capabilities of those around them, Qin Heng remained reticent, as those revelations would undoubtedly astound her. With the wedding date fast approaching, Qian Mingxue was summoned by Qin Heng's mother, Lady Lu Rong, to her chambers, ostensibly to impart the customs and rituals associated with their impending nuptials. Seeing that Qian Mingxue did not object, Qin Heng acquiesced. On the 17th day of the 10th month in the 29th year of the Yin Emperor's reign, with only 3 days remaining until his wedding, the city of Chengdu was already buzzing with excitement. The streets and the palace were adorned with vibrant decorations, and the route from the Town West Palace to the Qin Wangfu was enveloped in a splendid array of crimson finery. Moreover, the imperial guards, known as the Yulin Forbidden Army, had already dispersed throughout Chengdu to maintain order. The scale of Qin Heng's wedding preparations rivaled, if not surpassed, those of the first prince's nuptials. From this day forth, Qin Heng was pulled into rehearsals for the wedding by officials from the Ministry of Rites. Dear Sir Li, must we proceed with such meticulousness? I am merely a prince. Does this arrangement not seem excessively elaborate? Qin Heng remarked, observing the official who was instructing him on whether to step with his left foot or right. This is far too detailed, he lamented. This simply will not do. Your wedding, Your Majesty, has been commanded to be a national celebration. At that time, it is anticipated that all powerful factions will attend, and should any mishap occur, I would surely lose my head. As he uttered these words, Li Junming was on the verge of tears. On one side lay his own life, and on the other, the fifth prince. What could he possibly do? Very well, then please expedite the preparations. Qin Heng resigned himself to fate. Thus, after 3 days of incessant busyness, Qin Heng finally arrived at the day of his grand wedding. Chapter 29, The Grand Wedding, Part 2. On the morning of October 20th, as dawn broke, Qin Heng was hastily preparing himself under the urging of the officials from the Ministry of Rites. Just as he stepped outside, a thought struck him, and he abruptly instructed Dian Wei, Erlai, summon Master Jia to come here at once. Yes. Half a tea time later, Jiasu arrived in a flurry, completely devoid of his usual calm demeanor. Today, let us also summon some members of the Imperial Guards and the female disciples from the illusory Sound Pavilion. I do not wish for any unforeseen events to mar my grand wedding. Qin Heng replied with a serene demeanor. Rest assured, Your Highness. The vermilion bird has already entered the residence, and both Jianwei and General Elbu will refrain from drinking for the next few days. Jiasu responded with a smile. Excellent. Jiasu's reputation for caution is well known among the numerous strategists of the 3 kingdoms. He alone has managed to enjoy a peaceful retirement while safeguarding his descendants. Had it not been for his early relocation of Li Si and Chen Gong to their fiefs, this old fellow might well have settled into retirement without a care. This meticulousness is precisely why Qin Heng sought to avoid any complications. He intended to fully immerse himself in the festivities of his wedding and wished to avoid any mistakes. Unlike the common folk, Qin Heng's bridal procession was extravagantly opulent. At the forefront, 500 towering golden armored guards led the way, followed by 16 dragon-blooded steeds pulling the carriage. In the heart of the procession, nearly 1,000 dancers sang and danced, all arranged by the heavenly saintess, allowing their lord, Qin Heng, to simply relish the moment. Naturally, the dowry was substantial as well. Besides the 500 carts of treasures bestowed upon him by the crown prince for reasons unknown, Qin Heng's Jianghu Merchants Guild also presented over 1,000 carts filled with various precious items. At this moment, the procession stretched for 10 miles along the broad streets of the divine capital, drawing the attention of nearly all onlookers. It was in this instant that many factions truly witnessed the wealth possessed by King Qin. Moreover, after donning his finery, Qin Heng, perched upon his dragon spirit steed, appeared exceptionally handsome, garnering the admiration of numerous noble daughters. Alas, their affections were futile, as they were already betrothed, and he too was committed. At this time, atop the towering Qiangbao building, dressed in white, Huangfu Qingyu quietly observed the unfolding scene from a distance. After a while, a soft voice unexpectedly broke the silence. "Qingling, go deliver a substantial gift to our dear King Qin." However, half a day passed without any response from Huangfu Qingyu. Just as she turned her head, she noticed a pair of sparkling eyes gazing intently at her. Upon recognizing the visitor, Huangfu Qingyu immediately tapped the girl's head. "You silly girl, you nearly etched gossip on your forehead. Hurry up. Miss, I'm also doing this for your sake." Fine, fine, I shall go," the girl replied, finally departing. Left alone, Huangfu Qingyu fell into a daze. In the divine capital, to the residence of the Grand Princess, "Go and send a grand gift to my dear nephew." A woman of exquisite figure commanded softly, distinct from the youthful aura exuded by Huangfu Qingyu and Qian Mingxue. She radiated an alluring charm that spoke of ripeness. "Yes, my lady." A shadow flitted past, restoring a semblance of tranquility to the palace. "Oh, my royal brother, if you wish for me to temper your sons, do not blame me, their aunt, for being ruthless." Simultaneously, various factions, from the depths of the mysterious sea forest, the vast expanse of Julie, to the cloud-coming peak of the Evergreen Alliance, sent forth a plethora of congratulatory gifts. Although merely a political marriage, the significance of the Northwest King's manor and the influence of the great Qin Dynasty drew nearly every notable power to partake, rendering this wedding unprecedented in its grandeur. Chapter 30, The Grand Wedding, Part 3. As martial artists, the wedding procession moved with commendable speed. Within half an hour, Qin Heng arrived at the residence of the Prince of West Town. Although the princess was absent, his mother was present. Upon entering the gates, Qin Heng naturally made his way to Qian Mingxue's chamber. At that moment, Qian Mingxue, the young lady, was quietly seated on her grand bed, holding hands with Qin Heng's mother. Though her appearance was obscured, the sight of her resplendent golden-red wedding attire revealed a perfect and exquisite silhouette. As a prince, Qin Heng was not one to allow any disruptions during the wedding. Thus, under the careful instructions of his mother, he hastily took his bride and departed. Once they stepped outside, Qin Heng found himself momentarily dazed. He had anticipated that the retinue would diminish upon their return, yet to his surprise, he discovered that an additional 3,000 soldiers clad in vibrant crimson had appeared on the street. Husband, this is my dowry, the 3,000 Blood Phoenix Guards. It is a gift from my father." What could Qin Heng possibly say? After a brief pause, he managed to utter, "Our father is truly generous." There was no denying the truth. 3,000 Blood Phoenix Guards were a formidable force, rivaling even the golden armored guards of the divine capital. In contrast, Qin Heng's own father had only provided a mere 500 soldiers for the wedding procession, highlighting the disparity. As anticipated, the journey back garnered even more attention. After all, marrying a princess and receiving such a lavish dowry was indeed a remarkable feat, embodying both wealth and beauty. After a day filled with activity and after bidding farewell to his father's ethereal manifestation, Qin Heng finally arrived at his own chamber. However, midway there, he was astonished to encounter Bing Qingwu, who had been avoiding him for a month. She was gazing at him with a complex expression, as if searching for something within him. "Why is this happening?" Bing Qingwu murmured softly. What? Qin Heng inquired directly. In response, Bing Qingwu, devoid of any semblance of a maid's demeanor, turned and retreated to her own courtyard. Crazy, Qin Heng muttered under his breath as he entered his own room. Meanwhile, he remained unaware that his marriage had nearly caused Bing Qingwu's mind to overheat. Upon learning that Qin Heng's bride was the daughter of the prince of West Town, Qian Mingxue, she was taken aback, for she distinctly recalled that in her previous life, Qian Mingxue had remained unmarried. The reason was clear. Qian Mingxue was a figure of immense renown, destined to become the supreme commander of the great Qin Empire, poised to ascend the throne immediately following the empress's departure. Now, however, Qin Heng claimed to have wed this legendary warrior, leaving her in astonishment. Never mind, I should focus on enhancing my strength. I can't shake the feeling that Qin Heng harbors a significant secret. Since her rebirth, Bing Qingwu found herself once again yearning for power. After dismissing the bothersome Yunwu, Qin Heng approached Qian Mingxue's side. My lady, come and partake in some refreshments. With that, he removed her veil. During the day, with an abundance of guests, Qin Heng adhered to decorum. However, as night fell, he felt no reservations. After all, the Qinhuang mansion was under his command. Well, nearly all of it, including the likes of Binkingwu. Even though Qin Heng was aware of Qian Mingxue's extraordinary beauty, the moment he unveiled her, his gaze involuntarily lingered in awe. Chapter 31. The wedding night adorned with a phoenix crown and draped in a flowing cloak. Her eyes, reminiscent of autumn's depth, graced a delicate, oval face that bore only a gentle smile. This smile, embodying the elegance of a refined lady, radiated a comfort that was both inviting and devoid of excessive shyness. Unconsciously, Qin Heng found himself stealing glances at her. My lady, the etiquette of the palace has not been in vain this past month. Qin Heng teased with a smile. Who do you think I'm doing this for? Rising gracefully, Qian Mingxue playfully nudged Qin Heng with her foot. Their natural rapport piqued Qin Heng's curiosity, considering they had known each other for less than 2 months. Yet, he felt a profound sense of ease in their interaction. My lady, please, if there is something you wish to discuss, do so. Qin Heng spoke calmly. Can you promise me a few things? Qian Mingxue stated directly. First, I would like to consummate our marriage after we have spent some time together. Second, I wish to continue leading the 3,000 Blood Phoenix Guards and the 300,000 Ming Phoenix Legion in battle on the Liao continent. Third, I desire to have a portion of my own power, but I assure you, it will solely be for our children. After expressing her desires, Qian Mingxue looked up at Qin Heng. I cannot agree to your first request, but I will honor the rest, Qin Heng replied without a moment's hesitation. What? Qian Mingxue's eyes widened in surprise. However, at that moment, Qin Heng, unperturbed, swept her into his arms and strode toward the grand bed. Just then, a series of loud thuds and cries pierced the air. In an instant, Qin Heng's expression darkened, while Qian Mingxue, regaining her senses, began to squirm in his embrace. Let me down. I need to see what is happening. With a swift motion, Qin Heng playfully smacked her soft rear, which caused her to quiet down. Of course, resisting was futile. She quickly realized that escaping from Qin Heng's grasp was impossible. Her husband possessed formidable abilities, undoubtedly far beyond her own. At that moment, Qin Heng's cold voice resonated. Take them prisoner. After the interrogation, feed them to the beasts. For the first time, Qin Heng was truly enraged. Accompanied by a flash of crimson light, the courtyard fell silent once more in mere moments. Are you not going to check? Qian Mingxue asked, a hint of concern in her voice. The only reply she received was a sharp pang to her backside and the familiar softness of the bed beneath her. Before Qian Mingxue could rise, Qin Heng's lips found hers. On the night of their first marriage, with such a stunning beauty by his side, Qin Heng felt a rush of heat coursing through him. With the sound of fabric tearing, the girl's startled gasps grew sporadic. Qin Heng, you don't... In the midst of a night filled with the dance of fish and dragons, Qin Heng finally grasped the exquisite beauty of the moment. The sense of alienation he had felt during his 2 years here was completely released today. Qian Mingxue truly is a legendary female general. Her physical prowess is beyond compare. However, The intricate maneuvers that Qin Heng had learned from his past life were thoroughly tested yesterday. The outcome was that, by the break of dawn, Qian Mingxue was unable to rise from her bed. Chapter 32. The adult gift package of the dog system at the break of dawn the following day. Qin Heng, still in a state of drowsiness, inadvertently smeared a soft substance, unable to resist its jelly-like texture. As he rolled over carelessly, a faint aroma of milk wafted into his nostrils. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a sight of pristine white. "Have you seen enough?" A voice, somewhat chilly, resonated. "Hee, not at all. Qin Heng, you are quite honest. You, hurry and get up, we need to tidy up." Noticing this somewhat childish side of Qin Heng, Qian Mingxue felt a pang of headache. Half an hour later, with Qin Heng's assistance, Qian Mingxue finally managed to don her attire, and the two stepped outside together. As soon as they emerged, Qin Heng noticed Zhu Ke standing at the entrance. "Have you clarified the situation?" Qin Heng inquired nonchalantly. "I have clarified." Just as Qin Heng was about to ask further, he observed Zhu Ke wearing a troubled expression while gazing at Princess Qian Mingxue. "Speak freely." "It's nothing," Qin Heng commanded. "I have discovered, Your Highness, that the team dispatched is from the northern state, the Shui, Mu, and Ouyang families, and their objective." "All right, I understand. You need not concern yourself with this matter for now," Qin Heng directly instructed. Standing nearby, Qian Mingxue was taken aback. Qin Heng just mentioned the northern state rather than the northern frontier. It seems this seemingly younger husband of mine is not as simple as he appears. However, if he desires this position, why did he agree to my second and third requests yesterday? At this moment, Qian Mingxue found herself perplexed by the 2-year younger man before her. If Qin Heng were to discern her current thoughts, he would merely respond with 3 words: "Not interested." Indeed, he found her forces somewhat lacking. While her troops might be considered elite within the Dynasty, they paled in comparison to the might Qin Heng could summon. Disregarding the disparity in aptitude, merely in terms of loyalty, Qin Heng had reservations about them. In the Jianghu continent, armies are classified into 4 tiers: ordinary troops, military spirit troops, Dao soldiers, and finally, royal soldiers. This classification primarily adheres to the standards set by hegemonic dynasties, with Qian Mingxue's Mingwang army qualifying as military spirit troops, while the 3,000 Shuohuang guards barely reached the level of Dao soldiers. In contrast, Qin Heng's Tiger Guards epitomized the pinnacle of Dao soldiers. After sharing breakfast with Princess Qian Mingxue, Qin Heng retreated to his chamber. The previous night, amidst a fierce battle, a notification from the system had chimed in. However, at that moment, as he had just entered the fray, he had not paid it any heed. Now, he finally turned his attention to the system's message. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming a man. As a special reward, the host receives 1 opportunity to draw a skill, 1 faction summoning card, and 1 character bond card, limited to characters summoned by the host." Wow, new items have arrived. The bond card, if utilized properly, is nearly equivalent to half a faction summoning card. Thus, at this moment, Qin Heng could only utter a single phrase to the dog system. Rewards are commendable, yet one should speak with greater consideration next time. To claim one has become a man, what manner of speech is that? Qin Heng has lived 2 lifetimes. In neither has he ever faltered from the essence of a true gentleman. The system, reflecting upon the events of the morning, Qin Heng's gaze inevitably turned towards his faction summoning card. There are still 2 uses remaining. In light of this system, I shall utilize 1 faction summoning card. Let the summoning commence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Chapter 33. Layout of the Northern State. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a faction, the Tang sect. Upon witnessing this faction, Qin Heng was momentarily taken aback, for the Tang sect had featured prominently in the myriad of films and novels he had encountered in his previous life. Moreover, the strength of this faction exhibited a considerable range, leaving Qin Heng feeling somewhat uncertain about its implications. System: display the character introduction of the Tang sect. Ding! Faction: Tang sect master, Tang Lianyu, early stage of earthly immortal. Members: Sect Master Tang Lian, great perfection of entry into Sage, 3,000 disciples of the Tang sect, Grandmaster to early stage of entry into Sage. Upon reading this, Qin Heng nearly leapt with joy. He had not anticipated that the Tang sect he summoned would indeed be the one from this world. Considering the martial prowess of that world, Qin Heng felt a surge of excitement. The Tang sect was not primarily known for its martial strength. Rather, it excelled in the use of concealed weapons and poison crafting. The 10 great families of northern state. Initially, Qin Heng had no intention of intervening in the affairs of the surrounding regions so soon, especially since he had yet to fully comprehend the dynamics of the Qin dynasty he was currently a part of. However, given their reckless pursuit of destruction, and with the Tang sect now at his disposal, Qin Heng felt no obligation to hold back. You annihilated the Bing family. Thus, I shall introduce a Tang family, transformed by the Tang sect, into your midst. May you find joy in your endeavors. Qin Heng mused, a smirk forming on his lips, fully aware that this was also an early strategic maneuver for Northern State. After all, his reputation was still quite modest, and establishing a faction at this time would serve to conceal his true intentions. This time, Qin Heng did not summon Tang Liansheng and others directly. Instead, he called them to the outskirts of the Qin imperial capital and conveyed his plans through the Jianghu, ensuring that Tang Liansheng was informed of his arrangements. With the growing number of forces under his command, Qin Heng no longer felt the need to personally oversee every detail, which added to his air of mystery. Meanwhile, having just summoned the Tang sect, Qin Heng was in high spirits. However, his elation was swiftly extinguished by an unwelcome development. By the decree of heaven, the emperor proclaims, the fifth son possesses exceptional abilities and has now wed. He is ordered to bring along the princess Qian Mingxue and his numerous generals to Liao State for his appointment 3 days hence, with imperial grace. As Eunuch Hong recited the decree word by word, Qin Heng eagerly accepted the edict and instructed Jia Su to convey his sentiments. Yet, upon turning away, he regarded the edict with an expression of calm contemplation. "Oh, my dear father, could you not have waited a moment?" Qin Heng murmured softly. Upon hearing this, Jia Su, who had just entered, quickly approached Qin Heng and said, "Your Highness, enough, when he? I am not a child. It is merely a transaction of interests. What vexes me is that old fellow, who clearly seeks to use me to counterbalance that old tyrant of the Northern King, yet is so miserly as to not even allocate a single soldier to me. Should I not be justifiably irate?" Hearing this, Jia Su, who had initially intended to offer comfort to Qin Heng, couldn't help but chuckle. "Your Highness, the 30,000 Ming Huang troops commanded by the princess are not the army bestowed upon you by His Majesty. Furthermore, I surmise that His Majesty is somewhat displeased with your formation of the 3,000 elite Daoist soldiers, the Qin Wang Hui, and intends to impart a lesson upon you." Jia Su remarked with a smile, yet a hint of veiled disdain flickered in his eyes. Chapter 34. Ambition to speak candidly. Jia Su acknowledged the ambitions of Emperor Yin. Since his ascension to the throne, the emperor has been diligently preparing for expansion. However, when he employed strategies of balance against his own son, Jia Su could not help but regard him with a measure of disdain. At that moment, Qin Heng also recalibrated his thoughts. Truthfully, since the emperor decreed that Qian Mingxue lead the 300 Mingwang Legion to garrison in Liaozhou, he understood the underlying motive. The emperor intended to utilize him to incite discord between the two princes of the west and north. It is noteworthy that Liaozhou is situated right next to the territory of the northern prince in Hanzhou. By placing Qin Heng and Qian Mingxue here, the emperor was unmistakably signaling his dissatisfaction with the northern prince. Yet, what left Qin Heng speechless was the fact that neither he, nor Qian Mingxue, nor even the prince of the west could voice any opposition to this arrangement. After all, the emperor's maneuver was nothing short of an overt strategy. This also explained why his rather ungrateful father-in-law and the prince of the west did not attend his wedding. The 4 border princes, united by shared lineage, were reluctant to sever ties openly. Turning around, Qin Heng naturally invited Jia Su into his courtyard to discuss the forthcoming appointments. As for Princess Qian Mingxue, she had set off early in the morning to return to her Mingwang Legion. On the other side, Grand Eunuch Hong was respectfully presenting 10,000 taels of gold notes to Emperor Yin, meticulously recounting Qin Heng's expressions and actions. Your Majesty, the fifth prince displayed such demeanor. After half an hour, Grand Eunuch Hong finally concluded. All right, there is no need for such detailed accounts. Keep that money for yourself. As a little retirement gift, the emperor remarked calmly. Yes, this servant thanks your Majesty for the generous gift, he replied, preparing to kneel, but the emperor interrupted him. Enough. You old dog. At your age, why must you kneel so often? Just go. Yes. Upon hearing this, Grand Eunuch Hong obediently retreated. Meanwhile, Emperor Yin approached the window of the Wuda Hall and murmured softly, Do not blame your father. As a royal scion, regardless of whether you truly wish to be a carefree noble, you must establish your own worth. Among the many princes, only you and the eldest are granted marriages into powerful clans by me. In order to balance the various factions in court, you, too, must counterbalance the local powers of our great dynasty. Moreover, the 5 major dynasties in Jianghu are rather excessive. As evening fell, Qin Heng finally awaited the return of his valiant bride. After they had dined, he promptly drew her into their chamber. At this moment, the seasoned warrior princess blushed, her face adorned with crimson hues. She stammered, Husband, is it not too early for this? What? Qin Heng, who had been leading the way, suddenly halted, momentarily stunned by his wife's remark. However, he soon caught sight of her flustered demeanor. The princess, I wish to discuss matters concerning the title with you. Perhaps you're a tad too hasty. Qin Heng jested with a smile. What is there to discuss regarding the title? The prince shall make the decision. After saying this, Qian Mingxue indignantly turned her head away. My princess, it is indeed necessary to deliberate. I am but a solitary prince now, with only your mighty army under my command. As you know, I have always been frugal. Therefore, I wish to confer with you on how to petition my father for additional supplies. What do you think? With that, he winked at Qian Mingxue. You truly are a devoted son, Qian Mingxue replied with a laugh. Yet, before her laughter could fully dissipate, she felt herself enveloped in a warm embrace. In the next moment, she found herself tossed onto the bed. The culprit, meanwhile, was already lunging forward, calling out, Schwer, for whom do you think I'm doing this? You ungrateful little one. Just wait and see how I deal with you. With that, the bedroom of the prince's residence echoed with a series of indescribable sounds. No. Chapter 35. The enfeoffment. 3 days had swiftly passed, and in the grand capital of the Yin, while the opulent wedding of Prince Qin Heng was still the subject of much discussion, news suddenly broke that the fifth prince, Qin Heng, was to depart for his fief today. This announcement caused quite a stir among the martial world, the common folk, officials, and princes alike. Was it not just recently that this favored prince was bestowed with an unprecedentedly lavish wedding by His Majesty? Why, then, was he being dispatched to his fief so soon? In stark contrast to the flourishing capital of the Yin, the other provinces and counties were perceived as desolate backwaters, rendering the notion of enfeoffment akin to banishment in their eyes. Thus, the inhabitants of the Yin found themselves perplexed. The Yin Empire was divided into 13 provinces, 172 prefectures, 642 counties, and 634 townships, while the number of county-level units was ever-changing. Even the Yin court had only recorded the county count from a decade prior. The reason for this volatility lay in the incessant power struggles. The vast expanse of the Yin Empire meant that nearly every prefecture was comparable in size to a region of the former Blue Star, and this did not even account for the larger prefectures. Consequently, aside from a select few top-tier experts, most individuals relied on the large-scale teleportation arrays between provinces for travel, which only facilitated movement between major cities. For other locales, one's personal abilities were paramount. It was said, therefore, that Qin Heng's exile was a result of this very circumstance. Perhaps the most jubilant individuals regarding this turn of events were Qin Heng's close companions. Bright and early, before Qin Heng had even risen, his friends arrived to bid him farewell. At the entrance of the Qin Wangfu, he found himself cornered by his elder brothers. The first prince, Qin Yun, the second prince, Qin Wu, the third prince, Qin Shuang, the fourth prince, Qin Yu, and several younger siblings. Fifth brother, why the haste to leave the capital? We were hoping to gather and celebrate after your wedding, they exclaimed. Indeed, fifth brother, echoed the chorus of voices. A flurry of activity ensued, akin to a swarm of sparrows, and Qin Heng, weary of their clumsy theatrics, promptly bid them farewell. Citing the long journey ahead, as he climbed into the carriage, he signaled to Jianghu to set up a small array, which alleviated some of the heaviness in his head. Why do you appear so glum when your brothers have come to see you off? Teased Qian Mingxue, his wife, who had joined him in the carriage alongside the ever-enthusiastic Ice Qingwu. Although their union was a political arrangement, an inexplicable harmony existed between them, allowing them to interact as a typical couple, fostering a sense of belonging for Qin Heng in this unfamiliar world. Thus, they often exchanged light-hearted banter. My dear brother, my companions do not share such sentiments. They must be overjoyed at the thought of their king departing. Qin Heng replied with a light chuckle. The prince, it seems, has truly relinquished his aspirations. One must understand that without a presence in the court, he will have no opportunity to cultivate his own influence. In a few years, the ministers may very well forget that there was ever a fifth prince. Qian Mingxue gazed at this man, who brought her immense comfort, with a complex expression. It matters not. I do not covet that position, nor do I wish to expend effort to curry favor with those old geezers. Having you by my side suffices. Upon uttering these words, he reached out to gently caress Qian Mingxue's hair. At that moment, even the battle-hardened female general felt a flush of embarrassment, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Hey, little girl, trying to test me? Now is not the time. Qin Heng chuckled with satisfaction. Meanwhile, in the carriage, Bing Qingwu, having been abruptly fed a mouthful of dog food, could not help but roll her eyes. Not seeking power, yet you have so many exceptionally talented warriors at your command? Spare me the deception. Chapter 36 Cooperation in her past life. Although Bing Qingwu's strength as an Emperor Realm expert may not be formidable now, her perceptive abilities surpassed many. During her stay at the royal mansion, she was astonished to discover that the formidable individuals residing there were all under a century old, with quite a few merely in their 30s and 40s. It is worth noting that for an ordinary person, achieving extraordinary prowess before the age of 30 is already a remarkable feat yet within the Qin royal mansion. Even those in the Saint realm were around 30 years of age. She could hardly fathom why this individual remained inconspicuous in her past life. Ignoring Bing Qingwu's musings, Qin Heng's carriage departed from the grand capital of the Dayan Empire, escorted by 3,000 Blood Phoenix troops and 3,000 Tiger Guards. As they exited the city, Qin Heng instinctively cast a backward glance at the majestic city before retracting his gaze. Next time, I shall return as the master, Qin Heng silently contemplated. The carriage journeyed northward, heading towards the Ming Phoenix army that had set out several days prior. The Dayan Empire comprises 13 provinces, 2 in the northern frontier, Liao Province and Han Province, 2 in the western frontier, Shuo Province and Liang Province, 2 in the eastern frontier, Yin Province and Hai Province, and 4 in the southern frontier, Qing Province, Ling Province, Yin Province, and Ping Province, alongside the imperial provinces of Yin Province, Shin Province, and Jian Province. Notably, Han Province borders the North Undersea, Liang Province adjoins the Qin Empire, Hai Province meets the Endless Sea, and Ping Province is flanked by the 10,000 Great Mountains. Qin Heng's journey necessitated exiting the capital, entering Shun Province, and traversing Jian Province before reaching Liao Province. It is important to mention that the capital city, as the imperial city of Dayan, does not serve as a provincial city of Shun Province. Therefore, to utilize the inter-province teleportation array, Qin Heng must depart from here to reach the provincial city of Tianjing in Shun Province. The complexity arises from the fact that the teleportation array within the capital can only be activated during wartime, compelling Qin Heng to opt for Tianjing. Naturally, the Ming Phoenix army, led by Qian Mingxue, was also heading in that direction. After traveling 100 miles out of the city, Qin Heng grew weary of the scenery and rested his head on Qian Mingxue's lap. The fragrance was delightful, and the texture was smooth and delicate. Perhaps this is what they refer to in past lives as drunkenly resting upon a beauty's knee. As for why he did not allow Bing Qinwu, the maid, to take this position, it was simply because she was too cold. The moment he approached her, she would retreat. And it was puzzling how this icy girl managed to endear herself to Qian Mingxue, becoming a close confidant of the princess, showing none of the demeanor of a servant. Qin Heng found this amusing, as it reminded him of a saying from his past life: beware of fire, theft, and close friends. However, he wondered if this saying still held relevance in this foreign realm, as polygamy was permissible here. Women, especially powerful female warriors, could also partake in this custom. Suddenly, just as Qin Heng began to drift into a light slumber, the procession inexplicably came to a halt. Shortly thereafter, Dianwei strode up to Qin Heng's carriage and whispered. In the distance, a pavilion obstructed the path, with individuals claiming to be from Qin Bela, seeking to discuss a collaboration with His Highness. At this moment, Qin Heng found himself quite alert. Although he had established the Jianghu Chamber of Commerce, its foundation was still rather shallow. Acquiring some rare resources remained a formidable challenge for the chamber. Thus, he felt a flicker of curiosity towards this unexpected visit from Qin Bela. Your Highness, you may proceed. I shall await your return here, said Qian Mingxue with a smile. Very well. With that, Qin Heng made his way down. Isn't Sister Mingxue curious to see? I've heard that the proprietor of Qin Bela is an exceptionally rare beauty, remarked Bing Qinwu, her demeanor icy. She harbored a lingering resentment regarding her auction at Qin Bela. Although it was not the proprietor's fault, as a woman herself, she felt aggrieved. Meanwhile, not far from the group, Qin Heng spotted a delicate young woman clad in pure white, preparing tea at a nearby pavilion, assisted by another lady. Without hesitation, he took a seat opposite her. To be candid, the girl was truly enchanting, rivaling even Bing Qinwu and Qian Mingxue in beauty. Yet Qin Heng remained silent. Noticing his reticence, the white-clad lady finally spoke. Your Highness, I am Huangfu Qingyu, the proprietor of Qin Bela. It was inappropriate of me to intercept you like this. The purpose of my visit is to propose a collaboration. I would like to seek your permission to establish a Qin Bela in Jinchuan Prefecture to facilitate our partnership. Huangfu Qingyu was remarkably straightforward, succinctly outlining her intentions and plans, which prompted Qin Heng to regard her with newfound respect. Collaboration? But my territory is a remote place, lacking the clientele capable of affording the priceless treasures of Qin Bela. Qin Heng replied nonchalantly. Chapter 37, Master, Servant. Upon hearing Qin Heng's words, Huangfu Qingyu chuckled and shook her head. Your Highness, you jest. While others may find it unaffordable, that may not necessarily apply to you, she replied with a smile. After speaking, she attentively poured another cup of tea for Qin Heng. At her remark, Qin Heng, who had been somewhat indifferent, narrowed his eyes slightly. Qin Bela truly lives up to its reputation. Qin Heng couldn't help but exclaim. Your Highness is merely jesting. It is but a trivial stratagem. However, I do hope you will consider my earlier suggestion more thoroughly, Huangfu Qingyu said, gracefully bowing to Qin Heng. As she lightly tapped the table, Qin Heng gently closed his eyes. After a moment, he stated, Qin Bela may establish a branch in Jinchuan Prefecture, but the treasures offered must not be inferior to those from the capital's branch, and it must not engage in the power struggles of Jinchuan Prefecture. Additionally, it is required to provide an annual resource of 100 million gold and 30 million spirit stones to promote the development of Jinchuan Prefecture. Qin Heng boldly laid out his terms. Certainly. To his surprise, Huangfu Qingyu readily agreed. Miss Huangfu, should you not reconsider? Perhaps consult with your headquarters in the capital? Qin Heng urged. Your Highness need not worry. This matter is within my purview, Huangfu Qingyu confidently asserted. Qin Heng silently mused on the young lady's significant standing within Qin Bela. Though this was merely a preliminary negotiation, it was evident that she possessed ample confidence, indicating that the forthcoming events in Jinchuan Prefecture would indeed be lively. Half an hour later, Qin Heng and Jianghu were seated in a carriage. Your Highness, are you aiming to enhance the martial prowess of Jinchuan Prefecture? Jianghu inquired with a smile. Their previous conversation had been quite candid, and Jianghu had sensed the implications early on. Indeed, the high-level resources of Tianyan continent are predominantly controlled by those major powers. Therefore, to bolster our mid-tier combat strength, I must ensure an adequate population resource. Qin Heng replied with a smile. However, Your Highness, while we possess sufficient strong individuals to suppress Jinchuan Prefecture, such matters must remain concealed. Jianghu expressed his concerns. Upon hearing this, Qin Heng smiled mysteriously. Wenhe, you worry too much. I have other means at my disposal. Qin Heng stated nonchalantly. Yet, he refrained from divulging what those means were, as it was essential for a figure of authority to maintain an air of mystery, even with his loyal subordinates. Meanwhile, observing the departing carriage, the spirited girl, Qin Ling, could no longer contain herself. Miss, is it wise to proceed in such a manner? That Qin Heng has made demands without offering any commitments in return. How can you agree so easily? In my opinion, that fellow. As she listened to her chattering maid, Huangfu Qingyu narrowed her eyes slightly. At that moment, Qin Ling felt as if a colossal weight had suddenly descended upon her, nearly overwhelming her to the ground. In the realm of Tianyun, the hierarchy was clear. The master held dominion, while the servant remained subservient. Previously, Huangfu Qingyu had granted Qin Ling sufficient authority out of their shared upbringing. Yet as a servant, to openly question the master's decisions was to court impending doom. Qin Ling, return to the spirit realm at once. Huangfu Qingyu stated coolly, observing the flicker of fear that crossed Qin Ling's face. Yes. As Qin Ling departed, Huangfu Qingyu then spoke softly. Aunt Qing, Chapter 38. I believe in him. With a sudden fluctuation in the air, a beautiful young woman clad in azure appeared before Huangfu Qingyu. In stark contrast to her smooth, supple, and alluring physique, her eyes bore the weight of countless worldly sorrows, indicating that she was no stranger to the passage of time. Miss, upon her arrival, the azure-clad beauty immediately bowed to Huangfu Qingyu. Yes, Auntie Qing, please investigate Qin Ling, Huangfu Qingyu replied, closing her eyes with a sense of resignation. The frailty of human nature was indeed exposed to trials. In that moment, Huangfu Qingyu comprehended this truth profoundly. Thus, she sat in silence, sipping her tea. Half an hour later, the beautiful woman reappeared before her, whispering, Miss, I have uncovered the truth. It is the crown prince of the Zhou dynasty who has positioned Qin Ling beside you as a side consort, aiming to eliminate the young men in your vicinity. Auntie Qing recounted her findings in detail. Upon hearing this, Huangfu Qingyu fell into a contemplative silence. Since the last auction, she had sensed that the girl was testing her, yet she had hesitated to investigate this childhood companion. Alas, her heart was now heavy with disappointment. After a moment, Huangfu Qingyu remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Fools remain foolish. She merely seeks scraps from a desperate dog and rushes towards it. All those years of study wasted on insipid matters. At that moment, the young lady of Qingbella radiated an aura of authority unique to those in power, clearly having undergone a transformation. Perhaps her father was right. Being overly kind to servants might lead them to foolishness. And what of Qin Ling? Auntie Qing inquired softly. Send her to the crown prince's bed. I shall fulfill her dream of becoming a consort. Huangfu Qingyu replied nonchalantly. Understood, Auntie Qing said, departing, though she now viewed her gentle mistress with newfound understanding. Sending that foolish girl to the crown prince's bed might very well be a path to her own ruin. Should we consult the king of Qin? No need. I trust him. The crown prince is merely a simpleton, and the Zhou dynasty is a decaying powerhouse of the Central Plains. He cannot outmaneuver me, Huangfu Qingyu declared with a smile. Seeing her mistress in such spirits, Auntie Qing felt a pang of concern, sensing that her lady was on the verge of being ensnared. Yet she was but a servant. What could she do? Meanwhile, in a carriage, Qin Heng lay lazily upon Qian Mingshua's delicate legs, refusing to let her depart. The reason was simple. This girl intended to command his 3,000 Blood Phoenix guards, which was unacceptable. With a wife now, his journey would surely become dull. Had he known, he would not have sent Sister Qingyun to the Jinchuan prince's residence. Regret seeped into Qin Heng's thoughts. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Qian Mingxue found herself in a predicament, while Bing Qingwu, after silently cursing him as a rogue, turned her head away. The princess desires the Blood Phoenix Guard to flourish. Qin Heng suddenly interjected. However, as these words escaped his lips, Qian Mingxue's delicate face flushed crimson. For an inexplicable warmth had enveloped her lower abdomen at the moment Qin Heng spoke, stirring feelings of bashfulness within her, having already tasted the forbidden fruits of love. Nevertheless, contemplating Qin Heng's inquiry, she suppressed her body's peculiar sensations and spoke softly. Yet, she gently turned Qin Heng's head away. Deprived of the fragrant scent at the tip of his nose, Qin Heng opened his eyes with a hint of dissatisfaction and slowly sat up. "Lu Bu now, please take charge of the princess's 3,000 Blood Phoenix Guards." The prince? Observing the conflicted expression on Qian Mingxue's face, Qin Heng reclined once more and reassured her. "Fear not, princess. General Lu will manage splendidly." With that, he closed his eyes once more. Chapter 39. The mysterious fifth prince outside the carriage. Elbu received his orders. However, at this moment, Qian Mingxue felt a twinge of unease. The Blood Phoenix Guards were formidable warriors, each possessing a rebellious spirit. She worried whether this general named Elbu could effectively command such a tumultuous force. Meanwhile, Elbu, mounted on his steed Red Hair, approached the 3,000 Blood Phoenix Guards. Though he spoke not a word, the aura emanating from Red Hair, infused with the essence of a demon king, began to unsettle the demon steeds seated among the ranks of the Blood Phoenix Guards. Noticing this, although uncertain of the intentions of this general under King Qin, the deputy commander of the Blood Phoenix Guards swiftly directed the troops to establish the Blood Phoenix formation. They summoned forth a colossal phantom of a Blood Phoenix, which began to confront Elbu in an unspoken standoff. All of this transpired under the watchful eyes of Qian Mingxue within the carriage. Just as she contemplated rising to intervene, a sharp clap echoed within the carriage. Startled, Qian Mingxue turned her gaze with indignation toward the rogue who had just slapped her. In response, Qin Heng, having committed the mischief, remained reclined, his eyes still closed, as he pressed down on his wife's rear with a playful grin before languidly speaking. "Trust in Elbu. He shall guide your Blood Phoenix Guards to unprecedented heights." On another note, as the Blood Phoenix Guards summoned their ethereal warriors, Elbu chuckled and shook his head, recognizing the superficiality of their display. With his thought, he ceased to conceal his true power, rising gracefully into the air. Behind him, a colossal phantom wielding a great halberd and exuding an overwhelming demonic might began to materialize, towering far above the Blood Phoenix apparition. Yet, the spectacle did not end there. In an instant, the divine visage behind Elbu, resembling a true god, abruptly opened its eyes. At that moment, the 3,000 Blood Phoenix Guards found themselves ensnared in a nightmarish realm of carnage and bloodshed. Rules of the slaughter path. Land immortal. These words were uttered by the two women within the carriage. Although they understood that the subordinates of Qin Heng were formidable, to summon a general who comprehended the rules of slaughter was no trivial feat. This king of Qin was indeed extraordinary. This thought resonated in the minds of the two women. At that juncture, Qin Heng's voice drifted softly through the air. "What do you think, my princess? Allowing Elbu to lead the Blood Phoenix Guards is hardly a waste, is it?" Hearing his words, Qian Mingxue felt a flush rise to her cheeks. Yet she replied respectfully, "I shall promptly hand over the Blood Phoenix Guards' talismans to General Elbu. From this day forth, the Blood Phoenix Guards shall be entrusted to him." "Not at all, my princess. General L has his own army. I have stated before that these are your dowry. I do not intend to take them away. I merely wish for you to spend more time with me," Qin Heng remarked, reclining once more. At that moment, while Qin Heng was engaged in conversation with Qian Mingxue, the 3,000 Blood Phoenix troops had already succumbed to the lethal edicts of Lu Bu, toppling from their steeds. Observing this, Lu Bu furrowed his brow and withdrew his oppressive aura, remounting his steed, Red Hair. "You have 2 minutes to restore your vitality. Before we reach Jinchuan Prefecture, you shall be led by this general. Lu Bu commandit digicivity." Understood. The 3,000 soldiers responded in unison. With this, Lu Bu's expression softened somewhat, and he gradually moved towards Qin Heng's side. Just as he passed by the 3,000 tiger guards commanded by Dian Wei, an idea seemed to strike him, prompting Lu Bu to steer his horse towards Dian Wei's direction. Chapter 40. The Emergence of Conspiracy. Old Dian, my brother seeks to discuss a matter with you, Lu Bu proclaimed as he approached the front of the Tiger Guards formation. As fellow warriors sharing the same camp in this lifetime, a bond naturally formed between these two fond of spirits. Upon hearing Lu Bu's boisterous voice, Dian Wei rode over with a grin. However, before Lu Bu could speak, Dian Wei chuckled. Old Lu, I hear you have also taken command of a troop. Congratulations. Dian Wei wore an endearing smile. Enough of your nonsense. This is the princess's army. I merely command it temporarily. Besides, compared to my Bingzhou wolf cavalry and your tiger guard, these troops are vastly inferior, and I hardly regard them, Lu Bu declared with an air of pride. My brother, tread carefully. We need only to fulfill the task entrusted to us by His Highness. Dian Wei promptly reminded. Qin Heng is their lord, and Qian Mingxue is their lady. Dian Wei feared that Lu Bu might act foolishly out of arrogance. Seeing Dian Wei's admonition, Lu Bu quickly adopted a serious demeanor, clasping his hands in respect. Brother Dian, I understand. I have come to seek your favor. We shall handle the bandits along the way. I kindly ask you to safeguard His Highness. With that, Lu Bu bowed once more. Dian Wei, now laughing heartily, responded. Brother Lu, you may act freely. With Dian present, you need not worry. Assured by Dian Wei's agreement, Lu Bu felt at ease to confer with Qin Heng. Meanwhile, as Lu Bu departed, Dian Wei murmured, Venerable Xian, in this lifetime, our Lord's vision far surpasses that of the Prime Minister. I hope you can truly maintain a heart of reverence, lest your fate be no better than in your past life. After receiving orders from Qin Heng, Lu Bu led the 3,000 Blood Phoenix guards away from the formation, actively purging the malevolent forces and bandits along their path. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Qin Heng's ears. Lord, all the scouts who witnessed General Dian's actions have been dealt with. Very well. Continue to remain concealed. Qin Heng ordered directly. In truth, recalling Guy Nye from his sword practice outside the divine capital was also Jiasu's suggestion. The vast expanse of Tianyan continent made it imperative for them, as subjects, to ensure that Qin Heng encountered no mishaps. Aware that it was for his own benefit, Qin Heng naturally acquiesced. Do not blame me. To flush out some rats, I must resort to such measures. Qin Heng muttered softly to himself. He understood that among those scouts, some might have come to protect him, yet for the sake of his ambitions, he could only sacrifice them. Moreover, this served as a warning to those individuals. Whether well-intentioned or malicious, he required neither. As Qin Heng journeyed toward the divine continent capital, far to the north in a city beset by swirling snow, a gathering of tall and imposing figures, both civil and martial, convened within a palace, deliberating on his affairs. Father, shall we truly not take any action? At this moment, a youth with a somewhat shadowy gaze and striking features addressed a middle-aged man clad in a five-clawed python robe and a black cloak. Upon hearing the young man's words, the middle-aged man barked sternly silence. In this military tent, there are no familial ties, only ranks. Who informed you that we are to target King Qin? Begone, you disgraceful fool. At his outburst, an immediate hush fell over the hall. Father, the young man cried out once more, kneeling in supplication. Leave. With that command, an overwhelming force propelled the young man away, leaving him with a pale visage as he exited the scene. This individual was none other than the northern king of the Great Yin, known as Beiming Petion, one of the four martial kings. Half an hour later, in a secret chamber within the northern king's residence, a man clad in a python robe stood quietly before a map. This was indeed Beiming Petion. What transpired? Whose handiwork is this? He inquired coolly. Suddenly, a figure clad in black emerged slowly. There are several reasons. First, the third young master has taken a liking to Qian Mingxue. Second, the first and third young masters have been sowing discord. Third, the secretive forces of the Jianghu in Liao province have been stirring the pot. Fourth, some individuals in the divine capital of the Yin wish to use our strength to carry out assassinations. Fifth, someone may be seeking an excuse and might have acted in secret, but we have yet to apprehend them. Lastly, the Beiming demon clan recently sent a batch of fox maidens to the second young master. Having conveyed this information, the shadowy figure paused. Meanwhile, Beiming Pation's expression had darkened to that of a soot-blackened pot. Fools! A bunch of imbeciles. Their incompetence is glaring, yet they still ponder over women. Why don't they just go die? After venting his frustration, Beiming Pation finally spoke. Inform some of the top forces in Liao province and the demon clan of King Qin's movements. Then mobilize 100,000 Nether God troops to find an opportunity to eliminate King Qin. Remember, it must be a decisive strike. Beiming Pation immediately began to issue his orders. He was always exceedingly cautious in his endeavors. For every ounce of strength his enemies possessed, he would respond with utmost force. The offspring of the Qin Emperor seeks to restrain me in Liao province. They are not worthy. Chapter 41. The weary ice dance. After more than 3 months of wandering, when Qin Heng arrived in the capital of Shenzhou, Tianjin, the spring festival had quietly ushered in the 30th year of Emperor Xian's reign. Although Shenzhou lies in the heart of the Great Qin, the weather still bore a hint of chill. However, this mattered little to Qin Heng. With 3,000 Blood Phoenix troops and 3,000 Tiger Guards marching in unison, they resembled a moving sun, their formidable energy radiating warmth across a 100-mile radius. After countless skirmishes over the past months, the 3,000 Blood Phoenix Guards, under the command of Qian Mingxue, had developed an aura befitting elite warriors. This transformation plunged Qin Heng's consort, Qian Mingxue, into a spiral of self-doubt. Having entered the battlefield at the tender age of 15, she had endured countless battles and led her forces to a resounding victory over one of the top 10 generals of the Great Qian, Gongsun Long. Now at just 18, she had become the youngest legendary female general in the Great Qin. Yet, witnessing the Blood Phoenix Guards, who had only fought alongside Elbu for 3 months, already exhibiting the semblance of royal soldiers, left her feeling despondent. Qingwu, do you think I should truly withdraw from the battlefield and resign myself to being merely that man's consort? Outside the city of Tianjin, Qian Mingxue gazed at the 3,000 Blood Phoenix Guards who had returned days earlier and gently posed the question to her companion, Ice Qingwu. Upon hearing this, a similarly troubled Ice Qingwu was nearly struck dumb. No, my sister, you are the Grand Marshal of the Great Yin's armies. To entertain thoughts of fleeing the battlefield is perilous. Absolutely not. As one of your ambitions from your previous life, you cannot allow Ice Qingwu to fall into despair like this. My lady, how could you think this way? You are a warrior. If you withdraw from the military now, you will have to face the treachery of the inner court daily. Just imagine how desolate that would be. Furthermore, if you relinquish control over Ming Huang and Xu Huang now, it would only benefit Qin Heng. Moreover, you represent the Prince of Jinxi. Should you falter, given Qin Heng's capabilities, if the 4th prince were to wage war against the Great Qin, you would find yourself incapable of maneuvering in such a crisis. Ice Qingwu, this Millennium Frost, had transformed into a master strategist, meticulously plotting to redirect the course of this lifetime to align with that of her previous one. Otherwise, her rebirth would offer her no advantages. Sigh. One wonders if, in this lifetime, they will again perform that act at the same time as in the last. With this thought, Ice Qingwu felt a headache coming on, blaming Qin Heng for this unforeseen variable that had ensnared even her, the Empress, in this predicament. Moreover, she pondered where he had found such extraordinary subordinates, all of whom were of remarkable caliber, leaving her feeling overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Qin Heng, who had just entered the city gates of Tianjin alongside Elbu, wore a grim expression as he listened to the reports relayed by the spies he had stationed beside Ice Qingwu regarding the conversations between the two women. Were it not for her concern over his identity as a reincarnated being and any potential hidden agendas, he would have dealt with her long ago. Every day, she presents herself with an air of aloofness, yet behind this facade, there lies a darker side to her. It seems I must find her some tasks to occupy her time. With a contemplative stroke of his chin, a peculiar smirk suddenly appeared at the corner of Qin Heng's mouth. As a prince, he found that both the officials of Tianjin City and those from Jianghu and Liaozhou deliberately avoided contact with him upon his arrival. Thus, in just 3 days, Qin Heng and his companions successfully reached the city of Tianqi in Liaozhou via the teleportation array. At this moment, feeling the piercing chill of the northern sea winds, a faint smile finally graced Qin Heng's lips. Have you arrived? This prince can scarcely contain his anticipation. Chapter 42. The beginning. 100,000 ironclads tread upon Liao Prefecture at this moment. Qin Heng's consciousness had fully immersed itself within his mind. System, he inquired, what exactly will the bond card summon in terms of characters and their affiliations? The reason for his query stemmed from a secret he had learned from Qian Mingxue a few days prior. It appeared that within the realm of Tianyan continent, an unspoken rule had emerged over time. Powerful beings are forbidden from engaging in large-scale slaughter of lower-tier warriors, lest they face collective retaliation from all the premier forces across the 5 continents. Although the rationale behind this remains elusive, countless lives over the past several millennia have attested to the veracity of this decree. Among these historical episodes, the most notable was the cataclysmic upheaval that transpired a millennium ago between the great Zhou Empire of Central Continent and the Qin Dynasty. During that epoch, the martial emperor Wu Lingtian of the Zhou, endowed with extraordinary talent, forcibly shattered the shackles of immortality to ascend as the mightiest being of his time. Yet, in a fateful misjudgment, this formidable sovereign opted for aggression against the Qin royal family in his haste to unify Tianyan. On that fateful day, the depths of the Qin royal lineage were laid bare as numerous ancestors perished within the capital. Despite this, the Qin royal family resolutely refused to capitulate. In a fit of madness, the martial emperor chose to unleash his wrath upon the Qin populace to intimidate the royal clan. However, as he slaughtered 1 million innocent civilians, a cadre of enigmatic figures clad in black cloaks emerged mysteriously yet powerfully. Within mere moments, Wu Lingtian's martial prowess was rendered null. Subsequently, they retaliated against the Zhou royal family and issued a decree forbidding large-scale civilian massacres by the forces of Tianyan continent. This decree ultimately delineated the current dominance of dynasties in Central Continent, for skirmishes among armies remained permissible. While Qin Heng found this revelation somewhat astonishing, he had no intention of provoking others at this juncture. Instead, he turned his attention to the system. Ding! Host, the bond card is exceedingly precious, and its purpose is to summon characters associated with the host. The specific rules state that military commanders may summon their subordinates and troops, while civil officials may summon friends or disciples. Contingent upon the circumstances of the individuals involved, the system explained dispassionately. Upon absorbing this information, Qin Heng silently lit a candle for the guests who would soon arrive. System, initiate the bond summoning for the character Elbu. Qin Heng commanded decisively. Given the vast scope of the power card, Qin Heng's objective was to decisively dismantle the intricate web of the Liao Prefecture's martial world. Hence, he opted for the most straightforward approach, trampling the realm. Ding! Congratulations, host. Summoning successful. Acquired. Military commanders. Gao Shun, early saint stage. Zhang Liao, late saint stage. Troops. Wang Bing. 800 trap troops. Law manifestation. Dao troops. 100,000 Bingzhou wolf riders. Grandmaster to early saint stage. Gasping in astonishment, Qin Heng realized that with this singular bond summoning, Elbu had nearly transported his entire past entourage. 100,000 Dao troops. Qin Heng surmised that even his esteemed father-in-law, King of Jinshi, could scarcely muster such a force. At this moment, Qin Heng felt as though the entire Liao province's martial world trembled beneath his feet. Elbu, your old friends await over 100 miles ahead. Go forth and lead them. Bury those 100,000 rats from 10,000 miles away. Qin Heng uttered calmly. Understood. As soon as Qin Heng's voice fell, Elbu, mounted on his steed, surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, dashing into the void. Chapter 43. Taking action, Your Highness. What has transpired? Why is General L so elated? As Qin Heng gazed blankly in the direction where Elbu had departed, he was approached by Qian Mingxue, who had quietly appeared at his side. Upon hearing her inquiry, Qin Heng felt no need for concealment. He gently handed her a confidential letter from the Jianghu and remarked, Princess, from this moment forth, You shall command the 3,000 Blood Phoenix Guards, as well as the previous 300,000 Ming Phoenix Army. Additionally, the 3,000 Tiger Guards led by Jia, Su, and Dianwei will also be under your command. And do take Bing Qingwu along. She has ruined so many of my garments during this time. As Qin Heng spoke with a smile, Qian Mingxue was hardly in a frame of mind to listen. After perusing the letter in her hands, an icy chill enveloped her. She had witnessed something alarming. The Northern King had concealed an army of 100,000 underworld soldiers at the depths of the Annihilation Valley, camouflaged by formations. The 10 major powers of Liaozhou had established 10 fortified checkpoints between Tianqi City and the capital of Jinchuan Prefecture. Meanwhile, the underworld sent forth 10 elite assassins to lie in wait behind the Northern King's vast forces. At that moment, gazing at the youth who had been clinging to her for nearly 3 months, Qian Mingxue felt an overwhelming sense of surprise and curiosity spring from her heart, coupled with trepidation regarding the 4 great houses. Her instincts warned her that should the 4 great houses stand against this young man, they would only meet with annihilation. With that thought in mind, Qian Mingxue wasted no time in accepting her orders and departing swiftly. Meanwhile, the old man, beneath his armor, caught Qin Heng's murmurs. "Schwerer, I have granted you this opportunity, and the Western King's house is also yours to command." Qin Heng was not the reigning emperor Yin. He harbored no intentions of sharing dominion over the realm with the 4 great martial kings. The great Yin was vast, yet it required only his singular voice. In the depths of the Annihilation Valley, within the grand tent of the 100,000 underworld soldiers, the commander, Ming Yi, looked grimly at the black-robed man within his command tent and said coldly, "I regret to inform you that I cannot acquiesce to your demands. I must ask you to leave this place immediately." As he spoke, Ming Ye's eyes were filled with frost. At that moment, he longed to personally rend the traitor who had revealed the secrets of his underworld army into 1,000 pieces. What manner of place was this? Who were they to eliminate this time? How could this reckless second son demand that he capture King Qin and hand him over for his disposal, even insisting that Qian Mingxue be secretly detained in his residence? At times, he truly questioned whether this second son was a spy sent by another faction. Who was King Qin, if not one of the most esteemed figures, even more so than the Northern King? He was a direct descendant of the great Yin royal family. Were it not for the desire to prevent any disruption to the king's grand designs, Ming Yi would never have provoked such a figure. Yet this second son sought to capture and torment him. Such recklessness bordered on madness. For this reason, he had been negotiating with the man for half an hour. "Ming Yi, you." As Ming Yi remained impervious to his pleas, Bei Mingrong's anger flared, but he was just about to hurl a string of invectives regarding Ming Ye's ancestors. Suddenly, a subtle tremor emanated from beneath his feet. As he stood there in bewilderment, the figure beside him, Minji, suddenly underwent a drastic change in expression. "Assemble, everyone, form ranks, and prepare to confront the enemy." A thunderous roar erupted from his lips, and in that instant, he had already darted away. As one of the valiant generals under the banner of the Northern King, he was certainly not a mere fool like Bai Mingrong, who possessed nothing of worth beyond his surname. In the flat expanse of the Diming Valley, the sudden onset of such vibrations could only signify one thing: iron cavalry advancing upon the earth. Chapter 44. The Blood Butcher. Liu Shinma, once Minji, emerged into the open. He was utterly dismayed. In the southwestern expanse of the Abyss of Annihilation, a formidable force of over 100,000 wolf riders had, unbeknownst to him, surged within 100 miles of his Ming god army. These were not mere riders. They were the true wolf cavalry, formidable figures clad in black armor. Astride, towering abyssal wolves, engaging in a synchronized charge. Above them, a dark cloud crackling with crimson lightning loomed ominously, pressing down towards them. Ming God Army. Form a Ming God formation. Without a moment's hesitation, Minji began orchestrating the deployment of the 10,000 half-step Dao soldiers of the Ming God Army. Drawing upon centuries of accumulated strength from the Northern King's estate, the Ming God soldiers, despite a brief moment of chaos, swiftly aligned under Minji's command, completing their formation in less than 10 breaths. In an instant, a towering black shadow, several thousand zhang tall, coalesced in the sky. Although it did not reach the level of a Tao soldier, the Ming God soldiers' collective essence had indeed surpassed the initial Blood Phoenix soldiers summoned by the 3,000 Blood Phoenix guards. However, to Liu Bu, who was swiftly approaching, this was hardly impressive. Buzz Wolf Cavalry formation. With a furious shout from Liu Bu, the 100,000 wolf riders charged forth, simultaneously conjuring an immense, resplendent black dire wolf. At the moment of its manifestation, this magical wolf, birthed from a multitude of soldiers, let out a howl that shattered the very fabric of space. In the blink of an eye, the colossal wolf broke through the constraints of its own formation and lunged directly towards the Ming God army. In stark contrast to the dire wolf's agility, the Ming God manifestation was sluggish and inept. Under the dire wolf's assault, it was effortlessly crushed by a single paw. Poof! Accompanying this devastating turn of events, nearly every soldier at the abyss of annihilation spat blood in unison. The military formation disbanded instantly. Royal soldiers. 100,000 royal soldiers. At that moment, Minji, blood streaming from his 7 orifices as he rose from the ground, shouted with a frantic expression. He was not losing composure. The shock brought forth by the 100,000 royal soldiers was overwhelming. Despite the intelligence indicating that this Qin Wang was out of favor, how could he command such a vast army? Divide the forces, wolf cavalry formation, encircle from the sides. Observing the triumph of the magical wolf, Liu Bu immediately initiated a tactical shift for a surprise assault. His commanding voice jolted the stunned Minji back to reality. Seemingly recalling something, Minji directed the Ming God army to defend while rushing into the military tent, urging Bei Mingrong to flee. Upon entering, he discovered their second son was being led by an elder, preparing to shatter space and escape. Though he looked down upon this scene, the potential consequences of Bei Mingrong's capture compelled him to hasten. Old Ling, quickly take the young master away. The Ming God army cannot hold. The Qin Wang has summoned 100,000 royal soldiers. We must depart immediately. Having said that, he immediately dashed out again, while Bei Mingrong, at that moment, was too terrified to heed his words. He had already been frightened out of his wits by the wolf cavalry led by El Bu, incessantly urging Elder Ling to set up the teleportation array. After all, his forces were far too weak. If Elder Ling were to traverse the void with him, he would undoubtedly be torn to shreds. Upon hearing his urgings, Elder Ling hastened his actions, not wishing to meet an untimely demise. Meanwhile, when the anxious commander of the underworld army emerged outside, he was despairingly struck by the sight of his 100,000 troops surrounded by the enemy's formations. Not far from him, Elbu sat astride a towering crimson steed, silently observing him. Since he was present, death was inevitable. The reason Elbu refrained from attacking earlier was to await the enemy commander. The wolf cavalry of Bingzhou would not waste their efforts on mindless ants without a leader. Charge! With a thunderous command from Elbu, numerous colossal wolf phantoms surged forward, wreaking havoc among the underworld troops. Kill! Kill! Instantly, the valley erupted in a cloud of crimson mist, and Elbu gazed upon the chaos with a faint, devilish smile. Aware from the intelligence provided by the Jianghu that this was a death squad, Elbu had no intentions of taking prisoners. Thus, half an hour later, a sea of blood red engulfed the small valley. Yet, amidst the corpses, Ming Yi, battered and bruised, managed to survive. Bloodied and armored in tatters, he surveyed the carnage, his mind rendered numb. At that moment, Elbu slowly approached, gazing at him intently, and said with a smile, "Ming Yi, do you surrender?" "I do not surrender. 100,000 royal soldiers. You have slaughtered my 100,000 Dao soldiers. General, your victory is unmerited." Ming Yi roared defiantly. "No, you are mistaken. It was 100,000 Dao soldiers that decimated your 100,000 half-step Dao soldiers. You overestimate yourselves. With 100,000 royal soldiers in hand, I have long since crushed the southern pass and bloodied the northern king's manor." They replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing Elbu's words, Ming Ye's pupils constricted, but he soon fell silent. "It appears you are quite loyal. Allow me to present you with a gift." With that, a loud bang echoed as 2 figures suddenly fell near Ming Yi. Instantly, A terrified scream rang out. No, no, you are a devil, a butcher. Ah. Chapter 45. Transformation. Young master, do we truly not need to wait for the princess and General LV? On a governmental road within the Liao province of the Great Yin, an elderly man clad in coarse linen, with a missing tooth, urged his horse-drawn cart while inquiring of the young man inside. No need. They're preoccupied at the moment. What is the matter, you old rascal? Are you trying to shirk your duties again? Qin Heng replied casually, casting a dubious glance at the old man. Young master, it's not that I, old Huang, wish to be lazy, but I fear those old codgers may shamelessly ambush you. If anything were to happen to you, it would be a grave sin for me. Old Huang continued to plead. Do not worry, I have faith in you. Old Huang. Indeed, this elderly figure was none other than Jianghu Huang, summoned by Qin Heng using a character summoning card when he found himself short-handed. Name, Jianghu Huang Realm. Perfected earthly immortal, completion of Jian Ba's self-created technique, capable of contending with half-step immortals. Jianghu's creation allows entry into the immortal realm. It was precisely because of old Huang's extraordinary attributes that Qin Heng felt emboldened to venture alone to Jinchuan Prefecture. Faced with his young master's determination, old Huang could only silently assume the role of both charioteer and bodyguard. Looks like Jianghu must hasten his creation. Otherwise, this old fellow may struggle to eliminate all enemies for the young master. With that, old Huang resumed his work and reflections. Meanwhile, in a realm of carnage where Lu Bu resided, anguish screams echoed like the wails of slaughtered pigs. My lord, I beg you, spare me. My father is the North Town King. You can make any demands of him. Just please, spare my life. The second son of the North Town King, Bei Mingrong, lay prostrate on the ground, desperately pleading. Beside him, the previously composed elder Ling now gazed at Lu Bu as if he were a monster, trembling in fear. His lips murmured incoherently, earthly, immortal, earthly immortal. You are an earthly immortal. Indifferent to the pitiful state of the two, Lu Bu merely regarded the despondent Ming Yi with a semblance of a smile. Confronted with the disgrace of his young master and the terrified cries from elder Ling, Ming Yi acknowledged his feelings of revulsion and contempt. Yet, as a death warrior of the North Town King's estate, he was reluctant to engage in acts of betrayal for personal gain. You may kill me. I will never betray the prince. Your threats are futile. Ming Yi resolutely rejected the two, who looked at him with yearning. Unexpectedly, his declaration incited Bei Mingrong's furious retort. Ming Yi, you fool. Do not forget that you are merely a dog for my father. I command you to surrender to this general at once, or I shall annihilate your entire clan. Ignoring Bei Mingrong's vehement outburst, Ming Yi simply turned his head away. Enough, Bai Mingrong. Who instructed you to persuade Minji to surrender on my behalf? I merely wish for you to deliver this letter to your father in front of Minji. Lu Bu interrupted decisively. General, I shall write it. Upon hearing Lu Bu relent, Bai Mingrong immediately adopted a sycophantic demeanor, bowing his head before Lu Bu. Very well, then write. The commander of the Ming army, Minji, has secretly colluded with the king of Qin, leading 100,000 Ming soldiers into the traps set by the king of Qin, all of whom have been eradicated. They are now poised to intercept Elder Ling and prepare for his capture. Remember, write it in your own blood. As for the specifics of the writing, I trust you do not require my guidance. Upon hearing Lu Bu's words, Gao Shun, standing nearby, felt compelled to speak. As he was a soldier of pure integrity and believed Lu Bu's actions to be excessively ruthless. However, as he opened his mouth, Zhang Liao swiftly grasped his arm and shook his head. In his view, having been granted a second chance at life, Lu Bu's choices only underscored the transformation of their former general into a formidable leader. Meanwhile, the despairing Minji widened his eyes in anguish. You are despicable. You do not deserve to be a soldier. Upon uttering these words, Minji began to breathe heavily. 10 minutes later, Minji suddenly closed his eyes in profound agony and murmured, I surrender. Is that not enough? Yet in response to his desperate pleas, Lu Bu smiled, brandishing a long knife and hurling it towards Bai Mingrong. At that moment, Bai Mingrong, who was fervently writing, nearly lost control of himself in terror, collapsing onto the ground. Lu Bu's devilish voice echoed once more. "Pick up the knife, slay Minji, and you may live." With that, he turned away. In this life, Lu Bu aspired solely to be a commander, and thus his focus rested solely on His Highness. If this individual posed a threat to His Highness, then death was his only fate. Half an hour later, a contingent of 100,000 troops departed the site, dragging Biming Rong bound to a warhorse, leaving behind 2 severed heads glaring in fury. Chapter 46. The Power of Liaozhou. 2 flowers blooming, each representing a branch as the morning sun gently ascended. A resounding clatter of hooves echoed along the official road of Luoyun Prefecture in the Great Yin's Liaozhou. This cacophony startled the merchants and various wanderers traversing the area, causing them to instinctively halt in their tracks. In that moment, a vast crimson tide emerged on the distant horizon, surging forth like a relentless wave. As the wave of red drew nearer, an overwhelming sensation akin to bearing the weight of a mountain suddenly enveloped the gathered crowd. In that instant, a voice rang out, piercing the air. "What is happening? I can no longer utilize my lightness skill." This exclamation served as a signal, prompting nearly all the martial artists present to erupt in similar cries of alarm. Just then, a middle-aged man adorned in a fiery red-embroidered garment, wielding a long sword, stepped forward and commanded everyone remain calm. "This is merely the military's imposing presence. Quickly retreat to the sides of the road, or you shall be crushed by this force." Upon hearing his words, the crowd seemed to find their anchor, swiftly dispersing from the area. Moments after their departure, a torrent of crimson-armored cavalry thundered past them, the centerpiece of which was a blood-red banner emblazoned with a myriad of characters. For half an hour, the 30,000 iron steeds of Qian Mingxue galloped forth like wild stallions racing into the distance. Within this retreating force, the serious-faced Bing Qingwu, clad in azure battle armor, approached Qian Mingxue's mount and inquired softly, "General, that individual is a disciple of the Setting Sun sect. Should we?" As she spoke, she made a motion across her delicate neck. "Enough, Qingwu. Our purpose this time is merely to teach them a lesson, not to annihilate them. Control your killing intent." Qian Mingxue replied with a smile. "By the way, how long until we reach the Setting Sun sect?" 3,000 miles remain. We shall arrive within 2 days." Bing Qingwu, acting as Qian Mingxue's deputy, responded almost without thought. "Then let us set forth." Qian Mingxue commanded decisively. Within the Great Yin's 13 provinces, the martial forces varied significantly across each region. Liaozhou, in particular, was governed by the 10 formidable powers that emerged from the 10 prefectures of Liaozhou. The 10 prefectures of Liaozhou are as follows: the capital city, Tianqi City, and the 10 prefectures: Tianwu Prefecture, Tianing Prefecture, Lichuan Prefecture, Wudu Prefecture, Wuan Prefecture, Shuntian Prefecture, Linchuan Prefecture, Luoyun Prefecture, Jinchuan Prefecture, and Tianlin Prefecture. The 10 major forces comprise the Tianwu Academy from Tianwu Prefecture, the Ningwu Escort Agency from Tianing Prefecture, the illustrious Li family from Lichuan Prefecture, the assassin organization Mingfu from Wudu Prefecture, the Dark Knight Alliance from Wuan Prefecture, the Thunder Tiger Stronghold from Shuntian Prefecture, the Sihai Alliance from Linchuan Prefecture, the Setting Sun Sect from Luoyun Prefecture, the Jinqiu Tower from Jinchuan Prefecture, and the Tongyan Chamber of Commerce from Tianlin Prefecture. In addition, there are 200,000 garrison troops stationed in each prefecture, along with another 200,000 Tanyang legions deployed at Jinan City and Jianmen. Within the vast expanse of Liaozhou, nearly all interests ultimately flow into their coffers. The mission of Qian Mingxue on this journey is to exert pressure on the 10 martial forces of Liaozhou and facilitate the redistribution of its interests. Chapter 47. The Ferocious Dragon Crosses the River, Part 1. 2 days later, within the gates of the Falling Sun sect in the city of Liaozhou, the incessant tolling of bells echoed through the air. At that moment, disciples, elders, stewards, and even the sect leader were summoned by this sudden cacophony. In the Hall of the Falling Sun, sect leader Luo Xinghe glared darkly at a disciple who had rushed in, his voice low and menacing. "What transpired?" Why has the great bell of the falling sun been sounded? Although it was evident to all present that Luo Xinghe was teetering on the brink of fury, the disciple at the gate, despite his agitation, shouted, "Sect leader, below the mountain, 300,000 iron cavalry surround the falling sun mountain range, demanding that our falling cloud sect provide an explanation, or else. The disciple faltered, struggling to continue. "Speak," Luo Xinghe commanded once more. "Otherwise, they shall breach our sect's gates." With gritted teeth, the disciple blurted out the rest. Upon finishing, he immediately bowed his head heavily to the ground. What? Preposterous! These insolent children! The moment these words left his lips, before Luo Xinghe could respond, the assembly erupted into chaos. As high-ranking members of the Falling Cloud sect, accustomed to their elevated status in Liaozhou, they found such affront intolerable. Observing the turmoil within the hall, Luo Xinghe's fury reached its zenith. "Enough! Silence! Elder, share your thoughts." As he spoke, a palpable pressure emanated from him, enveloping the room. "Sect leader, I suspect that our previous discussions may have been exposed. These must be troops of the great Yin court." Elder Qiu Yin spoke softly. At this, Luo Xinghe narrowed his eyes. If these truly were the court's forces, matters would become exceedingly complicated. However, as the leader of the sect, despite the unease stirring within him, his expression remained composed. After a prolonged silence, Luo Xinghe finally declared, "Everyone, follow me to the gates, and we shall confront these uninvited guests together." Meanwhile, 10 miles away from the gates of the Falling Sun sect, 3,000 Tiger Guards, 3,000 Blood Phoenix Guards, and 300,000 Ming Phoenix troops stood in silence, arrayed in formation. "General, how long has it been?" asked Qian Mingxue, clad in blood-red armor. Reporting to the general, "It has been over a cup of tea's time," came the deep, thunderous voice of Dian Wei. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Qian Mingxue's beautiful eyes. "Convey my orders. Dian Wei, lead the 3,000 Tiger Guards to breach the gates." "Understood." Dian Wei responded with a fierce grin on his rugged face. "Tiger Fury battle formation. Charge with me. Kill, kill, kill." As his command echoed, the 3,000 Tiger Guards swiftly formed a battle array and surged toward the gates of the Falling Sun sect. At the same time, a massive black tiger leaped overhead, charging directly toward the sect's entrance. The manifestation of the law, the army of kings. Upon witnessing this scene, Qian Mingxue found herself momentarily bewildered. What captivating allure did her enigmatic husband possess that enabled him to cultivate such a formidable army? Confronted with this unexpected upheaval, Qian Mingxue gasped in astonishment, while the sun-setting sect was gripped by fear. With a resounding boom, the sect's grand protective formation, refined over millennia, began to tremble under the force of the impact. Simultaneously, the entire Luoyan mountain range also began to shudder. Boulders, fissures, and soil cascaded down like rain. In that fleeting moment, the elegant structures of the sun-setting sect began to collapse relentlessly. Chapter 48. The Fierce Dragon Crosses the River. Part 2. Stop. At that moment, beams of light surged from the distance, accompanied by loud shouts. In response, Dian Wei merely smiled, then effortlessly drew the formidable war tiger from the Tiger Shao army into the grasp of a small halberd held in his hand. Subsequently, he unleashed his renowned skill, the flying halberd. In the next instant, a pitch-black small halberd, infused with the essence of the blood-slaying war tiger, crashed violently against the mountain gate that had previously stood before him. In the blink of an eye, under the horrified gazes of Luo Xinghe and his companions, the ancient sun-setting formation, which had shielded the sun-setting sect for a millennium, shattered like fragile glass, slowly crumbling apart. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the formation was utterly destroyed. Simultaneously, the elder disciples responsible for overseeing the formation spewed forth blood, while several thousand younger disciples, whose cultivation was notably inferior, were obliterated into a crimson mist. "No, you shall pay for this." In that moment, Luo Xinghe was consumed by madness. With a furious roar, he recklessly charged towards the direction of the Tiger Guard army. "Come on!" Witnessing this scene, Dian Wei felt a surge of delight rather than fear. In a bid to dispel any notion of overwhelming the enemy with sheer numbers, he stepped forth from the Tiger Sha army, wielding 2 short halberds, and drew Luo Xinghe into the void alongside him. Military advisor, is everything all right? From a distance, Qian Mingxue quietly inquired of Jia Su, who stood beside her, as they watched Dian Wei's figure vanish. In response, Jia Su smiled and replied with unwavering certainty, "Rest assured, the general has entered the realm of terrestrial immortals. Slaying him is akin to butchering a mere dog." As expected, mere moments later, Luo Xinghe's body plummeted to the ground like a sack of broken rice, landing before the shocked onlookers of the sunsetting sect. Master! Master! The higher-ups of the sunsetting sect were thrown into utter disarray. However, mindful of Qin Heng's prior instructions, Dian Wei refrained from delivering a fatal blow, instead granting his opponent a fleeting breath of life. Seeing this, the Grand Elder, Qiu Yun, approached Dian Wei, attempting to adopt a conciliatory tone. "Esteemed General, enough!" Dian Wei abruptly interrupted, dismissing any further idle chatter. "Your sunsetting sect orchestrated an ambush against His Highness, the Qin Wang. Consequently, you must surrender half of your texts and resources, or face annihilation." Having spoken, he returned to the ranks of the Tiger Guard army. "What shall we do, Grand Elder?" The high-ranking members of the sunsetting sect turned to their Grand Elder in alarm, bewildered by Dian Wei's assertiveness. "Keep watch for now. I will head to the back mountain." Yet before he could make his move, a muffled thud resonated through the air. Suddenly, a figure, hunched and marred with wounds, appeared before them. Upon recognizing the person's face, the Grand Elder of the sunsetting sect gasped in shock and promptly knelt down. "Ancestor, what has happened to you?" Cough, cough. Puffed. Perhaps upon hearing the calls of the Elder Qiu Yun and others, the feeble old man coughed violently before finally regaining consciousness. Once he discerned Qiu Yun's presence, he uttered but a single phrase: "Heed the instructions of others." Following this, the old man succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Meanwhile, at the grand entrance of the sunsetting sect, amidst the demise of thousands of disciples and the successive grievous injuries of both the sect leader and the ancestral elder, the multitude of tens of thousands from the Falling Cloud sect stood in silence, rendered utterly at a loss. Witnessing this scene, the elder Qiu Yun allowed a deep sigh before gradually approaching Dian Wei to engage in a brief conversation lasting only a few minutes. On the high platform where the army's commander resided, Qian Mingxue and Bing Qingwu were startled by the unforeseen turn of events. "Who is that?" Qian Mingxue inquired, somewhat bewildered. "Merely the ancestral elder of the sunsetting sect, an almost lifeless old man, hardly a terrestrial immortal. As for the reason for his appearance, it was likely orchestrated by His Highness." With that, Jia Su fell silent. Thus, 10 minutes later, Dian Wei, accompanied by a group, departed slowly, bearing over a dozen storage rings provided by the sunsetting sect, in addition to acquiescing to the previously established conditions. The sunsetting sect was also compelled to send disciples to maintain the stability of the Jianghu in Falling Cloud manner. No one could have anticipated that today, one of the overlords of Liaozhou, the sunsetting sect, would be utterly stripped of its spirit to vie for supremacy in the Jianghu. Chapter 49. The 300,000 Iron Riders secure Liaozhou for 5 years. The sunsetting sect has been sealed off, and all core disciples have returned to the mountain gate. From this day forth, external disciples will be assigned to the Qin Wangfu, while all inner and outer disciples will descend the mountain to assist the court in rectifying the influence of the Luoyang Prefecture. In Liaozhou, along the official road of Tianing Prefecture, several million miles from Jinchuan Prefecture, Qin Heng sat within a carriage, clutching a message from the Luoyang Prefecture's Imperial Guards, a faint smile gracing his lips. At that moment, however, the voice of old Huang suddenly broke through the silence. "Your Highness, there are 2 paths ahead, one leading to Lichuan Prefecture and the other to Shuntian Prefecture. Which shall we take?" Surprised by the inquiry, Qin Heng responded, "Old Huang, was it not instructed for you to follow General Elbu? Why are you moving so quickly?" Irritation crept into Qin Heng's tone. He was in no rush. "So why the haste from old Huang?" "Your Highness, I am wronged. I was indeed following General Elbu's army, but they're already hundreds of thousands of miles away. What can I do? Old Huang replied, a hint of grievance in his voice. Cough. What do you mean? Elbu is moving so swiftly? Did not those factions arrange numerous interception lines? How can he advance at such speed? Your Highness, you have been preoccupied with the princess's affairs lately. How could you possibly keep track of General L's battle reports? Old Huang teased, a playful undertone lacing his words. Cough. Old Huang, do not speak nonsense. I am merely concerned about the 10 major factions and any special tactics employed by the Mountain Gate, lest the princess be at a disadvantage. Furthermore, I have absolute confidence in General L's capabilities, which is why I have paid less attention. Do not jest, Old Huang. Qin Heng cautioned. Your Highness, you are correct. Old Huang conceded. Very well, Old Huang. Let us proceed to Shuntian Prefecture. I have resided in the capital for 16 years and wish to behold the magnificent landscapes of our great Yin. Understood? As a gentle breeze wafted by, the carriage, which had been advancing, suddenly changed direction, racing toward a destination further from Jinchuan Prefecture. Meanwhile, while Qin Heng and Old Huang meandered through the mountains and waters, chaos erupted across Liaozhou, even at the town North King's Manor and throughout the great Qin dynasty. The cause of this frenzy was simple. Within this brief span of time, the Qin Wangfei, Qian Mingxue, led 300,000 iron riders and nearly traversed the entirety of Liaozhou, greeting the headquarters of the 10 major factions along the way. The reason for her actions was straightforward. The Qin Wang had encountered a siege by the 10 major factions within Liaozhou, and his life or death remained uncertain. Hence, she suspected that the Qin Wang had been concealed by certain factions. Moreover, matters escalated further as General Elbu of the Qin Wangfu decimated those who had ambushed the Qin Wang, bringing their severed heads to the 10 factions. Even those whom they had already instructed to hide were discovered and exterminated by Elbu. At this moment, these factions began to realize that the Qin Wang may have had a plan in place within Liaozhou long before, but alas, it was too late. Most importantly, the incident of the Qin Queen riding directly into the strongholds of the 10 great powers has escalated this seemingly trivial assassination attempt on the Qin King into a matter of grave consequence. At this moment, even those behind the 10 great powers dare not intervene. Outside the Tianwu Academy in Tianning Prefecture, the president, Mo Yin, slowly closed his eyes as he gazed upon the vast procession of 300,000 armored cavalry departing. After a long pause, a faint voice finally emerged. Gentlemen, please select suitable disciples from among your ranks to serve in Liaozhou. However, upon hearing this, all the esteemed scholars present erupted in protest. President, this is unthinkable. Our Tianwu Academy is a bastion of orthodox Confucianism. How can we allow worldly affairs to disrupt our cultivation? Moreover, our disciples are spread across the land. How dare the Qin King trespass upon our academy? This sentiment resonated with many, who immediately nodded in agreement. Foolishness! Do you even know where the Qin King is? And why would it require his cavalry to trample upon our gates to sever my lineage? Did you not see that middle-aged man? He is barely 50, yet already a paragon of Confucianism. When he calls upon his followers within 5 years, the scholars of Liaozhou will inevitably fall into the Qin King's grasp. Tell me, when that time comes, who will believe in the orthodoxy of our Tianwu Academy? The last 2 words were shouted by Mo Yin in frustration. He was deeply disappointed by these individuals who dared to act without informing him, hastily attempting to assassinate a prince. Now, faced with 30,000 cavalry blocking their doors, did he truly want to risk everything and jeopardize all the students of the Tianwu Academy? As these thoughts crossed his mind, the old president felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, simultaneously realizing that the heavens of Liaozhou had irrevocably changed. Chapter 50, Dian Wei. I crave for blood. Ignoring the trivialities of the Tianwu Academy, Dian Wei approached Qian Mingxue and Jia Su with an air of exasperation after organizing the troop movements. General Strategist, why do you so nonchalantly let them go? Is our battle formation merely for show? At the very least, allow me a chance to slay a few. Standing before the cavalry, Qian Mingxue felt a headache coming on. Their iron cavalry was not positioned to kill, but rather to deliver a swift warning to the forces of Liao province, facilitating the rapid development of the Qin prince's power and the recruitment of mid-level talents in Jinchuan and beyond. Yet, explaining this to the steadfast Dian Wei was no easy task. With a sigh, Qian Mingxue replied, "General Dian, the very powers we are stepping into, who among them did not have you at their doorstep? Even the underworld was vanquished by your tiger guard. Now you lament not having fought? How can I possibly respond to that?" Understanding Dian Wei's unwavering loyalty to Qin Heng, Qian Mingxue refrained from leveraging her status as the prince's consort and chose instead to reason with him. However, Dian Wei, undeterred, retorted, "General, Tianwu Academy, the Li family, Ningwu Escort Agency, the Dark Knight Alliance, the Four Seas Alliance, each merely received a warning, and I hardly lifted a finger. As for the underworld, I led my men inside, and all those elite assassins and their elders perished at my hands. I merely dispatched some lowly foot soldiers. It was unsatisfactory." With that, Dian Wei turned away, still dissatisfied. At that moment, as Qian Mingxue grappled with how to respond, Jiasu approached with a smile, interjecting, "General Dian, do not fret. Your moment of reckoning shall soon arrive." "Really, strategist? Do not deceive me." Dian Wei's eyes sparkled with anticipation at the prospect of battle, and he hastily pressed further. "Who shall we confront, and to what extent?" Jiasu, the commanding officer, felt invigorated by Dian Wei's inquiry and declared, "We shall strike at Thunder Tiger Stronghold. Moreover, we shall annihilate their entire lineage and obliterate their clan." As he spoke, a chilling intensity emanated from Jiasu's previously jovial demeanor. "Excellent," Dian Wei bellowed in fierce agreement, promptly returning to his tiger guard. Meanwhile, Qian Mingxue furrowed her brow, deep in thought. Noticing her contemplation, Jiasu merely smiled faintly and handed her a report from the Genie Wei. Though uncertain of its significance, Qian Mingxue accepted the document and began to peruse its contents. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. At last, a surge of palpable murderous intent erupted from Qian Mingxue. Her teeth clenched as she uttered 3 fervent words. "Good, good, good." In that moment, she raised her Blood Phoenix war halberd high and cried out with fervor, "The Mingwang army, the Tiger Guard, and the Blood Phoenix Guard heed my command. Our target is the Leihu stronghold in Shuntian Prefecture. Let's advance with vigor." In an instant, all martial artists across Liaozhou beheld a magnificent Blood Phoenix apparition soaring toward Shuntian. Furthermore, in the path it traversed, not a soul dared to approach for 100 miles. Chapter 51. Thunder Tiger's Stronghold. The audacious approach of Qian Mingxue could not escape the vigilant eyes of the Thunder Tiger Stronghold, which had evaded capture for over a millennium. Indeed, even when Qian Mingxue was still 100,000 miles away from Shuntian Prefecture, a small bandit leader rushed into the hall of Thunder Tiger Stronghold, his face a mask of terror, and proclaimed loudly, "My lord, it has been reported by our brethren below that the Qin princess has led 300,000 iron cavalry towards our Thunder Tiger Stronghold, and they are advancing with a battle formation at an accelerated pace. I urge you to make a prompt decision." After delivering this urgent message, the small leader bowed deeply to Thunder Tiger, the stronghold's lord, who sat upon a chair crafted from the hide of a supreme demon king, before retreating swiftly. In fact, the hall of Thunder Tiger Stronghold was not occupied by Thunder Tiger alone. The 10 chiefs and the 3 esteemed military strategists had all been summoned to deliberate the pressing situation. "Speak, how shall our Thunder Tiger Stronghold respond?" Thunder Tiger inquired, his tone calm yet authoritative. Although this question was directed to all present, his gaze lingered primarily on the trio of strategists, Lu Hui, Xiang Tianyun, and Ku Wanlin. The 3 men, acutely aware of Thunder Tiger's scrutiny, trembled involuntarily. They were not particularly distinguished figures, having been coerced into their roles by the banditry of Thunder Tiger Stronghold. Yet they understood that failure to provide sound advice could lead to dire consequences. After exchanging glances, Lu Hui, the one with the most tenure among them, stepped forward and said, "My lord, may I inquire if you have been in contact with our allies in this dire situation?" He gestured skyward as he spoke. Upon hearing this question, Thunder Tiger's expression darkened ominously. Sensing the shift in mood, Lu Hui prudently continued, in light of this, I propose that we immediately reach out to all the bandit factions within the Qiandao mountain range, summoning them to fortify our Thunder Tiger stronghold. However, before he could finish, the second-in-command, Lei Sha, bellowed in response, Nonsense! Are you out of your mind, scholar? Do you think that this predicament can be resolved by those insignificant lowlifes? Are you jesting with us? The remaining chiefs quickly echoed Lei Sha's sentiments, and chaos erupted within Thunder Tiger's stronghold. Unable to contain his rising fury, Thunder Tiger roared, Enough! Let the strategists speak. With that command, Lu Hui wiped the sweat from his brow and continued, Esteemed leaders and chiefs, my intention is to allow those bandit factions to take refuge in our Thunder Tiger stronghold while we discreetly hide our elite forces throughout the vast expanse of the Qiandao mountain range, thereby alleviating this crisis. Having articulated his strategy in one breath, Lu Hui felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. At last, Thunder Tiger's resounding approval of good brought a sense of relief to Lu Hui's heart. At this moment, Lu Hui finally realized that he had survived. Consequently, in the following days, the various factions within the Qiandao mountain range erupted into chaos, with shouts of anger, sounds of battle, and cries of anguish resonating throughout. Many merchants, terrified, fled in haste to distant directions. Yet, unbeknownst to them, their arrangements had already lost all semblance of secrecy in the eyes of the Jianghu of the Qin Wangfu. After all, among the 10 major forces of Liaozhou, if one were to identify the faction most thoroughly infiltrated by the Jianghu, the bandit-formed Lei Huzhai would undoubtedly stand at the forefront. Half a month later, upon her arrival, Qian Mingxue gazed at the recent defensive map of the Qiandao mountain range handed to her by Jianghu, and her eyes involuntarily twitched at the sheer detail of the map. On this document, Lei Huzhai and the hundreds of thousands of bandits of the Qiandao mountain range were meticulously marked. In this instant, she gained a renewed appreciation for the intelligence capabilities of the Qin Wangfu. Sound the drums, gather the generals. Chapter 52. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood in the vicinity of the Qiandao mountain range, within a colossal military tent in the Shuntian prefecture. A gathering of notable leaders from the Tiger Guard, Blood Phoenix Guard, and Ming Phoenix Legion, including Dian Wei, Jia Su, and Bing Qinwu, sat in solemn silence before a map meticulously formed by their vital energies. At that moment, the commanding general, Qian Mingxue, spoke. Esteemed generals, this is the complete overview of the Qiandao mountain range. My objective is singular, to uproot the Qiandao mountain range entirely. Now heed my orders. The Tiger Guard, led by General Dian Wei, shall advance from east to west to push through the Qiandao mountain range. The Blood Phoenix Guard shall advance under my command from west to east. Ultimately, our forces will converge at Leihu Mountain, where the Leihu village is located. The Ming Phoenix Legion, your task is to divide into 10 squads, securing the Qiandao mountain range without fail. In this battle, I desire no captives. All human forces within the Qiandao mountain range must be utterly annihilated. Do you understand? Qian Mingxue proclaimed with unwavering authority. Understood. The generals responded in unison. 10 minutes later, only Qian Mingxue, Bing Qinwu, and Jia Su remained in the tent. After meticulously assigning the military tasks, Qian Mingxue exhaled a sigh of relief. The formidable woman then turned her gaze towards the silent Jia Su, who sat contemplatively. Military advisor, why do you not oppose my decision to lead the charge? She inquired. With a faint smile, Jia Su replied, General, here you are the commander. Your orders are absolute and must not be defied. Moreover, you may act freely. The prince has assured that he will support you in all matters. After speaking, Jia Su gradually exited the tent, his figure fading into the military camp. Witnessing this, a radiant smile illuminated Qian Mingxue's previously composed countenance. Boom! 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 Accompanied by tremors that shook the earth, a blood-red mist began to envelop the entirety of the Qiandao mountain range, slowly encroaching inward. Amid this ominous atmosphere, 2 colossal, beastly manifestations moved steadily towards one another, crushing everything in their path, humans, demonic beasts, mountains, and rivers alike. Gradually, A suffocating scent of blood enveloped the skies above the Qiandao mountain range. Meanwhile, within Lehu village, the previously confident high-ranking officials had congregated once more, yet this time, despair marred their faces. They had never anticipated the ruthless fervor of the Qin royal army. Intent on reducing Jianghu village and the entire Qiandao mountain range to ruins. Now, all shall heed the command. The Thunder Tiger stronghold shall fight to the bitter end. Let our loyal warriors seek aid from those influential figures through clandestine means. Should they refuse, we shall unveil the collaborations that exist between us. And we shall also have some disguise themselves as common folk to disseminate the deeds of the Qin king within the Thousand Thieves Mountain, compelling him to withdraw his forces. Upon uttering these words, the chief of the Thousand Thieves Mountain commenced activating all the contingencies laid out by the Thunder Tiger stronghold, embodying a resolve to battle the Qin king's army to the very last breath. Meanwhile, the Mingwang army, Blood Phoenix Guards, and Tiger Guard were consumed by a frenzy of slaughter. The rivers flowing from the Thousand Thieves Mountain, once pristine, were gradually tainted crimson with the blood of countless souls. The palpable atmosphere of rage and resentment coalesced above the mountain range, forming a blood-red tempest that began to expand ominously. As the forces from Liaozhou and beyond converged upon this locale, none could breach the Thousand Thieves Mountain, thwarted by the defenses orchestrated by the Mingwang army under Qian Mingshua's command. A cadre of formidable figures clad in black robes silently sealed off the void surrounding the area. In an instant, this battleground became the epicenter of attention for all in Liaozhou. Yet, unbeknownst to the onlookers, a thrilling confrontation was unfolding at the very edge of Liaozhou. Chapter 53. The chaos of Liaozhou is for me to decide. On the outskirts of Linchuan Prefecture in Liaozhou, within a horse-drawn carriage, Qin Heng, who had been cultivating all day, was just about to step outside to stretch his limbs when he suddenly sensed a ripple in the fabric of space. Outside the carriage, Lao Huang swiftly drew his sword from its scabbard, assuming a stance ready for combat. At that moment, Qin Heng's voice unexpectedly resonated. "Let her in. She is one of us." As the words echoed, a figure draped in a black cloak materialized before him. "Your Highness, news has just arrived from the 9 holy maidens that there are forces outside Liaozhou attempting to intervene in the battle of Qindao Mountain. However, they have been stopped by our allies in the Imperial Secret Police," the figure reported, bowing deeply. "Jiruxue, come aboard. I have matters I wish to discuss with you." Qin Heng's calm voice beckoned. Upon hearing this, Lao Huang, who had been seated in the carriage, displayed a knowing smile before promptly leaping aside to indulge in a drink. Observing the old man's actions, Qin Heng couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. "Old rogue. I'm not a stallion." Though Jiru Shui is indeed tall and elegant, with exquisite features and a perfect figure, I would never take advantage of her. What would I say if I were to summon the Nebula Baby in the future? Ding. Congratulations, host. The current Jiru Shui is the one prior to her acquaintance with Li Xingyun. Please rest assured. System withdraw. Did I inquire of you? Qin Heng chided, bemused by the system's irreverence. A few minutes later, Jiru Shui, her hair cascading like a waterfall, sat across from Qin Heng, meticulously detailing the developments of the Qin royal house over the past 2 years. "Your Highness, over these years, with your strategic planning and the efforts of the 2 gentlemen, we have effectively secured control over Jinchuan Prefecture, including 20,000 provincial troops. Moreover, due to the resource allocation from the Qin royal house, these troops have surpassed the elite warriors of the dynasty, reaching the threshold of a half-step military soul army. However, according to the 2 gentlemen, they lack a top-tier general. Without one, transformation is unattainable. Additionally, we have ascertained that the splendid tower within Jinchuan Prefecture is affiliated with a royal faction from the divine capital. As for the identity, both the Imperial Secret Police and the Illusion Sound House are diligently investigating," she continued, producing a substantial dossier containing detailed intelligence on the various factions within Jinchuan Prefecture. However, Qin Heng chose not to engage with it. "I shall not review it. Let the 2 gentlemen handle it. As for the splendid tower, it can wait. After the situation in Liaozhou is resolved, I will attend to it. In this life, Qin Heng possessed the formidable summon system as his golden finger. Thus all he needed to do was steer the overarching direction. The myriad affairs could be managed by the exceptional talents he summoned. Moreover, convey to the Jianghu that the state of chaos in Liaozhou is to be determined solely by this prince. Should they dare to intervene again, I shall have their claws severed, for reasons unknown, as she gazed upon the prince before her, who uttered these words with such nonchalance. Ji Ruxue felt as though a radiant aura enveloped Qin Heng. Nevertheless, she understood that this was not the time for her to indulge in fanciful thoughts. Understood. After respectfully bowing, her figure vanished within the confines of the carriage. Chapter 54. Ladies and gentlemen, please return. Beneath the sword gate of the great Qin in Liao province. At this moment, a dozen figures clad in various robes surged forth almost simultaneously, their purpose singularly aligned, towards the blood and flesh mill of the Thousand Thieves mountain range. At this juncture, the battle on the Liao side had escalated dramatically, with a myriad of individuals entering Liao province each day, including, of course, those hailing from the central three provinces. Yet, just as these figures had ventured 1,000 miles away, the leader suddenly bellowed, "Which knave dares to show themselves?" As he spoke, an enigmatic aura radiated outward. His cultivation level was revealed to be that of Saint Realm expert. A full minute passed, and just as the others in the group began to doubt his perception, three figures clad in flying fish attire, with embroidered spring sabers at their waists, appeared before the dozen individuals in the blink of an eye. They were none other than the Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger. However, disappointment gripped the trio. They had been guarding the sword gate for several days, only to encounter a few insignificant mice, which hardly piqued their interest. Nevertheless, duty called. White Tiger, incapacitate them by 2 levels of cultivation and relay the message to those behind. Liao province has an owner now. Let them cease their foolish thoughts. With that, Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise vanished. Yet, the individuals before them were utterly dumbfounded. Is it not possible for you to assign tasks without disregarding us? Moreover, they pondered, to casually diminish our cultivation by 2 levels. Do you not realize that life is at stake when one's lifespan is already short? Flee! With a loud command from the front. The group of over 10 immediately scattered in all directions. These mysterious figures, upon witnessing that a Saint Realm expert was stationed on their side, did not regard them as threats. They were, after all, unfamiliar with one another and had no intention of covering for each other. However, reality is often harsh, and all that could be heard was the cold snort from above, followed by the despairing realization that they were utterly immobilized. This is a terrestrial immortal. This exclamation echoed with a tone of hopelessness from all present, for they felt the very fabric of this realm rejecting them, confirming the identity of their opponent as a terrestrial immortal. Make your move, White Tiger said nonchalantly. At this point, the few who had already recognized their inability to escape hesitated no longer, each taking action to diminish their own realms. Begone, White Tiger stated blandly. Yes, my lord. At that moment, the dozen individuals harbored no lingering doubts. Upon receiving White Tiger's consent, they immediately withdrew from the fray. Just then, the previously departed Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise reappeared beside White Tiger. What is the situation? Inquired Azure Dragon. Already, arrangements have been made for surveillance. Yet I sense that there are still formidable adversaries lurking within the Jinmen Pass, Bai Hu remarked with a smile. No matter, this is merely a lesson. At present, our objective, as the Jianghu, is to rise swiftly, not to waste time dealing with them. Qing Long stated with a calm demeanor. In truth, all of this had been meticulously orchestrated by him. The intricate web of power in Liaozhou compelled him to adopt such a strategy, allowing the tiger to return to the mountain as a means to directly uncover which factions were colluding with Liaozhou. Once the prince's strength has been adequately amassed, he would then lead the Jianghu to decisively obliterate the mountain strongholds of these shadowy manipulators. Chapter 55. The cold moon of the 12th month in the northern regions of Liaozhou, at the southern city, under the silvery light of the moon. The grand gate of the southern city slowly creaked open. Suddenly, 6 dark figures surged forth, racing southward. In that moment, Ethereal petals inexplicably materialized beneath the dim moonlight. Be cautious. A voice, soft yet commanding, emerged from a figure cloaked in black, adorned with a crescent mask. Immediately, the 6 individuals brandished their daggers and formed a tight circle. Just then, the melodic laughter of women and the enchanting sound of a pipa began to resonate unexpectedly. To their astonishment, the masked figures realized that the scene before them had transformed. They now found themselves within an aromatic pavilion, where 9 alluring maidens, clad in revealing attire and possessing graceful figures, danced gracefully. Clang! Clang! Suddenly, the sound of weapons clattering to the ground echoed through the air. Apart from the masked man, who trembled slightly beneath his half-moon mask, the others appeared entranced as they moved towards the enchanting ladies, clearly under some form of enchantment. Enough of this play. We have other tasks to attend to, spoke Zhuge, draped in a fish-scale robe. Although the illusion-sound pavilion and the brocade-clad guards maintained their distance from each other, the cautious Qinglong had dispatched Zhuge for assistance. However, her intervention seemed somewhat superfluous this time, despite the formidable reputation of the 9 Heavens' sacred princess. Her actual prowess was rather unimpressive. Nevertheless, the 9 of them, united in their formation of the 9 Heavens illusion array, were more than capable of dealing with warriors beneath the realm of divine beings. Understood, sister. Upon hearing Zhuchue's command, the maidens displayed utmost obedience. For Zhuge had once been in the presence of their master. And what of this one within the formation? Inquired Miao Chengtian, the sacred princess. Dispose of them. They are merely the cold moon agents of the Northern King's residence. My brocade-clad guards are already well informed, replied Zhuge, her expression betraying no emotion. Very well. 10 minutes later, Miao Chengtian approached Zhuge with a look of disdain. Sister, I have inquired. They are the intelligence organization known as Cold Moon from the Northern King's residence, comprising the months of January, May, July, September, October, and November. They have come seeking the debauched young master Bei Mingro. I wonder if the Northern King has lost his wits, exposing such an organization so easily for a worthless fool. As she spoke, Miao Qingtian's face was etched with contempt. Do not underestimate them. They are merely pawns of those greater powers. Do not forget our master's instructions. Zhuge warned. Understood. Seeing that her words had been heeded, Zhuge continued. At the southern gate, the cloud-treading legion has become utterly ineffectual, nearly falling into the hands of the Northern King. Ensure that these individuals are delivered to the quarters of the cloud-treading legion's commander. Moreover, you must prepare yourselves for the forthcoming endeavor to infiltrate the southern city. In anticipation of His Highness's imminent control over this region, as per the Master's directive. Having relayed these instructions, Zhuge departed with the interrogation materials in hand. The loss of a saint-level individual, along with 5 fully realized celestial beings, will likely render the Northern King's residence quiet for a considerable period. Although the recent confrontations between the North and South were formidable, they pale in comparison to the ongoing battle in the Qiandao mountain range. At this moment, within a military camp situated 1,000 miles from Leihu Mountain, Qian Mingxue and her companions, after nearly half a month's relentless combat, finally arrived at this location. In the brief span of those 2 weeks, a hint of crimson had crept into their eyes. Notably, Dian Wei and Qian Mingxue, the generals who had charged into battle with both royal and Daoist soldiers, emanated an aura of bloodlust that was palpable even from a distance. Their armor bore the marks of countless blades, a sight that caused the usually composed Jia Su to furrow his brow in concern. Chapter 56. The Annihilation of Qindashan Mountain Range. Your Highness, for the impending battle, it would be prudent for you to refrain from leading the Blood Phoenix Guard into combat. Allow General Bing to take the reins, declared Jia Su, his tone unwavering and authoritative. Oh, what is the reasoning behind this, strategist? Qian Mingxue inquired, a hint of confusion evident in her voice. At present, the various strongholds within the Qindashan mountain range had been effectively sealed off within a 1,000-mile radius, and annihilating them seemed merely a matter of a swift charge. She had not anticipated that Jia Su would rise to dissuade her at this juncture. Your Highness, His Royal Highness the Qin King holds deep affection for you, yet he has no heirs. While the bloodlust you have accumulated may indeed expedite the growth of the Blood Phoenix Guard, it could adversely affect the future lineage you might bear. Thus, I implore you to command the entire army, while the task of slaughtering the enemy be entrusted to these generals." After speaking, Jianghu bowed deeply. In truth, were it not for his unwavering loyalty to Qin Heng, he would never have uttered such words. Upon hearing Jianghu's counsel, Qian Mingxue felt a jolt of realization. He was correct. Although her union with Qin Heng was influenced by the machinations of external forces, the bond they had forged over time had indeed blossomed into genuine affection. Therefore, she would not oppose the prospect of bearing a child, and her own peculiar condition indicated that it was time for her to step back. With this thought, Qian Mingxue turned and tossed the military insignia of the Blood Phoenix Guard to Bing Qingwu. She then addressed Jianghu. "Strategist, I shall rely on your efforts henceforth. I fear that any delays might impose undue pressure on the prince. Your Highness, do not fret. The sky above Liao province shall not collapse. The Qin mountain range will certainly be obliterated." 2 days passed, and Qian Mingxue's command tent had reached the foot of Thunder Tiger Mountain. At this moment, the once mighty Qin mountain range had been reduced to a solitary peak standing amidst the desolation. All other territories had crumbled beneath the hooves of the 300,000 iron cavalry. "General, the remaining 10,000 mountain bandits have been entirely cornered here. Please issue the order to assault the mountain." The words came from Dianwei, his face a mask of ferocity. "Please, General, give the order to attack the mountain. Please, General, give the order to attack the mountain." Dianwei's fervent words ignited a fervor among the assembled generals, who promptly knelt on one knee and shouted in unison. "Very well, convey my command. Assault the mountain. Mobilize the entire army of 300,000 and trample Thunder Tiger Mountain." "Understood." Thunderous roars echoed through the air once more, as the colossal Black Tiger Avatar and the blood-red Blood Phoenix Avatar unleashed their wrath anew. The bandits within the Qin mountain range quaked in terror at the sight, recalling the brutal slaughter of their comrades and leaders by these fearsome beasts. Had they not known that the armies below sought no prisoners, they would have surely surrendered long ago. "Do not panic. Activate the mountain protection formation," commanded the fierce-faced Thunder Tiger. Swish! The Thunder Tiger stronghold, having stood for a millennium, naturally possesses its own protective array. As the luminous barrier enveloped the entire mountain peak, the bandits revealed faint smiles. At that moment, the Blood Phoenix Guards, led by Ice Qingwu, charged forth with the Blood Phoenix Avatar. A resounding crash echoed, accompanied by tremors that shook the earth, yet the Thunder Tiger's stronghold remained steadfast. Evidently, Ice Qingwu's assault had faltered. Upon witnessing this, her fair visage darkened. She, the reincarnation of the Ice Emperor, had been thwarted by a mere bandit stronghold. However, reflecting on her hasty summons, she surmised that the lack of synergy with the Blood Phoenix Guards was to blame. Surely, if Qin Heng were present, he would have offered her a sardonic chuckle and advised her to practice more diligently. Despite the failure of the Blood Phoenix Guards' attack, one must not overlook the presence of the Wang Bing Hui army, which had arrayed itself 10 miles away. As the 3,000 Tiger Guards, adorned with the image of a colossal tiger, surged forward, they unleashed a powerful claw strike against the protective array. In stark contrast to the singular attack of the Blood Phoenix Avatar, this Black Tiger Avatar exhibited remarkable agility. Observing this spectacle, Qian Mingxue immediately focused her attention. Wang Bing was emblematic of a dynasty's heritage. Despite being the daughter of the Lord of the West, this was her first encounter with such might. With a resounding crash, the Tiger Mountain array, which had just withstood the assault of the Blood Phoenix Guards, began to flicker ominously. Ultimately, with a thunderous sound, the protective array of the Thunder Tiger stronghold was shattered. This could hardly be attributed to the weakness of the array. After all, it was designed to withstand the initial might of terrestrial immortals. In the great Qin Dynasty, nearly a millennium had passed without a major conflict among terrestrial immortals, excluding the actions of Qin Heng's forces. As the protective array crumbled, the Thunder Tiger stronghold, one of the 10 great powers of Liaozhou, met its demise. Thus, only 8 of the 10 great powers remained. At this moment, however, the occurrence was unbeknownst to others. For the Qian Thief Mountain Range remained shrouded under the terrifying bloodlust emanating from 300,000 iron cavalry. Chapter 57. By the side of the bed. How can one allow others to slumber? The winds of the north gently swept across the vast expanse of Liao province, gradually bestowing a touch of coolness upon the increasingly heated central plains. At this moment, the occurrences in Liao province began to ripple outward, much like the breeze, reaching various corners of the Great Qin Empire. In the imperial capital of Great Qin, Emperor Qin Long stood quietly atop a pavilion, surrounded by an absence of attendants. Well, have those old fellows made their move? Suddenly, a faint inquiry broke the silence. The subordinates responsible for monitoring reported that indeed, there had been a fleeting surge of formidable energy from those places, but it was swiftly suppressed within a brief moment. At that juncture, a masked figure spoke slowly. As expected, they remain ever cautious. Qin Long sighed softly. Very well, you may withdraw. The emperor quickly regained his composure. Understood. The cloaked figure respectfully retreated. Do you think that young Wu Hai acted a bit too hastily? Look, he hasn't even caught a single fish. Qin Long murmured softly. You must be out of your mind. How dare you blame your own son? The voice that emerged was unmistakably that of the black-clad figure who had earlier sought justice for Qin Heng, now laced with a hint of anger. It was evident he was well aware of the recent events. Perhaps you were right. Nevertheless, that lad has taken quite a few of my men as well. I haven't rushed him, have I? Yet as he spoke, a trace of embarrassment flickered across his face. That is your affair. With that, the figure in black vanished from sight. As he departed, the emperor's countenance transformed, shedding its earlier awkwardness, replaced by a contemplative expression, his thoughts flickering like shadows. He murmured, As a member of the great Qin royal family, your survival from this perilous predicament rests solely upon your own capabilities. Then he commanded, bring forth the decree. 2 flowers bloom, each telling its own tale. Within the chambers of the North Ming general, one of the 2 vice commanders, a robust figure with a bushy beard, found himself seething with anger and trepidation upon discovering a letter that had mysteriously appeared at his bedside. Though he was merely a tool for delivering a message this time, the thought that his life was perpetually at the mercy of others made him wish to tear the letter to shreds. However, when he beheld the blood-red characters inscribed upon it, he hesitated. It read, Withdraw from Jinan Pass, and North Ming Rome may live. This matter must be kept confidential. After a prolonged silence, he finally resolved, take this letter to the prince. After much deliberation, the notoriously fiery-tempered general of the North Ming branch chose to act as a messenger, for after all, North Ming Rome was the legitimate second son of the North Ming house, and regarding his life and death, he dared not conceal the truth. Bang! Time swiftly slips by, and in the study of the northern Wangfu in Changzhou town, the northern king, Baiming Patian, wore a dark expression as he crushed the letter in his hand. This was, indeed, the urgent missive he had received that morning from the southern border. With a long exhale, Baiming Patian finally spoke, summoned the attendants to the spring water pavilion, and request the presence of gentlemen Lu Xian and Yin Qing. Also, let someone escort the messenger who just arrived on his way back. As for his family, ensure they are generously rewarded. Chapter 58. Father, this is what you have allowed me to obtain. Meanwhile, in the city of Jinchuan, within the walls of Jinyan City, Qin Heng, donned in the attire of a refined young man from a noble family, strolled leisurely alongside a middle-aged man whose expression remained taut, exuding utmost respect. As one of the 10 principal cities of Liaozhou, Jinyan City may not rival the grandeur of the divine capital, but as Qin Heng walked through its streets, he was invigorated by the palpable vitality exuding from the faces of its citizens, young and old alike, each brimming with hope for a promising future. Just days prior, having stabilized his circumstances, Qin Heng utilized a specialized skill extraction card, thereby acquiring a unique technique, the Imperial Scripture. After several days of dedicated cultivation, he discovered he had gained an extraordinary ability, the power to perceive and influence fortune. This technique not only significantly enhanced Qin Heng's luck, but also enabled him to harness the faith of the common folk and his own influence to expedite his cultivation. This was also the reason he had not secluded himself in meditation recently. With this newfound ability, the traditional method of retreating for cultivation had lost much of its efficacy. Instead, for Qin Heng, mental clarity had become paramount. This was evident after his travels through Liaozhou with Lao Huang, as he now prepared for a breakthrough in secluded meditation. Returning to the royal residence after a tour of the city with Li Si, Qin Heng expressed his admiration. Li Si, your governance skills are truly exceptional. In just 2 short years, you have broadened my horizons. With a beaming smile, he patted the shoulder of the former prime minister of the Great Qin, praising him. Your Highness, you flatter me. Li Si replied hastily, rising to perform a formal bow, perhaps fearing that his past might displease Qin Heng. Li Si was now more cautious than even the elderly Jianghu. This left Qin Heng somewhat speechless. In his previous life, there were many remarkable figures, yet none were flawless. To Qin Heng, it sufficed for them to showcase their strengths. After all, with the assurance of the system, he had no fear of their potential disloyalty. However, he would never disclose this sentiment to them, for he was the sovereign, and even the most outstanding talents were merely his subordinates. Li Si, do you believe it is appropriate for me to directly demand the southern city? Qin Heng inquired coolly. With Jianghu absent, the only confidant available to deliberate on matters was this esteemed prime minister. Your Highness, Li Si replied with a serious countenance, in my humble opinion, demanding the southern city is not only correct, but should be expedited. After all, with it, we would possess an undeniable bargaining chip. Moreover, do you not think it a waste for General Elbu to guard such a minor place as Jinshuan with his 100,000 troops? You mean, but this matter ultimately requires her approval. Qin Heng sighed, feeling a headache coming on. As a royal prince, he could not possibly attack his own family's territory, and the 200,000 defenders of the southern city were not easily overcome. He hesitated. Your Highness, these considerations are not for us to ponder. Do not forget your current status. You represent the grand dynasty of the Yin in this vast land of Liao. Who is not aware of the substantial support you receive from the illustrious royal family of the Great Yin? At present, with the imperial decree forthcoming in Liao, your Highness embodies the heavens. Furthermore, let us not forget your purpose for coming to Jianghu. It is likely that he too wishes to witness the grip we have upon Junan Pass. As Qin Heng spoke, he seemed to perceive a reflection of the former grandeur of the prime minister of the Great Qin upon this fellow's visage. What a remarkable individual! Qin Heng exclaimed in admiration, truly deserving of being the first prime minister appointed by the first emperor. This man's understanding of the emperor's intentions surpasses even that of Jianghu. Nevertheless, with such a guarantor at hand, Qin Heng felt emboldened. How could one allow others to slumber peacefully at one's side? The king of Chuanbin commanded Lu Bu to promptly head to Junan Pass to assume the role of its guardian. Additionally, he instructed that the northern king of Tsai be summoned, for the young master seems to be troubled in spirit, and I fear he might utter something that could jeopardize the stability of our great Yin. Qin Heng and his companion simultaneously bowed their heads and chuckled. Chapter 59. Lu Xian on the other side, within the study of the northern king, after listening to the king's lamentations. Both Lu Xian and Yin Qing simultaneously uttered a profound inquiry of the soul. Who am I? Where am I? What have I just heard? However, upon casting a glance at the northern king, who was teetering on the brink of fury, Lu Xian, a once celebrated scholar who had triumphed in the imperial examinations thrice only to be usurped each time, stepped forward to remind, Your Highness, given the current circumstances, we find ourselves in an unequivocal disadvantage. It is likely that the southern pass cannot be preserved. Is there truly nothing you can do? Queried Biming Patian, still clinging to a flicker of hope. The defense of the southern pass had been meticulously arranged over 20 years ago with the assistance of this man, who had faced despair after failing the examinations thrice himself. Moreover, after 2 decades of relentless effort, aside from a few staunch loyalists of the Great Yin, most of the remaining forces had been ensnared by him. He was unwilling to relinquish control over this crucial artery that stymied the growth of the Han prefecture. Yet, upon hearing his words, Lu Xian shook his head in resignation, saying, Your Highness, there is no recourse left. If it were solely the matter of the underworld army, we might deflect responsibility. However, with the heir captured, we have lost all opportunity to refute. Furthermore, I fear the other three princes will seize this chance to strike us down, considering that in recent decades, our northern king's residence has advanced rather swiftly. Do you truly believe those in the capital will show us mercy? Our only path forward is to reconcile with the royal family and discreetly suppress this incident. Only with the return of His Highness the heir can we regain some semblance of authority. As he spoke, Lu Xian's expression was one of profound helplessness. His fortunes had been ill-fated, coinciding with the power transition between the great Yin's Xian emperor and the preceding ruler during the pivotal imperial examinations. After 3 consecutive years of anonymity on the leaderboard, disheartened, he departed the capital of the great Qin and began to traverse various provinces. It was during this period that he caught the attention of the current northern king, Baiming Patian, who subsequently welcomed him into his ranks. Naturally, he embraced this opportunity wholeheartedly, for as a scholar of humble origins, being admitted into such a royal force was akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Thus, he proposed that, while the royal family was in disarray, they might leverage the potential infiltration of the aquatic tribes from the northern sea to petition the court for the northern king's forces to establish a foothold at the southern pass in Liaozhou. Coincidentally, the other 3 princes were also eager to gauge the court's sentiments and thus lent their support, resulting in a silent victory for the royal family. Ultimately, he succeeded in garnering substantial backing from the northern king's estate. However, despair soon washed over him when, in the following year, during another round of imperial examinations, a monumental scandal erupted. The Minister of Personnel was exposed for colluding in examination fraud. This led to the venerable Confucian sage of the National Academy personally overseeing that year's examinations, which, unsurprisingly, ended in chaos. It was revealed that the minister had exploited his position to grant advantages to the scholarly families and had altered examination results for several consecutive years. In that moment, the heavens seemed to collapse. As the venerable sage of the great Qin, he resorted to the forbidden techniques of Confucianism, unearthing the darkest secrets of this literary scoundrel. He personally took action against numerous disreputable Confucian disciples and officials. Naturally, the scandal regarding his manipulation of the civil examination results also came to light. Consequently, Lu Xian achieved unprecedented fame, as it was revealed that he had secured the top position in all 3 civil examinations. At that juncture, the court issued an announcement to the entirety of the great Qin, proclaiming him as the foremost scholar in the history of the realm, thereby granting him direct access to a position within the cultural hall of the great Qin. That very night, he confined himself within his chamber for an entire night. Ultimately, after uttering the words, "It is time, it is fate," he fully entered the Inquan Pavilion of the Prince of Northern Town, and there he remained for nearly 3 decades. Chapter 60. A 30-year plan culminates in one day, taking control of the southern pass. 3 days have swiftly passed. At this moment, the king of the northern town, who had sequestered himself in his retreat for a full 3 days, finally emerged from his chamber. A faint smile once again adorned his face. However, during these 3 days, significant events unfolded in the town of Hangzhou. The prestigious Wei family, one of the 3 foremost powers in the northern town, fell victim to a mysterious force, leading to the complete annihilation of their clan, with 3,000 souls brutally extinguished at the hands of the demon sect. Moreover, the adversaries had arranged for a bloodbath so devastating that, when the remaining factions of the northern town discovered the tragedy, only remnants of blood remained where the Wei family once stood. In the wake of this calamity, Wei Fei, the concubine of the king of the northern town, descended into madness and tragically took her own life within her chambers. This upheaval nearly brought forth fits of laughter from the king's eldest and 3rd sons. Yet, just then, another piece of news arrived. The eldest and 3rd sons of the king of the northern town were to prepare to enter the northern pass to defend against the demon race without delay. This announcement swiftly garnered a wave of support from the populace. Of course, at this moment, Qin Heng remained oblivious to these happenings. He stood with a somber expression, holding the imperial edict in his hand. "Is there any further instruction from His Majesty?" he inquired, his face betraying no emotion. The courtier, sensing the gravity of the situation, immediately knelt and replied, "Your Highness, I assure you with my life that His Majesty has entrusted me only with this decree. There are no further orders." Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Heng remained silent, merely gazing intently at the eunuch. After a prolonged moment, he sighed softly, "You may leave." With a sense of relief, the announcing eunuch swiftly exited the royal residence, fear evident in his demeanor, a fear rooted in the deathly gaze of the formidable warrior Dianwei. Unbeknownst to the eunuch, as he stepped beyond the gates of the Qin royal residence, a wave of hearty laughter erupted within. "Congratulations, Your Highness, for fully seizing control of the southern pass. The Liao province is now secure," exclaimed Jia Su, Li Si, and Chun Gong in unison. Congratulations indeed. However, my father truly is quite frugal," Qin Heng remarked with a twist of irony. At this, the others struggled to suppress their amusement. Jia Su stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, this is precisely what we need. With General Liu now in command of the southern pass, the king of the northern town has withdrawn 100,000 troops. The remaining 100,000 of the Treading Cloud Legion have yet to be integrated into Jianmen Pass, leaving us with an entire quota of 190,000 troops available in the southern town. To safeguard Liao province, should we not consider recruiting soldiers?" With that, a sinister smile crept across Jia Su's face. "Are you suggesting that I use the pretext of defending against the demon race to recruit troops in Liao province?" Qin Heng, having spent considerable time with Jia Su, understood the subtlety of his suggestion. However, he countered yet, "The imperial decree only permits General Liu's 100,000 royal troops to station at the southern pass. Is it truly wise for us to recruit soldiers so overtly?" Qin Heng hesitated before speaking. Upon hearing this, Jia Su chuckled and pointed to the imperial edict in Qin Heng's hand. "Your Highness, does it not state here that the garrison at the southern pass consists of merely 100,000? Jia Su inquired nonchalantly, without allowing Qin Heng a moment to respond. He continued, "Your Highness, at present, His Majesty possesses little understanding of our true strength. To him, it appears that our Qin Wangfu can only muster a royal army of 100,000 men, which is already deemed a limit. Now, with the addition of the 30,000 troops from the princess, His Majesty and the entire court would never suspect that we have the capacity to fully command the southern pass. Therefore, Your Highness, do you not believe that now is the time for us to expand our forces?" Ziasu goset po suavin. "Indeed, then I shall leave this matter to the gentleman. As for the selection of commanders, I have my own arrangements." As a man of stature, Qin Heng naturally yearned for the command of a million-strong army. Thus, in that moment, he was prepared to initiate a round of recruitment. However, before proceeding, he inquired of Chun Gong whether the resources and finances of the Qin Wangfu were sufficient. After receiving an affirmative response, the Qin Wangfu commenced its recruitment efforts throughout the entire Liao prefecture. At that moment, a rustic carriage arrived outside the Qin Wangfu. "Halt! No idle persons may enter the Qin Wangfu." A loud shout rang out as several soldiers from the Tiger Guard drew their weapons and positioned themselves at the entrance. At this moment, the elderly woman driving the carriage narrowed her eyes. Military formation, royal army. Simultaneously, her observations reached the ears of a young lady clad in a delicate white gown inside the carriage. "Miss, the Qin Wangfu has a military formation of royal troops. Should I summon additional personnel?" the elderly woman suggested. Hearing this, the young lady's charming voice responded, "Enough, Aunt Qing. We have come to discuss a collaboration. Moreover, with this fellow's strength, even if I were to summon the Qiangbao Building's branch from Dayan, it is unlikely we could force our way in." At this moment, Lu Qing, the woman who had raised Huangfu Qingyu, let out a resigned sigh after a brief moment of astonishment. Huangfu Qingyu was indeed correct. Yet, observing her mistress's weary and hasty demeanor, Lu Qing felt an ominous premonition brewing, though she could not pinpoint the evidence. Chapter 61. Hidden Mission. After a brief tea session, within a loft of the Qin Wangfu in Jinchuan, Qin Heng gazed with delight at the enchanting young lady before him and spoke softly, "So, can Qiangbao Tower fulfill this order?" Upon hearing his words, the typically graceful and composed Huangfu, Qingyu furrowed her brow. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she finally spoke, albeit with a hint of concern. Your Highness, with such a vast procurement of military resources, are you not afraid of inciting the wrath of Emperor Yin? In response, Qin Heng rolled his eyes in exasperation and retorted, Miss Huangfu, that is my father. You're not my consort, so why fret over such matters? You. At this, Huangfu Qingyu's previously calm demeanor faltered, her chest rising and falling with agitation. However, recognizing that her reaction was somewhat inappropriate, she managed to suppress her ire and coldly stated, Your Highness, we at Xiangbao Tower have accepted this order. May I inquire if you possess the means to pay for it? After all, nearly 2 million in military expenses is no trifling sum, especially considering the cost of elixirs and beast mounts, which I trust you are aware of. Transitioning into her role as a formidable businesswoman, Huangfu Qingyu promptly calculated the total cost of the transaction and presented the figures to Qin Heng. To her astonishment, rather than being daunted by the staggering sum, Qin Heng merely handed the list to his attendant, Qin Yun, without a second glance, and casually instructed, Take this to Master Chen Gong. He then resumed, sipping his tea. The reason Qin Heng was unconcerned about the price stemmed from a delightful surprise he had received from the system earlier. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have triggered a hidden mission, treading the Jianghu. Note, for every faction you subdue or eliminate, you will receive one opportunity for a system lottery. With prizes including character cards, legion cards, mount cards, resource cards, and more. Everything depends on your luck. Ding! Congratulations, host, for eliminating the force of Lai Huzai. You have gained one lottery chance. Curious about this new lottery feature, Qin Heng decided to try his luck after settling down for a couple of days. The outcome was beyond his expectations. With a single trial, the system rewarded him with a staggering 100 million low-grade spirit stones, which explained his current nonchalant attitude towards finances. Naturally, Qin Heng inquired why there was no reward for the annihilation of the assassin organization, the Underworld. The system callously informed him that the Liaozhou Underworld was merely a branch, hence the absence of a reward. While he couldn't claim disappointment, as he had dismantled the Underworld almost as an afterthought, it was still a curious matter. As their business discussions drew to a close, and Qin Heng prepared to take his leave, Huangfu Qingyu unexpectedly began to engage him in conversation about various matters concerning Liaozhou, particularly the recent upheavals within the local factions. Notably, when the conversation turned to the events in Nansheng, she repeatedly mentioned the Northern King, clearly testing his responses. However, Qin Heng remained utterly unconcerned. Although the Northern King's manner was formidable, he did not believe he had any reason to fear it. Engaging in such trivial conversations with a stunning beauty failed to ignite any interest within him. Ultimately, after exchanging some idle chatter, Huangfu Qingyu departed with an expression of resignation. Simultaneously, an inexplicable sense of defeat began to cast doubt upon this extraordinary woman's own allure. Chapter 62. The Secret of Bing Qingwu after seeing off the insincere young lady Huangfu Qingyu. Qin Heng was poised to seize the opportunity to explore the splendid Jinxiu Tower in Jinyun City while Qin Mingxue was absent. However, upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of the gluttonous Lao Huang, devouring a chicken leg with grease smeared all over his face. This sight caused Qin Heng's heart to skip a beat, and he hastily seized Lao Huang's greasy hands, inquiring, Lao Huang, have you successfully broken through? Are you now at the immortal realm? Qin Heng was aware of the extraordinary talent for summoning, and he believed that failure in achieving a breakthrough was simply not in their vocabulary. To his surprise, Lao Huang, still gnawing on the chicken leg, wore an embarrassed expression and replied, Cough, my lord, I failed to break through. I am currently just half a step into the immortal realm. Hearing this, Qin Heng's brows immediately furrowed, and the relaxed mood he had just enjoyed dissipated. Lao Huang, do tell. What transpired? He asked, leading Lao Huang to a secluded pavilion. My lord, I am perplexed as well. My cultivation is sufficient, and my comprehension is adequate, yet I cannot break through. It seems, a suppression from the heavens and earth. Qin Heng answered directly, Indeed, it is the world suppression. Upon hearing this, Lao Huang slapped his forehead, and exclaimed, "Exactly! It is the world's pressure." At this revelation, Qin Heng felt a sense of defeat wash over him. He had initially contemplated unleashing a portion of his forces while holding back the rest, hoping to summon a formidable wave of immortals once he had strengthened himself. Now, however, that plan seemed futile. Yet, as he thought of a certain individual, his brows relaxed once more. "Lao Huang, go to the military camp outside the city and bring Bing Qingwu to see me." "Huh, understood." Ignoring Lao Huang's teasing glance, Qin Heng gazed thoughtfully at the sky before him. Moments later, after the passage of a tea's worth of time, he suddenly heard the delicate sound of footsteps approaching, prompting him to say, "Please take a seat. Since you have arrived, let's converse." He then pushed a cup of tea across the stone table towards his guest. However, upon witnessing this gesture, Bing Qingwu displayed no gratitude. Her cold, enchanting eyes filled with disdain. "Get to the point. You, allowing a perfect sword cultivator of the terrestrial realm to follow me, and now sending a half-step immortal suppressed by the world's will to bring me here. You truly are cautious." With that, a fragrant breeze enveloped the air, and before Qin Heng stood the increasingly exquisite form of Bing Qingwu. In that moment, as he beheld her disdainful expression, a sudden rush of emotion surged within him. After a period of absence, he discovered that his resistance to beauty had notably weakened. "Cough. Since you are aware of Lao Huang's situation, do you possess a solution?" Qin Heng inquired directly. Upon hearing his words, Bing Qingwu leaned in closer, her body mere inches from his, her gaze piercing into Qin Heng's eyes as if attempting to see through him entirely. However, after a considerable amount of time had passed without any discernible issues, she ultimately relinquished her efforts. Yet, a profound sigh of relief escaped her lips. It appeared that her counterpart was not some reincarnated ancient demon. Nevertheless, upon this realization, her eyes darted with a newfound determination, and she spoke in a gentle tone. "I may not possess a solution, yet I am acutely aware that you must allow me to leave this place." In that moment, Bing Qingwu seemed to have seized upon Qin Heng's vulnerability and boldly presented her demands. "Old Huang, seal her cultivation and confine her." Qin Heng would not indulge her whims. At this juncture, he had surmised her identity with considerable accuracy. Releasing such a troublesome entity was not an option he would entertain. "Wait, what do you propose instead?" Bing Qingwu interjected swiftly. "This is no jest. In the current state of Tianyun continent, being sealed by a half-step immortal who nearly shattered the restrictions would sever any subsequent opportunities for me." As she contemplated her enmity, Chapter 63, an unprecedented transformation casting a fiery gaze around the room, Qin Heng finally fixed his watchful eyes upon Bing Qingwu and slowly articulated, "Firstly, divulge your secret. And I assure you, within my domain, you shall have the freedom to roam. Secondly, I can furnish you with resources to expedite your ascension in power. Thirdly, when it is within my capacity, I can, under suitable circumstances, provide you with manpower, including the support or protection of formidable allies. That is all. There is nothing more." Bing Qingwu, somewhat dissatisfied, pouted and pressed for more details. "That is all. However, should you consent to become my royal consort, the might of my Qin Wangfu shall stand as your unwavering support." Aware of his intentions towards her, Qin Heng chose not to uphold the facade of a gentleman, but rather to express his desires candidly. "Do not entertain such thoughts, for I have no interest in you men of ill repute. You would be better off pursuing your beloved Ming Shui." Bing Qingwu outright rejected him, and sensing Qin Heng's potential irritation, she quickly added, regarding the suppression of the heavens, "I can enlighten you, but you must not disclose this to anyone else. I do not wish to attract unwanted attention from those individuals." "Very well, I agree." Though uncertain of her apprehensions, Qin Heng's curiosity about her secrets was evidently piqued. In truth, the pressure you previously sensed was not a decree of heaven, but rather a contrivance of man. However, the actions of those individuals had, in a way, received the tacit approval of the world. The Tianyun continent is, in fact, a diminutive world on the brink of ascension. Yet, the elevation of a world is no trivial matter, often requiring tens of thousands to millions of years. That group has devised a method that instills despair in the hearts of the contemporary populace, utilizing a heaven-defying formation to lock the primal forces of the Tianyan continent, preventing any loss. It is crucial to understand that the world's essence is a necessary condition for a martial artist to transcend into the immortal realm. Hence, this explains why no immortal forces traverse the earthly realm at present. However, you need not fret. The time until the formation shatters and the world ascends is not far off. Yet, this also signifies that numerous forces are poised to enter the world, which is an ill omen for rulers such as yourselves. Upon concluding her discourse, she fixed her gaze intently upon Qin Heng, seemingly eager to discern surprise and dread upon his countenance. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this profound revelation, Qin Heng wore a tranquil smile, stating, "The ascension of the world may not be a harbinger of misfortune." With that, he disregarded Bing Qingwu's astonished expression and exited with an air of grace. Now that he had gleaned insight into the future trajectory of the world, he was determined to make his arrangements. As for Bing Qingwu, the duck simmering in his pot was not one he would allow to take flight. Nevertheless, considering his forthcoming actions, Qin Heng resolved to summon a wave of allies first. In solitude within his retreat chamber, Qin Heng's consciousness delved into his system. System, please check my remaining summoning opportunities. Ding. Congratulations, host. You currently possess 3 character summoning opportunities and 2 faction summoning opportunities. Having summoned forces twice, Qin Heng had already come to a realization. However, upon observing the explanation provided by the system interface, he comprehended the situation. Unbeknownst to him, he had already traversed 3 years in this world. The additional opportunity for summoning forces was, in fact, a reward for the annual contract of the 3rd year. At this revelation, Qin Heng instinctively rubbed his hands together, his voice brimming with excitement as he exclaimed, "System summon." Chapter 64. A Surge in Power. Ding. The system prompts, please select a summoning target, host. Let us commence with 3 character summons, Qin Heng said, filled with anticipation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have summoned the character Zhao Yun. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have summoned the character Dongfang Bubi. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have summoned the character Meng Tian. A genuine smile spread across Qin Heng's face, for this summoning had allowed him to gather the key figures for his upcoming plans in Liaozhou all at once. However, after his moment of joy, Qin Heng did not forget to check their character panels. Ding. Character, Zhao Yun cultivation level. Late Earth Immortal affiliated characters. None character. Dongfang Bubi cultivation level. Perfected Earth Immortal. Half step to immortality. Affiliated characters. None character. Meng Tian cultivation level. Late Earth Immortal affiliated characters. None upon reviewing the system panel. Qin Heng felt quite pleased with their cultivation levels. Nonetheless, upon noticing the empty section for affiliated characters, he could not help but express some dissatisfaction with the system, although he understood that such concerns were ultimately inconsequential. System, initiate 2 faction summons. Seizing the good fortune of the day, Qin Heng decided it was time to utilize the long-accumulated faction summons. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the faction Shui US City. Ding. Faction name, Shui US City Leader. Li Changsheng, sealed in the Immortal Realm. Deputy Leader. Luo Shui, sealed in the Immortal Realm. Grand City Lord. Bailey Dongjun, sealed in the Immortal Realm. Second City Lord. Li Hani, sealed in the Immortal Realm. Third City Lord. Xikong Changfeng, sealed in the Immortal Realm. Other characters. Yin Luoxia, Yi Ruoyi, Luo Mingxian, and 30,000 disciples of Shuyu City, Earth Immortal to Grandmaster. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the faction Wudong. Leader, Zhang Sanfeng cultivation level. Faction characters, Zhang Wuji, half-step Earth Immortal. Wudong 7 heroes, Earth Immortal to Saint Realm. Other characters, 3,000 disciples of Wudong, transcendent to Celestial Realm. Goodness. Qin Heng exclaimed in astonishment. He had not anticipated that this summoning would yield such remarkable results, significantly enhancing the elite combat strength under his command. The configuration of Shui US City was astonishingly top-tier, featuring 5 immortal beings. With this, Qin Heng felt a newfound confidence in facing the imminent monumental transformations. However, system, why are all the experts of Shuyue City at the immortal level? You cannot possibly suggest that Li Chongxing and Sikong Chongfeng possess the same strength. Qin Heng inquired with a hint of skepticism. Ding. Host, you're overthinking. The immortal level consists of several stages, yet due to the current incomplete unsealing of Tianyuan continent, the system has not provided detailed classifications. Oh, so that is the case. Qin Heng finally felt reassured. However, upon glancing at the Wudong panel, he felt a twinge of discomfort. Wudong indeed, undoubtedly, among the forces summoned by Qin Heng, this one stands out as the most intriguing, possessing limitless potential, yet displaying a rather lackluster combat capability in the mid-tier. Particularly, among the 7 heroes of Wudong, Qin Heng surmised that they rank among the least formidable of the celestial beings he had summoned. Within the entire sect, apart from Zhang Sanfeng, the unwavering pillar, it seems that only the father-son duo of Zhang Cuishan and Zhang Wuji hold any noteworthy promise. However, this is of little consequence for Qin Heng. The paramount figure of significance in Wudong remains the almost divine Zhang Sanfeng. System, why can't I gauge Zhang Sanfeng's strength? Qin Heng inquired with palpable anticipation. Ding. Zhang Sanfeng's power is exceedingly formidable. Given the present circumstances of Tianyuan continent, his strength perpetually resides at the pinnacle of the world, thus rendering it unmeasurable. Comprehension dawned upon Qin Heng. Zhang Sanfeng was akin to a nuclear-level figure from a previous life. With him at his side, Qin Heng would possess the authority to engage in discourse with the individuals that Bing Qingwu had mentioned. With this thought, Qin Heng felt an eagerness surge within him. System, summon Zhao Yun along with the 2 elders of Shuyue City and the 3 city lords, as well as Zhang Sanfeng and Zhang Wuji of Wudong, directly to my residence. Now that he had arrived in Liaozhou, Qin Heng was no longer inclined to proceed with trepidation as he had previously. Swish! Just as Qin Heng's words fell, 10 figures materialized out of thin air. Although he recognized several of them at first glance, he intended to facilitate introductions among them. At that moment, an old Taoist priest, his hair as white as snow yet with a radiant countenance, stepped forward and spoke. Your Highness, these young friends possess remarkable strength, and it appears they have already drawn the attention of some ancient figures. I suggest I take the lead in setting up some defenses, lest we invite unnecessary troubles. Upon hearing this, Qin Heng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that those individuals would be so perceptive as to notice Li Hani and the others so swiftly. Initially, he had contemplated bestowing upon them the concealment technique to obscure their powers. Then please proceed, Qin Heng replied, foregoing further pleasantries. In response, Zhang Sanfeng immediately closed his eyes. The next instant, Qin Heng felt a gentle resonance echo in his mind, followed by the realization that his royal residence seemed to be enveloped by a peculiar aura. At that moment, Zhang Sanfeng opened his eyes, his expression filled with a hint of resignation as he remarked, Your Highness, my strength is heavily constrained. I can only shield the Qin Wangfu from their probing, but for other locations, I am powerless. With that, he offered a sincere bow to Qin Heng. In response, Qin Heng merely smiled, and then retrieved a tome of martial arts from his spatial storage. Chapter 65, continuing as the 6th, each in their own role. Within the grand hall of the Qin royal residence, an assembly of remarkable individuals has gathered. Seated in the primary position, adorned in resplendent crimson armor, is Qian Mingxiu, positioned beside Qin Heng. Adjacent to her, clad in elegant ice blue armor, is Bing Qingwu, equally poised. Qin Heng, understanding the arrangement orchestrated by his consort, refrains from commenting. Below the main seat, 2 rows of chairs stand on either side of the hall, both filled to capacity. The occupants of these seats are of particular note. In the right row, from front to back, are Elbu Dianwei, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke Xuanwu, Zhang Liao, Gao Shun, Meng Tian, and Zhao Yun. Clearly, these individuals hail from martial backgrounds, and their unity is likely bolstered by the libations available to them. Conversely, the opposite row is occupied by a more refined assembly. At present, these individuals are gently sipping their tea, sitting in composed silence. Their order is as follows: Jiasu, Li Si, Qinggong, Gaina, Jirushue, Zhang Sanfeng, Zhang Wuji, Li Changsheng, Luo Shui, Bailey Dongjun, Li Hani, and Si Kong Changfeng. In a mere 3 years, Qin Heng has successfully laid the foundation of his influence, thanks to the assistance of the system. It is not an exaggeration to assert that, should he choose to appeal to Emperor Yin at this moment, the title of Crown Prince of the Great Yin would likely be his by the following day. However, Qin Heng is wise enough to refrain from such folly. The current Emperor of Great Yin is in his prime, and it would be unwise to aim for the position of Crown Prince, which could entail a lengthy wait of 70 to 80 years. Moreover, considering the lifespans in this realm, it is reasonable to assume that his forebears, grandfathers, great-grandfathers, and so forth are still alive. Ascending to the throne now would likely result in constraints on his power, especially since Bing Qingwu has forewarned him of impending dangers in the world to come. Thus, Qin Heng decides to bide his time, confident in his father's ability to endure for several more years. Unbeknownst to Qin Heng, Bing Qingwu, standing beside Qian Mingxue, is utterly astonished. What has transpired? Just yesterday, she conveyed to Qin Heng that formidable figures would intervene in this era of strife. Yet merely a day later, she witnesses something extraordinary. 5 individuals bearing an aura that defies the world's suppression, alongside one who is subtly rejected by the will of this realm, an unparalleled powerhouse. At this moment, she is left questioning whether Qin Heng has deceived her. Otherwise, how could a mere prince attract such prodigious talents amongst his ranks? Disregarding Bing Qingwu's spiraling doubts, Qin Heng spoke calmly. "Elbu, I hereby appoint you as the general of the northern campaign, commanding 10,000 wolf cavalry, with Zhang Liao as your deputy. Your current station is at the southern pass. Prepare diligently, for I desire Han Prefecture." As he uttered these words, Qin Heng's gaze was fixed upon Elbu, revealing his ambitions candidly. Understood. With a resounding clank of armor, Elbu knelt on one knee, proclaiming his acceptance. "Meng Tian, you have been granted the title of Commander of the Southern Gate. Additionally, I shall assign you the task of training the newly recruited 200,000 troops. I hope you can forge an indomitable, iron-blooded legion capable of conquering nations. Furthermore, General Gao Shun will be entrusted to you as your deputy commander." At this moment, Qin Heng's gaze has shifted to Meng Tian. Indeed, in contrast to the fierce valor of Elbu, Meng Tian exudes a more composed demeanor. Observing this, Qin Heng nodded, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, for Meng Tian was merely bestowed a title devoid of renown. However, there is little that can be done, as Elbu has already demonstrated his prowess and commands an army of 100,000 elite soldiers. Thus, the position of General of the Southern Gate must currently be assigned to him. Nevertheless, within the confines of the Qin royal court, these powers are all established by my own hand. Otherwise, how could an obscure figure like Meng Tian immediately command an army of 200,000? Anyone of merit would undoubtedly harbor their own ambitions. Chapter 66. Establishing a Jianghu power within the Grand Hall of the Qin Wangfu. The bestowal ceremony for Meng Tian had just concluded. At this moment, the imposing Qin Heng did not pause for breath but continued, "Zhao Yun, I appoint you as the colonel of Jinchuan Prefecture. I command you to swiftly prepare the 200,000 troops of Jinchuan, striving to elevate their combat capabilities to that of Dao soldiers in a short time. The soldiers of Jinchuan, serving as the garrison force of Qin Heng's foundational territory, were not to be left idle. Thus, he directly dispatched Zhao Yun to the task. Understood. Zhao Yun immediately bowed in acceptance of the order. With this, all military forces belonging to the Qin Wangfu had been assigned. Next, Qin Heng prepared to impose heavier responsibilities upon his subordinates from the Jianghu and his civil ministers. However, at that moment, the princess consort, Qian Mingxue, spoke gently. "Your Highness, my Mingwang army and Shuohuang guard are still without suitable commanders. I hope your Highness can appoint capable leaders." Upon hearing her words, Qin Heng chuckled softly. "Princess, have you forgotten that I have already declared that the Minghuang army and Shuohuang guard are private troops of the Wangfu? At all times, their generals are you." He then affectionately patted her delicate hand. "But Given that the Wangfu has already been established, is it appropriate for me, as the mistress of the Wangfu, to remain in the military camp? Qian Mingxue inquired with a hint of concern. At this, Qin Heng nearly burst into laughter. Who could have imagined that a female war god, known for her capability to slay millions, would express such sentiments? Truth be told, Qin Heng felt a sense of accomplishment, though he dared not articulate the nature of that achievement. Therefore, to bring joy to this esteemed lady, he issued his command. Let it be proclaimed. I appoint Princess Consort Qian Mingxue as the general of Jinyan City, commanding 300,000 of the Mingwang army and 3,000 Shuohuang guards to defend Jinyan City. I designate Bing Qingwu as her deputy, leading the Shuohuang guard. Qin Heng offered a legitimate reason for the princess consort to remain in the military camp. With a swish, even as a general commanding 300,000 elite troops, Qian Mingxue's fair face turned slightly crimson. It was no jest. Commanding such a formidable army to guard a city was a feat that even the current Emperor Xian would not dare to undertake. Yet, Qin Heng cared little for the peculiar gazes of those around him. Qian Mingxue's preference for martial prowess over ornamental attire was well known, and with no immediate military conflict at hand, what harm was there in indulging his beloved wife? Ignoring the odd looks from others, Qin Heng continued, currently, the Jianghu forces in Liaozhou have been subdued to some extent through the iron-fisted suppression by the princess consort and General L. However, I do not intend to let them off lightly. Therefore, I have decided to appoint Zhang Daolang to lead the disciples of Wudong to select a picturesque location in Liaozhou to establish Wudong and subdue the Jianghu there. Qin Heng issued his decree with authority. The Jianghu warriors could not be entirely eradicated. Hence, Qin Heng prepared to have Zhang Sanfeng, a figure of legendary status in the martial world, step forward to establish a Jianghu of his own in Liaozhou. The old Taoist accepts the order. Zhang Sanfeng, having long attained a state of desirelessness, was thoroughly pleased with Qin Heng's arrangements. Zhang Daoshang, do not be anxious. With your esteemed presence at Wudong, it suffices. Thus, I have resolved to send your disciple, Zhang Wuji, to venture forth on behalf of my Qin royal household to discreetly seek and cultivate a select group of gifted martial artists. I hope for your approval, Zhang Daoshang. As for a master of Zhang Wuji's caliber, Qin Heng certainly would not let this opportunity slip by, and thus he spoke directly. Haha, your highness jest. Although this disciple of mine possesses remarkable strength, he lacks profound insight into the Tao. Therefore, even if your highness did not suggest it, I intended for him to embark on a journey of rigorous training. Now that your highness requires his services, I shall gladly send him your way. With that, Zhang Sanfeng turned to a striking young man beside him and spoke softly, Wuji, do you have any objections to Master S' arrangement? In response, Wuji replied, in answer to Master, I have no objections. In this incarnation, with the assistance of the system and stable parental figures, Zhang Wuji possesses a fervor that surpasses his previous life. Witnessing this exchange, Qin Heng could not help but chuckle. In his view, the absence of a feudal, overly sentimental disposition in Zhang Wuji made him all the more suited to thrive in the harsh and expansive realm of Tianyuan continent. Chapter 67. Aiming at the northern king's residence having arranged matters at Wudong, Qin Heng turned his attention towards the people of Shuyue City. Mr. Changsheng, I wish for you to lead Shuyue City under the pretense of guarding against the aquatic tribes of the Baiming Sea and settle in Hanzhou. What do you think, sir? Unlike Zhang Sanfeng, a man devoid of desires, Li Changsheng was one who lived solely for himself. Thus, Qin Heng deemed it prudent to consider his opinion regarding his arrangement. As soon as Qin Heng spoke, Li Changsheng promptly stepped forward, slightly cupping his hands in respect. Your Highness, I have long grown weary of the bloodshed in the martial world. Therefore, I must regretfully decline your esteemed offer. However, Bailey, Honey, and Changfeng are more than capable of serving you, so let them take charge of Hanzhou, Shuyue City. Upon finishing, Li Changsheng performed a deep bow toward Qin Heng. In response, Qin Heng quickly assisted him to rise, smiling as he said, since Mr. Changsheng wishes to retire from the fray, so be it. I shall establish a shrine at the Qin Wangfu, Perhaps you and Miss Luo Shui would consider making your residence here. Understood. Having already declined Qin Heng's offer once, Li Changsheng was not inclined to further rebuff him, thus agreeing readily. Seeing Li Changsheng's demeanor, Qin Heng then shifted his gaze to Bailey Dongjun and the other two. Speaking with a gentle smile, Bailey, Hani, Changfeng, previously I intended to send you to Jianghu to establish a sect. However, considering the situation in the northern territories and the conflicts with the northern king's residents, I have decided to assign you to Hanzhou. This serves to diminish the influence of the northern king's residents in the martial world of Hanzhou, while also hoping you can safeguard the northern gate of our Great Yin. Of course, for the time being, you should focus on self-discovery and refrain from revealing too much of your strength. Understood. The three leaders of Shuyue City had no objections to Qin Heng's arrangements, for they were indeed proficient in establishing a city that could dominate the martial realm. Seeing this, Qin Heng could not help but smile. The northern king's residents had previously attempted to undermine him, thus he would not hesitate to return the favor. Furthermore, as a force summoned unexpectedly by the system, Qin Heng harbored no concerns about leaving any trace for the northern king's residents to discover. Thus, Qin Heng had essentially completed his arrangements for the forces. As for the three strategists, he was in no rush. The Jinchuan prefecture was too small, and he did not wish for them to serve as court officials there, especially since it was his fiefdom. Assigning them positions here would merely squander his resources. In truth, the three men understood Qin Heng's intentions thoroughly, which is why they refrained from voicing any opinions throughout today's royal meeting. In this manner, the power distribution within the Qin Wangfu was successfully concluded. However, as these arrangements unfolded, Qin Heng did not concern himself with the potential transformations within the martial realm of the Great Yin. As time passed, 3 months had swiftly gone by. By now, the fervor ignited by the Qin Wangfu in Liaozhou had long since subsided. Upon witnessing this, Qin Heng concluded his cultivation and turned his attention to one of the 10 great powers of Liaozhou, the Splendid Tower, which he had previously neglected. While Qin Heng did not harbor any aversion towards this ancient culture, he was resolute in the belief that since these individuals thrived within his domain, he would not allow these resources to be squandered without recompense. Chapter 68. Wudong. Early the next morning, Qin Heng quietly departed from the gates of the Qin Wangfu with Old Huang, meandering through the vibrant streets of Jianghu City. Although Liao Province is relatively small compared to other regions of the Great Yin Empire, it still boasts a staggering population exceeding 1 trillion, with Jianghu City as the capital of Jinchuan Prefecture, housing over 10 million inhabitants. As a border region, Jinchuan's landscapes offered sights that even Qin Heng, who resided in the divine capital, had never witnessed before. Among the most striking were the beastmen strolling along the streets, distinguished by peculiar tails trailing behind them. Despite being adversaries of the demon race in the North Sea, their presence was not uncommon in this border city. This realm, though inhabited by demons and monsters, remains a martial arts world where every race strives for survival. As Liao Province serves as a stronghold for Han Province, the beastmen had settled here for quite some time. Truth be told, Qin Heng found himself somewhat intrigued by these unusual beings, reminiscent of a cosplay event. However, his interest was fleeting, as he was more accustomed to the stunning beauty of figures like Qian Mingxue and Bing Qingwu, leaving him largely indifferent to these peculiar races. As Qin Heng continued to stroll, a group of young men and women clad in white garments, wielding long swords, caught his attention. Their chests bore an embroidered, enigmatic Tai symbol. Could it be Wudong? Qin Heng was momentarily taken aback, but was soon enlightened by a group of martial artists nearby. Brother, who were those people that just passed by? They seemed quite impressive, inquired a young man wielding a broad knife, nudging his companion for an answer. His companion shot him a disdainful glance. Lu Meng, if you had listened to me and visited the brothels a little less, you wouldn't be so oblivious. They are disciples of the newly emerged Wudong sect from Liao Province, and this Wudong is no ordinary faction. Oh, pray tell, I hail from Jianghu, yet I've never heard of this power. Isn't Liao Province known for its 10 major factions? Asked a young gentleman, who, while speaking, handed a gold coin to his interlocutor. The previous speaker, pleased with the unexpected reward, smiled and continued, my lord. You must be unaware that the 10 factions have long been relegated to history. Our Prince of Jinchuan, 3 months ago, trampled through the martial world, obliterating 2 of the 10 factions, while the remaining 8 were forced into submission. Oh, is that so? Then what of this Wudong? The young gentleman pressed eagerly. Brother, do not rush. The Wudong, established less than 3 months ago, is located atop Jianghu Mountain, which has since been renamed Wudong Mountain. Upon hearing these words, the onlookers could no longer remain composed. Ah, my friend, Mount Jianghu in Liaozhou is indeed one of the 10 greatest peaks of the Great Yin, soaring nearly 50,000 zhang into the heavens, and it is riddled with sheer cliffs. Who could possibly establish a sect there? Indeed, indeed. As soon as this was uttered, the crowd began to murmur among themselves. In response, the previous speaker remained unperturbed and promptly declared, "Gentlemen, do not doubt it. Although Wudong Mountain is splendid, the disciples of the Wudong sect possess formidable strength. In the Wudong sect, even the outer disciples are of grandmaster caliber, while the inner disciples are nearly all extraordinary. Do you think they would fear such lofty mountains? Moreover, the Wudong sect boasts 7 exceptionally powerful disciples, each one akin to a celestial being. They have employed their immense magical prowess to establish a floating array along the mountain's ascent. What you may not be aware of is that the Wudong sect is rumored to have a true immortal patriarch. The present-day Wudong Mountain has already been transformed into a genuine celestial paradise." Upon finishing this statement, the youth quietly slipped away. Meanwhile, the crowd erupted in excitement, and soon, martial artists from the Jianghu began to form groups, fervently setting off for Wudong Mountain, eager to encounter these celestial figures. Witnessing the entire scene, Qin Heng smiled softly and discreetly conveyed to the elder Huang beside him, "The Qinglong team has performed admirably. Additionally, let them assist the Snow Moon City in Hangzhou." Understood. Chapter 69. Young Master, is this appropriate? After witnessing the lively scene, Qin Heng departed with old Huang. Half an hour later, the duo arrived at the renowned Den of Indulgence in Jinyan City and even the entire Liaozhou, Jinxiu Tower. Initially, Qin Heng presumed the establishment only operated at night. However, after inquiring along the way, he realized how naive he had been. Jinxiu Tower possessed special privileges, allowing it to operate regardless of the hour. The reason was simple. The business thrived so well that opening solely at night could not accommodate the throngs of patrons. Now, more than ever, Qin Heng was eager to visit, as he was the proprietor of Huanin Workshop himself. He was curious to discover what methods his rival employed to wield such influence in Liaozhou. Yet, upon reaching the entrance of Jinxiu Tower, Qin Heng found himself in an awkward predicament. "Old Huang, perhaps you should return to the Wangfu. I can manage on my own," Qin Heng suggested delicately. "No way. Young master, I must ensure your safety and cannot leave your side. Rest assured my lips are sealed. I want to breathe a word to the Wang Fei about your visit to this place," old Huang replied, winking cheekily. "That is not what I meant." Qin Heng nearly lost his composure. "Do you not recognize your own appearance? With your tattered linen robe that hasn't seen a change in ages, your yellow teeth, one of which is missing, and a face lined with wrinkles that could trap flies, do you truly believe you want to be thrown out?" However, Qin Heng soon realized that he hadn't come to Jinxiu Tower merely for indulgence. Bringing old Huang along might indeed serve as a means to gauge the establishment's boundaries and find ground for scrutiny. With this thought in mind, Qin Heng, who had been hesitant moments before, flicked his folding fan and declared, "Let us go, old Huang. Today, I shall treat you to the pleasures of life." Indeed, Jinxiu Tower rightfully earned its reputation as a formidable contender among Liaozhou's top 10 powers. As the peculiar duo entered the opulent venue, adorned with dragon and phoenix motifs reminiscent of a celestial paradise, they were promptly greeted by several attendants who began to cater to their needs. To Qin Heng's surprise, even old Huang attracted the attention of several charming women who approached him with warmth and inquiries. Judging by the quality of service, Qin Heng surmised that this establishment undoubtedly boasted an abundance of repeat patrons. "Young master, I presume you two are newcomers? Allow me to provide a thorough introduction." Suddenly, a fragrant breeze enveloped Qin Heng, and when he turned, he found that the previous girls had retreated, replaced by a stunning figure adorned with a delicate veil. Her exquisite form was accentuated by long legs that seemed to dance in the shadows, a slender waist, and a captivating allure that was hard to ignore. Once Qin Heng regained his composure, he took a moment to admire the enchanting lady before he spoke with a nonchalant tone. "Excellent. This is my first visit. I hope you will enlighten me further." After speaking, before the young lady could fully comprehend the situation, Qin Heng swiftly wrapped his long arms around her, pulling the exquisite beauty into his embrace. In the next moment, he felt her delicate form stiffen suddenly, only to hear her respond with a playful laugh. "Young master, do not be so hasty. This splendid establishment differs from other flower houses. Our ladies rely on their talents. Why not take a moment to observe?" The enchanting woman in Qin Heng's arms continued to entice him. "Very well." Upon finishing his response, Qin Heng mischievously squeezed the soft curve of the lady nestled in his embrace. "That young master," she exclaimed, her face lighting up with delight. However, just as she was about to continue, Qin Heng's somewhat lecherous voice interrupted once more. "Well then, as for the various elegant entertainments, I shall partake in them myself. As for my elderly servant here, why not find him a few ladies to indulge in? After all, I am not lacking in funds." At this declaration, the atmosphere fell into a sudden silence. The next second, a hesitant voice emerged. "Young master, this seems inappropriate." Old Huang's words were laced with uncertainty. "Good heavens! Old Huang, do you not perceive that I am merely seeking to provoke a reaction?" Qin Heng retorted. "Yet, with your interjection, you leave me at a loss for words." In that moment, he sensed a fleeting anger from the beauty in his arms, along with a subtle surge of true energy emanating from her. Now, Qin Heng found himself unperturbed. It appeared that she could no longer restrain herself from taking action. However, as a minute passed slowly, the lady once again exhaled softly. "Very well. You lot, do ensure that this esteemed elder is well entertained tonight." Following this, she sweetly added, "Young master, may I accompany you now?" Qin Heng. Chapter 70. The splendid pavilion as he observed old Huang being effortlessly whisked away by several ladies. Qin Heng could only mutter an expletive deep within his heart, uncertain of its appropriateness. What rendered him even more speechless was the charming beauty in his embrace, who, without hesitation, delivered another blow to his composure. "Young master, this esteemed elder possesses formidable strength. Therefore, for your safety, we at the splendid pavilion have selected 16 young ladies to attend to your needs, tailored to the elder's preferences. Thus, young master, I advise you to prepare ample financial resources." Upon hearing this, Qin Heng's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixed his gaze upon the lovely maiden. "What is your name?" "My name is Dai Wu, young master. Do you have any instructions for me?" "None at all. I merely believe that the name Madam Proprietress suits you far better. Di Wu." After addressing the matter concerning old Huang, Qin Heng finally entered the opulent den of indulgence. Upon stepping inside, a wave of astonishment washed over him. The splendid pavilion was vast, comprising 7 floors. Although it lacked the grand spatial arrays found in the Qiangbao pavilion, it was replete with numerous divine restraining formations on each level, along with countless small teleportation arrays that facilitated the effortless movement of maidens and patrons alike. Imagine the experience of witnessing a resplendent beauty, adorned in lavish attire, soaring gracefully before your very eyes. Yet, the allure did not end there. The splendid pavilion also employed a stratified service approach. For instance, on the first floor, Qin Heng found himself amidst various martial factions and some rough-and-tumble rogues. The maidens serving here were predominantly low-tier warriors and common women. Yet their beauty surpassed that of many ordinary establishments by a considerable margin. Their role was to engage in light-hearted banter, providing amusement to the rugged men. Though more intimate services were decidedly absent, for the splendid pavilion prided itself on its high-end reputation. Upon ascending to the second floor, Qin Heng noticed a distinct change in atmosphere. The entire level was adorned with an array of poems and paintings, and the clientele comprised wealthy merchants' offspring and illegitimate sons of noble families. Occasionally, Qin Heng would overhear some absurdly eloquent verses, which left him feeling quite nauseated. "Let us depart. Di Vu. This atmosphere is ill-suited for me," he declared, casting no further glances around. Seeing his reaction, Dai Wu was not offended. Instead, she reclined comfortably in his arms, and with a delicate wave of her hand, the environment transformed once more. In the blink of an eye, Qin Heng realized he had arrived on the third floor. Here, however, he was momentarily taken aback, for the scene before him resembled a theatrical performance from a bygone era. The expansive hall was filled with chairs, and at the forefront, within a lofty alcove, a group of martial artists wielding various weapons was engaged in a display of combat. The audience, seated in every available spot, erupted in gasps of astonishment, showering the performers with generous rewards. Dai Wu, what is this? Qin Heng inquired, his curiosity piqued. Could it be that this world boasts its own form of theater? My lord, this is a performer trained specifically by my esteemed establishment, the Splendid Pavilion. Their role is to depict significant events and amusing anecdotes from the martial world. For the vastness of the great Yin's martial realm makes it quite challenging for certain practitioners to grasp its intricacies. Thus, our pavilion invests in acquiring such intelligence and presents it in a mimetic fashion in exchange for monetary gain. Indeed, Qin Heng is quite impressed. There are indeed many astute individuals among us. Concurrently, a new thought began to form in his mind. Should he summon the Empress? It seems that Ji Rushua's abilities may still be somewhat lacking. Chapter 71. The Fairy Ant. After a brief interlude, Qin Heng fell silent, allowing Dai Wu to guide him through the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels of the splendid building. However, these areas were reserved for individuals of high status, which piqued little interest in him. After all, as a prince, he had no need to observe such trivial spectacles. Yet, at that moment, Qin Heng sensed something amiss. Drawing the enchanting maiden in his arms closer, he spoke with a teasing tone. My lady, you have been graciously escorting me about. Yet you offer no suggestions for my indulgences. Pray tell, where do you intend to lead me? As his words faded, an overwhelming pressure momentarily enveloped the space. Stattling divu. She suddenly realized that her spiritual essence and true energy had been constricted. This prince is indeed extraordinary. However, rather than panic, she calmly adjusted her disheveled hair and softly whispered into Qin Heng's ear, Do not fret, your highness. I am here at the behest of your esteemed elder, summoned to invite you to the 7th floor for a discussion. Elder? Do I have a relative in the Jinchua mansion? Qin Heng questioned, skepticism lacing his voice. Just then, he noticed the surroundings around him begin to shimmer, as if under the influence of a formation. As he pondered this, a melodious voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Xiao Wu, do not rush. I am your aunt. Taken aback, Qin Heng froze at the mention of aunt. Yet before he could fully comprehend, a curtain before him gradually descended. He beheld a voluptuous woman adorned with a purple hairpin, her skin radiating a faint luminescence, seated gracefully as she regarded him with a steady gaze. What astonished him further was the swirling purple aura emanating from her, instilling within him an inexplicable urge to submit. Could it be the imperial purple aura? Is this woman the fated daughter of this realm's destiny? What, then, of the reborn empress Bing Qing Wu, whom I have kept close? In that fleeting moment, a tempest of thoughts whirled through Qin Heng's mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. However, in the next heartbeat, a refreshing sensation washed over him, restoring clarity to his gaze. Clearly, the system had intervened once more. Qin Huang'er observed his swift recovery with keen interest, undeterred by his rapid escape from her influence. She understood that her nephew was not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, having regained his composure, Qin Heng promptly clasped his hands in greeting and inquired with a composed demeanor, Might I be so bold as to ask which aunt you are? Forgive my ignorance, as I have been away from a Qin palace for some time and do not recognize your esteemed identity. I humbly request your enlightenment. Oh, since you do not recognize me, why does the prince assume that I am not deceiving you? After speaking, she slightly arched her body and leaned against the enormous chair beneath her. Enchantress! Qin Heng silently cursed, as he was somewhat flustered by her unabashed boldness, which revealed a captivating sight that made his lower abdomen warm. However, considering that she was his aunt, he could only inwardly lament the situation. As if sensing his thoughts, the system then chimed in, Ding, The analysis indicates that the woman before you shares no blood relation with the host, so there is no need for concern. Concern? What do I have to worry about? System you. Wait, a non-blood related aunt means that my grandfather was unfaithful. Chapter 72. The generous Qin Heng are well. Qin Heng was now invigorated. However, considering the ambiguity of the other party's intentions, he refrained from displaying any overt changes in his expression. Instead, he began to contemplate the true identity of this aunt of his. Although the Dynasty royal family did not boast as many offspring as other royal families, a considerable number had been bestowed the title of princess. Among them, the most renowned was undoubtedly the youngest daughter of the late emperor, Princess Zi Huang, Qin Heng. Despite being the youngest among the emperor's many daughters, she was the most favored. Following the ascension of Qin Heng's adoptive father, Qin Long, she was granted the title of Grand Princess and even possessed the authority to establish her own office and govern. Her status was not inferior to that of the current princes. With this thought, Qin Heng deduced the identity of the person before him. "Nephew, I greet you, Aunt Huang." Qin Heng bowed deeply, and this enchanting aunt of his smiled as she helped him rise, taking his hand and drawing him to sit beside her. Suddenly enveloped by her delicate, almost ethereal hands, Qin Heng felt his heart race. Indeed, his aunt's allure was overwhelming. Such a simple gesture could easily stir one's innermost thoughts. At that moment, Qin Huanger's melodious voice rang out again. "Hunger, are you harboring grievances against your father?" The topic shifted abruptly, and although Qin Heng felt a bit perplexed, he quickly responded, "Aunt, your nephew holds no such sentiments. This journey to Liao Prefecture was entirely my own choice. Currently, several of my royal brothers are assisting the emperor, so I feel at ease. However, I perceive that the border regions are becoming somewhat militarized. Thus, I have come here, intending to issue a warning to these individuals in my capacity as a prince, urging them to exercise restraint. As for other matters, I am powerless to influence." Qin Heng spoke with a blend of sincerity and artifice. After all, the rich imperial aura surrounding this individual indicated that she was no mere ornament. She likely possessed capabilities akin to Wu Zetian. Moreover, in Qin Heng's estimation, her methods surpassed even those of Wu Zetian. In this era of high martial prowess within Dynasty, the fact that she, a woman with no blood ties, had garnered the favor of two emperors while concealing her own ambitions, led Qin Heng to realize that her level of sophistication far exceeded that of his still immature royal siblings. Although Qin Heng's response was heartfelt, Qin Huanger did not continue the conversation in kind. Instead, she comforted him further. "Little five, your father is indeed in a difficult position. The Dynasty royal family is currently flourishing, yet like other ancient dynasties, we find ourselves in a state of stagnation. The powerful families are vying for control, and the border regions are militarizing. They await the moment when our Dynasty has been thoroughly weakened. However, we cannot allow them that opportunity. The unification of Central Continent is the grand aspiration of our Dynasty ancestors. Thus, it is the royal descendants of the Dynasty who bear the greatest burdens. Yet, it is precisely for this reason that your choices bring true comfort to your aunt. The arrival of my aunt here is rather perplexing, engaging in emotional appeals." Qin Heng found himself growing impatient. After all, he was not a mere child of 3. In the realm of power struggles, there exists no clear right or wrong, nor any notion of self-sacrifice. Qin Heng was certainly not so noble. Furthermore, as a formidable figure in his own right, with a system at his disposal, he felt that lectures from Qin Huanger were somewhat misplaced. It seemed she had not anticipated Qin Heng's lack of deference, as she momentarily appeared taken aback. Yet, in the next breath, she smiled and exclaimed, "Little Wu, my purpose in coming here is simply to hand over the Jianghu to you, and nothing more." With that, Qin Heng playfully tapped Qin Heng's shoulder. Before he could respond, the enchanting figure vanished from the room. At this moment, Qin Heng found his defenses somewhat compromised. Was his aunt truly this generous? Just then, the previous dancer, Dai Wu, entered holding a jade token. Without waiting for Qin Heng to speak, she immediately knelt on one knee and declared, "I report to my master. This is the binding contract of all the sisters of Jianghu. From this day forward, everything belonging to Jianghu is now yours." She then rose and nestled into Qin Heng's embrace. However, Qin Heng instinctively halted her advance, for he was deeply contemplating the true intentions behind his aunt's ambitious actions. Chapter 73. Concealed Depths. Ah, alas, my strength is still insufficient. Qin Heng let out a long sigh, filled with a sense of helplessness. What is it, my lord? Do you have any commands? Butterfly Dance, observing Qin Heng's demeanor, promptly bowed and inquired. Haha, none at all. Just bring old Huang out. Qin Heng replied, a mischievous glint in his eyes. This is my territory now. I cannot allow this old fellow to indulge for free. With that, he playfully pinched Butterfly Dance's curvaceous form. Oh dear, you are truly wicked, my lord. After a playful reprimand, Butterfly Dance swayed her slender figure and exited the room. After a considerable time, Qin Heng finally laid eyes on old Huang, whose face was adorned with vibrant lipstick. Qin Heng's expression darkened. His own master had yet to indulge, while old Huang seemed to be reveling in the pleasures. Summoning Butterfly Dance with a wave of his hand, Qin Heng instructed nonchalantly, from now on, whenever this old fellow visits, you shall charge him normally. After all, running the brocade building is no easy task. Having spoken, and before old Huang could respond, Qin Heng led the old man towards the door. However, just as his figure was about to enter the teleportation array, he turned back and calmly commanded, you may operate the brocade building as usual. Should any insolent individuals come to cause trouble, they may seek me at the Qin Huang mansion. As for everything else, let remain as is. Oh, and remember to deliver the monthly revenue of the brocade building to the Qin Huang mansion on time, to be given to Qingong. Understood. Moments latte. As Qin Heng's figure vanished into the crowd, Butterfly Dance, who had just been all smiles and obedient, immediately adopted a serious demeanor and approached a door adorned with peculiar patterns, gently knocking 3 times. Enter. As this ethereal voice resonated, the door burst forth with a brilliant light and opened gently. Without hesitation, Butterfly Dance stepped inside and immediately bowed, reporting, Your Highness, the 5th prince has departed. With that, her head lowered once more. The reason for her demeanor was that not far from her, on a fiery red bed, Qin Huang lay gracefully, her figure partially draped in sheer fabric, exuding an enchanting allure, with her delicate legs unabashedly exposed to the air. Even as a woman, Butterfly Dance dared not gaze too long at this scene. Seemingly aware of Butterfly Dance's awkwardness, Qin Huang beckoned for a cloak embroidered with golden red phoenixes, draping it gently over her exquisite form. Then she spoke, now, tell me about my little nephew. As she spoke, a jade slip materialized in her hand, which she began to idly toy with. Reporting to Your Highness, the elder from the Qin Huang mansion possesses some strength, but stop. Qin Heng interjected sharply. I see you spent too long here, picking up tricks from those fools. Had I known you were such a simpleton, I would never have risked exposing my identity to rescue you. As Qin Huang spoke, the previous languor that enveloped her was nowhere to be found. Her phoenix eyes had transformed into sharp swords, fixated intently on Dai Wu before her. Without a moment's hesitation, upon sensing her master's murderous intent and the overwhelming aura akin to a vast ocean, Dai Wu immediately bowed her head to the ground, her voice trembling as she uttered, I acknowledge my mistakes. Acknowledge your mistakes? I see you still do not comprehend where you went astray. Upon concluding her words, Qin Huang waved her delicate hand, causing the jade slip she had held to strike Dai Wu forcefully. With a thud, Dai Wu seemed to suffer a heavy blow, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. Look, observe how this fool nearly met her demise. After saying this, Qin Huang closed her eyes, while Dai Wu hastily picked up the jade slip from the ground and pressed it against her forehead. A mere 10 minutes later, having perused the contents of the slip, Dai Wu collapsed on the ground, utterly devoid of dignity. Her dress, drenched in cold sweat, clung tightly to her delicate form. Now, speak of my nephew. Share your thoughts. My lady, I am deserving of death. Without offering any explanation, Dai Wu pressed her forehead firmly against the ground. Enough. In light of the fact that you were among the first to choose to follow me, I shall overlook this incident. Moreover, next time you report to the 5th prince, remember to remove your veil. Do not forget, we are in the Great Inn. Begone. I am weary. Yes, once she observed her terrified, subordinate retreat. Qin Heng's alluring voice resounded once more. With a rustle, a figure cloaked in black slowly materialized before her and immediately knelt. Rise. This time, your efforts in the Guishu were commendable. However, refrain from infiltrating the Qin Wangfu's influence further. Additionally, temper your plans in Liaozhou. From now on, you shall oversee intelligence operations concerning Liaozhou. As for the Jingxilu, leave it be, a group of imbeciles, always perched high above. If it were not for... Yet, as she seemed to ponder something, she refrained from continuing down that path and instead shifted the topic with a playful laugh. Find a way to have that useless Dai Wu spread news of the fifth prince's visit to Jingxilu. After all, I am her aunt and bear the responsibility of educating him. Consider this a small interest I bestow upon her regarding Jingxilu. Meanwhile, Qin Heng remained oblivious, leisurely strolling through the streets of Jianghu City with Lao Huang, unaware that the two women within the Wangfu had been awaiting him for quite some time. Chapter 74. Seeking Death? Then let be done. What? The princess consort commanded me to sleep in the study tonight. At this moment, in the rear courtyard of the Qin Wangfu, as Qin Heng entered, he was immediately intercepted by the disdainful Bing Qingwu, who delivered this dreadful news. No way. You wretched girl. Have you spoken ill of me before the princess consort again? Qin Heng gazed at Bing Qingwu with disbelief. If one wishes to keep a secret, one must refrain from wrongdoing. What you have done, must I remind you? With that, before Qin Heng could respond, the girl swiftly closed the grand door of the rear courtyard, though the maidservants and lower servants of the Qin Wangfu were summoned by him. The responsibility for guarding the rear courtyard lay with Bing Qingwu, a task assigned by the princess consort, Qian Mingxue. Initially, Qin Heng questioned why a reincarnated individual like Bing Qingwu chose to reside in his Qin Wangfu, suspecting that his princess consort must possess some celestial fortune that compelled Bing Qingwu to remain in her service. However, upon witnessing Qin Heng's almost palpable aura of destiny today, he began to doubt the true intentions of this girl. Nonetheless, in light of his pursuit of a blissful life, Qin Heng chose to temporarily set aside these concerns and turned away with a dark expression. Zhuke, go investigate who leaked my whereabouts. As for his excursions to the pleasure houses, Qin Heng never expected to conceal them for long. Yet, before he even reached the Wangfu, the news had already reached the princess consort's ears, and he could not believe that no one was pulling strings behind scenes. Understood. As night gradually fell, just as Qin Heng was mustering the audacity to approach Qian Mingxue's chamber, Zhuke's figure suddenly materialized. Upon witnessing this, Qin Heng resumed his seat and spoke coolly. What is it? Your Highness, the Jianghu reported that the information initially surfaced from the Black Tiger Gang, the Chao Gang, and the Hongshun gambling house within Jianghu City, all pointing towards the Jinxiu building. Butterfly dance, you say? Qin Heng frowned, lightly tapping the table. Thud, thud, thud. Dispatch orders. Let Huanin Workshop take action. Tomorrow, the Jinxiu building shall resume normal operations and also instruct the Tiger Guards to cleanse the various factions within Jianghu City. People must possess a sense of reverence. Those who dare to meddle in the competition among great powers are not worthy. Understood. At this moment, Zhuke trembled slightly at Qin Heng's cold demeanor, but recognized that the Jianghu had indeed faltered. Thus she dared not oppose his directives. Watching Zhuke depart, Qin Heng rubbed his temples in mild frustration. The Jianghu and Huanin Workshop are still too weak. Qin Heng felt a sense of helplessness. The legacies of the great powers here are too deeply entrenched, and some spies have been planted around him for countless years. Therefore, he did not hold the Jianghu entirely accountable for today's events. Indeed, it appears that the forces summoned by oneself are far more obedient. Butterfly dance. Just as I intended to recruit some local powers, you have bestowed upon me such a delightful surprise. With a soft sigh, Qin Heng strode purposefully toward Qian Mingxue's chamber. Today, he was in a rather foul mood. Half an hour later, Qin Heng gazed at the icy figure of Bing Qingwu before him. A look of utter exasperation etched upon his face. With a tone laden with irritation, he remarked, You impudent girl. Are you unaware that quarrels between spouses often begin at the head of the bed and end at the foot? By obstructing my path, do you wish to serve me in some manner? This time, Qin Heng spoke without a hint of decorum. What a reborn woman. Even under my suppression, you must comply. At this, Bing Qingwu's cheeks flushed crimson. Having lived 2 lives, she was still an innocent maiden. How could she ever have encountered such brazen words before? Thus, an awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere. Very well, Qingwu, you may take your leave. Oof. If I must go, then I shall. With this, Bing Qingwu, her face aflame with indignation, stormed off. Chapter 75. Qian Mingshua's jealousy. Half an hour later, Qin Heng gazed at Qian Mingxua, who was ignoring him with a mischievous grin. My lady, why do you appear so displeased? Who has offended you? After speaking, he inched closer to her side with a smile. Your Highness, were you not reveling at the Jinxiu Tower? I have heard that the ladies there are delicate and charming, far more captivating than this rough warrior. Why have you returned here? Unbeknownst to her, the woman who had previously not cared for matters of romance found herself, after spending time with Qin Heng, unexpectedly drawn to this harmonious dynamic between husband and wife. Especially upon hearing that Qin Heng had visited the Jinxiu Tower in her absence, her heart felt heavy with indignation. Seeing the formidable general, Qian Mingxua, display such a demeanor, Qin Heng instinctively stifled his laughter and embraced her. For in her eyes, he perceived a sense of grievance. Rest assured, I did not engage in any mischief at the Jinxiu Tower. As for those ladies you mentioned, I suspect they are no longer in their prime. Qin Heng chose to reveal a hint of information to Qian Mingxua. Upon hearing this, he felt her body still in his arms, and then he sensed he was holding a piece of warm, fragrant jade. After a moment, a muffled voice emerged from within his embrace. Really? At that moment, a smile graced Qin Heng's face. He gently pinched the soft spot on her forehead and remarked with a teasing tone, It seems I have indeed displeased my lady. Thus, tonight, you. No, not there. The moonlight gradually filtered through the clouds, and the iron-willed female, general, had melted into a pool of spring water. As Qin Heng, having finally soothed the beauty in his arms, prepared to rest, Qian Mingshua's somewhat hoarse voice interrupted, Your Highness, if you desire, perhaps you should consider taking Qingwu as a concubine. Though her voice was barely audible, Qin Heng, now in a sage-like state, clearly heard her suggestion. However, he chose not to respond. My lord, I am a soldier, and I have no talent for serving in such a manner. Furthermore, my husband currently. Enough, let's rest. I, Qin Heng, am a man, not a beast. Your dedication to the military is for my sake. Besides, given the current uncertain circumstances, I have no intention of taking a concubine. However, you might consider bearing me an heir. With that, Qin Heng turned and engaged in a series of playful antics. To be honest, had he been given such a choice in his past life, he would have likely accumulated numerous wives and concubines. Yet in this life, with martial prowess and the enchanting Qian Mingxua by his side, Qin Heng had no intention of establishing a harem. At least, not for now. This was evident from the fact that he had not once lifted the veil of the enchanting dancer at the Jinxiu Tower. At this moment, in stark contrast to the vibrant spring radiance within Qin Heng's chamber, the city of Jianghu was engulfed in a pervasive stench of blood this night. The citizens cowered within their homes, trembling in fear. Atop the resplendent building, Qin Huang'er gazed calmly at the war-torn city of Jianghu and softly uttered, Let us depart. If we linger any longer, my little nephew will surely find me, and that would bode ill for all. The one who responded was the shadow clad in black. The individuals within the resplendent building. The figure in black cautiously inquired, Shall we go? My esteemed niece's nephew harbors such murderous intent. I am powerless to intervene. Perhaps I should. No, let us refrain from meddling. It is likely that by dawn, the resplendent building will cease to exist. Let her remain here to pay the price for her folly. After uttering these words, Qin Huang'er found herself at a loss. Despite having warned that fool Dai Wu to exercise caution, arrogance prevailed, and if death were to come, so be it. Chapter 76. The winds of northern state. Early the next morning, Qian Mingxua, unusually, did not visit the military camp. As for the reason, well, those in the know understand. Gazing at the lovely figure in his arms, with a faint rosy hue gracing her cheeks. Qin Heng felt himself on the verge of transforming into a beast once more. At that moment, as if sensing the stirrings below, Qian Mingxue, with a bashful expression, opened her dreamy eyes and softly implored, "My lord, I truly cannot endure any longer. Otherwise, I shall fall asleep again. Ah, I am a trulidad formidable." Qin Heng could not help but chuckle mischievously. He then playfully pinched Qian Mingxue's delicate face, brimming with pride. "You." For the next half hour, Qin Heng engaged in playful antics with Qian Mingxue before finally relenting. After all, the 300,000 soldiers of the Minghuang army indeed needed her, especially after last night. As Qin Heng anticipated, an hour later, Qian Mingxue led the Minghuang army into the city. The commotion from the previous night had attracted some desperate individuals, who were now causing trouble. With dawn breaking, it was time for them to meet their end. In contrast to the Tiger Guard's method of targeting only the ringleaders the night before, today, the Minghuang army would conduct a thorough cleansing. The troops divided into 4 groups, swiftly sealing off the city gates. Divine crossbows and god-killing arrows were all brought forth from the military camp and drawn into the city. Before the gates of the Blue Wolf Gang, a faction of local ruffians, a formation of Minghuang soldiers had already assembled, readying their crossbows. At that moment, a messenger from a Minghuang army galloped over, proclaiming loudly, "The general commands. The Blue Wolf Gang is heinous and must be eradicated without leaving a single survivor." With that command, the order to shoot was given without a moment's hesitation, as the massive crossbow bolts shattered the Blue Wolf Gang's gates. In that instant, the members of the Blue Wolf Gang were completely bewildered. After all, they were a force backed by the Liu family within the city. How could the military dare to storm their stronghold? Yet at this moment, no one would answer them, for the Minghuang army had already formed a battle array and surged forward. Thus, before the blood from the previous night had even dried, Jianghu City commenced a new wave of cleansing. It was at this moment that everyone realized the 300,000 iron cavalry stationed outside the city were not merely there to ensure the tranquility of the Jianghu residents. From the very beginning, their true purpose had been to protect the Qin Huangfu. Initially, Qin Heng had not intended to create such a ruckus. But after witnessing the wealth and resources that Dianwei had brought back the previous day, he resolved to cleanse the entire city. Simply put, their greed had grown too rampant. Thus, Qin Heng's slaughter persisted for 3 days, and when the gates of Jianghu City reopened on the 4th day, the citizens who had lived there for decades were astonished to find a contingent of officials clad in uniforms patrolling the streets. The former extortionists had vanished without a trace. The influence under Qin Heng's command rapidly emerged within the Great Yin, unbeknownst to him, in the distant northern Zhou, the Tang sect, which he regarded as a mere thorn among the 10 prominent families, had firmly established its position. In the Tang family's council chamber, at this moment, Hua Ming, the deputy master of Wanhua Tower, adorned in a splendid cloud robe, wore a beaming smile as he inquired of the Tang family head. "Tang Lian, esteemed Tang family head, is it truly impossible to procure the rainstorm pear blossom needles for sale? Rest assured, Wanhua Tower will offer you the highest price, and we pledge to assist your esteemed family in becoming the foremost power in northern Zhou. Regrettably, we possess few rainstorm pear blossom needles and cannot make them available for sale. However, I can assure you that our other concealed weapons and poisons will be prioritized for sale to Wanhua Tower." Very well. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Seeing that further negotiation was futile, Hua Ming ultimately conceded. Although he remained uncertain whether the Tang family still possessed the means to produce the rainstorm pear blossom needles. Today's inquiries suggested that such formidable weapons were indeed scarce within the Tang family. His keen understanding of the rainstorm pear blossom needles was undoubtedly derived from the insights of the ancestral figure of the Tang sect, Tang Lian. Chapter 77. Tang Lingxing's scheming. The vast expanse of the Tianyuan continent is immeasurable. When Qin Heng first summoned the Tang sect, he harbored ambitions to strategically position a foothold amidst the internal strife of the northern Zhou's 10 great families, particularly during the turmoil involving the Bing and Shui clans, thus completing his designs for the northern state. However, unbeknownst to Qin Heng, By the time Tang Lingsheng and his disciples traversed the treacherous northern mysterious sea to reach the northern state, the remaining 9 factions had already, under the auspices of the Wanhua Tower, divided the forces left by the Bing family. At this juncture, the northern state was decidedly averse to the intrusion of new powers. Yet, Tang Lingsheng was not one to be easily deterred. He opted for an unconventional approach by directly approaching the dominant Wanhua Tower of the northern state. Employing the Tang sect's concealed weapons as leverage, he boldly circumvented the 9 factions, securing a place among the newly recognized 10 great families of the northern state. Unlike the neutral Zhongzhou Qiangbao Tower, Wanhua Tower actively engaged in the fierce rivalries among the major factions in the northern state, even instigating conflicts among them, revealing their profound ambitions. Tang Lingsheng's decision to present the Tang sect's concealed weapons to Wanhua Tower was met with great satisfaction from the tower's higher echelons. Furthermore, they transferred control of the former Bing family's forces to the Tang sect, viewing them merely as an external entity. They believed that once Wanhua Tower replicated the Tang sect's concealed weapons, they could easily dismiss the Tang sect. However, months later, when the upper echelons of Wanhua Tower observed the dismal performance of their imitations, they were left astonished. Despite identical appearances and materials, the power of their replicas was a mere fraction, less than 1/10 of the original weapons. In terms of lethality, they resembled toys. Ultimately, they had no choice but to collaborate with the Tang sect, securing exclusive rights to the Tang sect's concealed weapons, while demanding that the Tang sect refrain from selling these weapons privately within the northern state. Consequently, this alliance allowed them to firmly establish their roots in the northern state. Nevertheless, the maxim a man is innocent but carries the burden of treasure was well understood by Tang Lingsheng and Tang Lian. Thus, Tang Lingsheng chose to take a calculated risk and disseminated information about the Tang sect's secret techniques for crafting their concealed weapons. As a result, the major factions of the northern state swiftly mobilized, dispatching 3 terrestrial immortals and 10 renowned experts to assault the Tang sect. At this critical juncture, Tang Lingsheng had dozens of high-ranking members of the Tang sect lying in wait, armed with their formidable weapon, the violent rain pear blossom needle, to ambush these formidable adversaries. Ultimately, before the bug-level weapon that could shatter true energy, breach domains, and even defy rules, all 3 terrestrial immortals and 9 esteemed experts fell, with even the one who managed to escape succumbing to the Tang sect's deliberate release for the sake of establishing their reputation. Remarkably, this individual perished just half a month later, with investigations revealing the cause to be poisoning. Thus, the Tang family, born from the Tang sect, gained full recognition from the major factions of the northern state. Even Wanhua Tower dared not to offend the Tang sect too gravely. Seizing this opportunity, the Tang family in the northern state began to flourish, unearthing various secrets of the region. Time, like a fleeting horse, rushed by, and soon, more than half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Qin Heng finally received a message in the jade slip from Tang Men, sent by Tang Lingsheng. As he contemplated the recent achievements of Tang Men over the past year, a disciple from the sect presented him with a transparent orb. "What is this?" Qin Heng inquired, gazing at the disciple with curiosity. "Your Highness, this is a recording orb crafted from the unique mineral, reflection jade, found in Beizhou. Under the command of the sect master, I have brought 100 of these for your use." The disciple explained. "Oh, and what do you intend to convey?" Qin Heng asked nonchalantly. Given that there were 100 recording orbs, it was clear that the disciple would not take one for himself in this setting. Upon hearing Qin Heng's question, the disciple first bowed deeply before responding. "Your Highness, forgive me. During my journey across the edge of the Beiming Sea, I discovered that the number of demon clans has increased tenfold since our last passage. Thus, I took the liberty of recording all the sights we encountered along the way with the recording orbs. I hope for your understanding." He bowed once more. However, Qin Heng remained silent, gradually channeling his energy into the recording orb. As he observed the continuously shifting images within, his expression grew increasingly grim. 3 minutes later, he expressionlessly severed the flow of energy, placing the recording orb away. "Very well, rise. Go and seek out Chang'an to receive sufficient resources for your cultivation to become a celestial being. You may train within the royal residence. As for when to return to Beizhou, await my command. Understood. After dismissing the messenger, Qin Heng hastened toward the rear courtyard of the royal palace. Chapter 78. The Sea of Biming. Half an hour later, within the rear courtyard of the Wang residence, as Bing Qingwu severed the supply of true energy, the shadow pearl immediately dimmed, and the images it projected came to an abrupt halt. What do you think? Do you recall it as I imagined? Qin Heng inquired urgently. Although Qin Heng was anxious, Bing Qingwu slowly closed her eyes, evidently lost in contemplation. Observing this scene, Qin Heng restrained his emotions and gradually took a seat beside her. Yet his gaze remained fixed upon her visage, unwilling to miss even the slightest expression or gesture. After a full 10 minutes, he noticed Bing Qingwu gently shaking her head. I am afraid I have no recollection of the recent disturbances in the Sea of Biming. In my memory, this event does not exist at all. Even years later, when the Northern Duke led his army southward, the demon clans of the Sea of Biming remained unusually quiet. However, she soon cast a doubtful glance at Qin Heng and asked, Might I inquire as to the reliability of your information, Your Highness? Could it be that you have been deceived by some wandering sorcerers? One must remember that on the Tianyun continent, aside from the orthodox paths of martial and Confucian teachings, there exist numerous dubious practices. As she spoke, a teasing expression adorned Bing Qingwu's face. You rogue, go amuse yourself with the princess. I have matters to attend to, Qin Heng declared, turning on his heel without hesitation. Amen. Meanwhile, Qin Heng had already brought Jia, Su, Li Si, and Chen Gong to the conference hall of the Qin Wangfu. From the main seat, Qin Heng spoke calmly. Let us discuss your perspectives regarding the recent anomalies in the Sea of Biming. Upon hearing this, the three remained silent for a moment. Eventually, Jia Su, who oversaw the intelligence operations of the Jianghu, spoke up, Your Highness, after the Jianghu completely took control of Liaozhou in the past 6 months, we have made numerous arrangements regarding the Sea of Biming. However, while the beings there are indeed similar to humans, they exhibit numerous external differences. Consequently, our infiltration efforts have not progressed smoothly, and we are hesitant to speculate recklessly about the information at hand. Indeed, this renowned strategist was known for his cautious nature. Nonetheless, Qin Heng held a profound trust in the Tang sect. Thus, when Jia Su expressed his doubts, Qin Heng gently interjected, Very well, Wenhe, I can assure you with confidence that the matter concerning the Sea of Biming is irrefutably true. Now, Wenhe, please share the intelligence regarding the Sea of Biming with everyone. Upon hearing this, Jia Su refrained from elaborating further and, with a calm demeanor, stated, Your Highness, the Northern Abyss Sea, often regarded as the realm of the demon clans, is in truth a maritime divide between the central continent and the northern continent. Thus, along this defensive line, we are not alone. We are joined by the Great Qian to the west and the formidable Great Zhou, the paramount power of the central continent. Moreover, the 8 royal families of the demon clans primarily target the Great Zhou. This is a significant reason why the northern King's manor of our Great Yin has been able to suppress the demon clans for a millennium with the strength of a single continent. However, intelligence reports indicate that a vast army is gathering at the fringes of the 8 royal families' territories in the northern Abyss Sea. In my estimation, this could herald a large-scale beast tide. Furthermore, it is my belief that a royal lineage may have already emerged in the northern Abyss Sea. Upon the utterance of these words, all present collectively inhaled sharply, taken aback by the revelation. Chapter 79. The Trump Card Won He. Are you certain that a royal lineage has emerged from the Northern Demon Clan? One must remember that after the incident involving the Great Zhou, those individuals chose to eliminate the Northern Demon Clan's monarch, who had stood against the Great Zhou royalty for many years. How could they permit the resurgence of the Northern Demon Clan now? For the first time, Qin Heng found himself speculating about Jia Su's words. However, he was taken aback when, at the moment he posed his question, the usually astute Jia Su fell into an unusual silence. After a prolonged pause, Jia Su managed a wry smile and replied, I am but a mere mortal, Your Highness, and we possess not even a shred of useful intelligence regarding them. How could I possibly discern their intentions? Upon hearing this, both Li Si and Chun Gong nodded in agreement. Very well, let us proceed. Allow Shui City to take action. Investigate the Northern Sea, and we shall await the intelligence from that front before proceeding further, Qin Heng stated calmly. Half an hour later, Qin Heng arrived alone at the newly opened Qiangbao Tower in Jianghu City. Initially, he intended to gather information regarding the Northern Sea from the dominant powers within the tower. However, upon his arrival, he was met with an apology from one of the tower's managers. I regret to inform you, Your Highness, that our young mistress has recently departed. Should you require assistance, I am at your service. That won't be necessary. Please have someone notify me when your mistress returns, Qin Heng replied before taking his leave. Given that neither he nor his allied forces could resolve the current predicament, he resolved to adopt a more ruthless approach. System, open my personal panel, Qin Heng commanded directly. Ding. The host information is as follows. Name, Qin Heng. Age, 18 realm. Late stage of celestial being cultivation technique. Imperial scripture, beginner. Martial arts. Royal sword technique, perfected. Body technique. Flickering light, perfected. Spear technique. Blazing 100 strikes, perfected. Summon characters. Wang Sanqian, late stage of Dharma manifestation. Qinglong, early stage of Earth Immortal. Baihu, early stage of Earth Immortal. Zhuke, early stage of Earth Immortal. Xuanwu, early stage of Earth Immortal. Dianwei, mid-stage of Earth Immortal. Jiasu, mid-stage of Confucian Sage. Li Si, perfected Confucian Sage. Chun Gong, early stage of Confucian Sage. Elbu, half-step to immortality. Gainya, half-step to immortality. Zhang Sanfeng, Li Changsheng, sealed in the realm of immortality. Luo Shui, sealed in the realm of immortality by Li Dongjun, sealed in the realm of immortality. Li Hani, sealed in the realm of immortality. Sikong Changfeng, sealed in the realm of immortality. Zhang Wuji, early stage of terrestrial immortality. Jian Zhouhuang, half-step to immortality. Tang Lingsheng, full stage of terrestrial immortality. Tang Lian, mid-stage of terrestrial immortality. Zhao Yun, full stage of terrestrial immortality. Dongfeng Bubi, half-step to immortality. Meng Tian, full stage of terrestrial immortality. Summon forces. 100. 000 Imperial Guards. Extraordinary Celestial. 3000 Tiger Guards. Late Extraordinary. 200. 000 Illusion. Sound Workshop. Master Celestial. Tang Sect. 3. 000 Disciples. Extraordinary Entry into Sainthood. Wudong. Extraordinary Celestial. Shui U.S. City. In Luoxia. Yiruoi. Luo Mingxian. And 30. 000 Disciples. Terrestrial Immortality. Great Master. Number of character summons. 6 times number of force summons. 2 times treasure extraction opportunities. Twice. Upon seeing this, Qin Heng could not help but chuckle, for ultimately, the system was his greatest trump card in this world. However, it appears that Qin Heng has indeed made remarkable progress. Moreover, after Qin Heng eliminated the splendid pavilion and completed the kingly task, his number of summons surged once again. This, too, served as the foundation for Qin Heng's confidence in the forthcoming confrontation with the Beiming Demon Clan. Chapter 80. The Southern Advance of the Demon Clan, Part 1. Since Qin Heng last examined the system panel, he had descended into a profound silence. Yet, only he and a few, including Jiasu, were aware that they were all awaiting intelligence from Shui U.S. City. On the 7th day of their anxious anticipation, an urgent report from Shui U.S. City finally reached Qin Heng. In the grand hall of the Qin Wangfu, Qin Heng spoke gravely, "Gentlemen, let us deliberate on the path forward for the Qin Wangfu." With a pained expression, he cast aside the document in his hand. The first to respond was Chun Gong. "Your Highness, it has been confirmed that the Demon Clan is advancing southward. We in Liaozhou must prepare for both military deployment and the reception of refugees. It is likely that General Meng Tian's forces will soon be unable to remain concealed." The implication of Chun Gong's words was clear. The Qin Wangfu must prepare for war. Nodding in agreement, Qin Heng turned to Jiasu and inquired, "Wenhe, how shall we strategize, conceal our forces, and profit from this situation?" He directly posed the most challenging question to Jiasu. To curb Jia Su's tendency to prioritize self-preservation, he had made his intent to engage in battle abundantly clear from the outset. However, Jia Su merely smiled at this challenge. In his previous life, he had indeed been cautious of his own safety. But that was in a time when he lacked the means to defend himself. In this life, he was also a formidable expert, and thus his concerns were considerably diminished. After a moment of contemplation, Jia Su spoke, "Your Highness, it would be prudent to inform His Majesty of this development, emphasizing the scale of the demon clan's advance. Secondly, we should summon the martial heroes of the realm under the banner of Wudong, while also alerting the court to gather warriors from within the central 3 prefectures to join our cause. Thirdly, we must issue an immediate command to the King of the North to fortify his defenses at the Northern Pass. Lastly, General L should be prepared for deployment at all times, while General Meng Tian's 200,000 new troops must staunchly guard the Southern Pass to prevent the Demon Clan from breaching into Liaozhou, as this is the very foundation of our Qin Wangfu." Having conveyed these strategies, Jia Su ceased speaking. At this juncture, Qin Heng interjected, "Wenhe, might not General L's 10,000 wolf riders be insufficient? Perhaps we should send Zhao Yun's elite 20,000 household troops northward as well." Unexpectedly, as soon as he voiced this suggestion, Jia Su, Chen Gong, and even Li Si exclaimed in unison, "Unthinkable." This reaction left Qin Heng somewhat perplexed. He had merely proposed deploying an additional 20,000 troops. Given the current strength of the Qin Wangfu, he believed this should pose no significant issue. Yet, the urgency displayed by the 3 piqued his curiosity. "Gentlemen, why do you so vehemently oppose my decision to deploy troops?" Qin Heng asked, his expression one of complexity. "Your Highness, we may deploy troops, but they must be cavalry, not infantry. Otherwise, we risk placing the soldiers of the Qin Wangfu in peril." Chen Gong responded with unwavering conviction. Qin Heng was no fool. With Chen Gong articulating the matter so pointedly, he understood their underlying concerns. However, the Lord of the North should not seek personal vengeance at this moment, Qin Heng quietly inquired. At that juncture, Li Si stepped forward, his expression a tapestry of complexity as he spoke. "Your Highness, the hearts of men are ever-changing. The North's royal house today is not the same as it was a millennium ago. We cannot risk our safety to test the fickleness of humanity. Moreover, Han Prefecture has long been solidly controlled by the North's royal house. It is time for action. Only the subjects of your Highness are the people we must protect. Those of the North's royal house are not." In that instant, Qin Heng felt as if his mind had been struck by a hammer. He was taken aback that such ruthless words did not emanate from Jia Su, the poison master, but rather from Li Si, the foremost statesman of all time. Nevertheless, Qin Heng was no naive soul. The pursuit of imperial grandeur seldom comes without sacrifice. Accepting the inevitability of war, he chose to place the burden upon others. Meanwhile, as Qin Heng and his companions deliberated their strategies, the northern borders were besieged by a tide of beasts. Atop the towering city walls, Yanggun, the foremost general under the Lord of the North, stroked his grizzled beard, his countenance grim as he inquired, "How many beasts have amassed in this tide? Have any of the demon clans been sighted?" Upon hearing his query, a nearby deputy quickly replied, "General, there are currently over 10 million beasts gathered at the northern gates. Yet we have seen no sign of the demon royal lineage." A sharp intake of breath escaped even the seasoned veteran Yanggun. Since the establishment of the Yin, it was the first time such a formidable army of beasts had been witnessed at the northern gates. This time, both the northern borders and the entirety of Han Prefecture were poised for significant trouble. Chapter 81. The Southern Advance of the Demon Clans, Part 2. In the north, within the confines of the northern town, the northern king, Bei Ming Petion, wore a grim expression as he gazed at the intelligence report delivered by the spy from the Ying Quan Shui Xie. It felt as though the heavens were conspiring against him. However, given the gravity of the situation, Bei Ming Petion suppressed the fury that simmered within him and turned his attention to Yin Qing, who was responsible for intelligence gathering. He spoke slowly, "Mr. Yin, do you possess any new information regarding the southern advance of the demon clans?" Upon hearing this, Yin Qing could only shake his head in resignation. Among the 8 clans of demons in the northern region, aside from a few that were amicable towards humans or dwelled on the fringes of the Northern Sea, the true demons of the Bei Ming clan rarely ventured beyond the Northern Sea, despite the efforts of Ing Quan Shui Xie to infiltrate. The bloodlines that dictated everything within the demon race considered human and half-demon bloodlines to be inferior, relegating them to the status of slaves or mere food. Thus, gathering intelligence proved to be nearly impossible. This was a key reason why the human race had consistently found itself at a disadvantage on the demon front in the Northern Sea. Moreover, the pure demons of the Northern Sea, upon achieving the celestial realm, not only possessed remarkable regenerative capabilities, but also boasted impeccable shape-shifting abilities. Were it not for the limited numbers of the 8 clans, the entire demon defense line would have undoubtedly crumbled countless times under the assaults of these shape-shifting masters. At that moment, Lu Xian furrowed his brow. The inquiry posed by Bei Ming Petion was hardly a harbinger of good fortune. The current circumstances were urgent, and the mere act of broaching such a seemingly pointless topic indicated that the Northern King was reluctant to engage in battle. Indeed, while Lu Xian pondered how to counsel the Northern King, Bei Ming Petion, with an expression of perplexity, articulated, "The demons are making significant movements this time, and we lack any intelligence. If they seize the opportunity to strike at our base in Beicheng while we are mobilizing troops, we would find ourselves in a passive position. Therefore, I decree that the nearby regions of Linhai and Shui Yun should dispatch reinforcements. Stationing 1,000,000 troops at Beixiong Guan should suffice." "My lord, this..." Lu Xian was taken aback. Although he had prepared himself for the possibility of rebellion when he allied with the Northern King escort, abandoning the battlefield of millions of human troops at the northern border was something he could not bring himself to do. Just as he was about to voice his concerns, Intrigue grasped his arm and skillfully diverted the conversation, saying, "My lord, the affairs of the northern demons are not solely the concern of our Hanzhou. Should we not report to the court and request the military support of nearby regions?" Upon hearing Intrigue's suggestion, Bei Ming Petion appeared to disregard Lu Xian's earlier actions and instead fell into deep contemplation. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. "Then let us request aid from the court. However, we must exercise caution. The main forces of the court should not be summoned for the time being. Nevertheless, the 100,000 wolf cavalry from Nancheng must be called for support." With the utterance of these words, both Intrigue and Lu Xian distinctly sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere surrounding the Northern King. However, they harbored no objections to this. The 100,000 wolf riders possessed considerable combat prowess, and their presence on the battlefield would indeed be of great assistance. Thus, within a mere half-hour, the strategic deployment concerning the southern advance of the demon tribe had been largely finalized by the northern town prince's mansion. At that moment, Intrigue and Lu Xian departed together from the scene. Along the way, Lu Xian, unable to contain himself after being interrupted, promptly inquired, "Intrigue, why did you stop me just now? I wanted to propose to the prince that we reinforce the North Pass. Do you not understand that if the demon tribe breaches the North Pass, our Han prefecture will truly become a hell on earth?" Upon finishing, he fixed a piercing glare upon Intrigue. In response, Intrigue could only manage a wry smile and shake his head. "Brother Lu, it is futile. The Northern Town Prince is, first and foremost, the Prince of the Northern Town Mansion. Only thereafter is he the protector of Han Prefecture. You are well aware of the grand design spanning a millennium that the Northern Town Mansion upholds. Do you truly believe that, at this juncture, they would expend their hard-earned resources to contend with the demon tribe? Moreover, you overestimate our standing within the Northern Town Mansion. Take, for instance, the recent matter. Did you know of the existence of the 100,000 Nether God troops the moment they were dispatched by the prince? And let's not forget, the Northern Town Mansion has its own hall of offerings. They constitute the decision-making body of the mansion." Having conveyed these thoughts, Intrigue then resumed his departure. His earlier caution was merely an act of camaraderie built over years of collaboration. Otherwise, he would not have bothered to intervene. Nevertheless, his words struck Lu Xian profoundly. Soon, only a hint of resignation remained upon his face. In these tumultuous times, All they could do was hope that the demon tribe of the North Sea would be thwarted beyond the North Pass. Chapter 82. The Southern Descent of the Demon Clan, Part 3. At the northern border, overlooking the vast expanse of the Demon Sea, General Yang Gun felt an increasing sense of unease as time passed. In the throes of impending conflict, the most terrifying moments often occur just before the onset of war. The thick, ominous clouds of demons loomed heavily over the towering walls of the northern fort. Yang Gun had already steadfastly manned this formidable stronghold for 7 days and nights. Pray tell, how many demon spawn have amassed beyond the northern fort? A hoarse voice broke the silence. It was the aged general himself. General, the demon numbers have reached 30 million, replied his son and deputy, Yang Mian, his voice quivering slightly beneath the weight of the grim news. Send the younger members of the Yang family out of northern city. Remember to head directly to central continent. We old ones may not survive this onslaught. Father, enough with the pleasantries. If we lose the northern fort, we shall be branded traitors to the human race. Thus, cast aside any notions of hope. Otherwise, we shall face military justice. Understood? And so, on the 8th day, the demon horde swelled to 40 million. By the 9th day, it burgeoned to 50 million. On the 10th day, at dawn, a thunderous cacophony echoed through the air, heralding the unexpected commencement of the siege. The demon clan from the northern sea, while primarily a force of the ocean, was not comprised solely of aquatic beasts. Therefore, the initial wave of assault upon the northern fort descended from skies. Countless avian demons, like arrows released from bows, plunged from the heights, targeting the soldiers on the battlements, activating the god-slaying crossbow, as well as the sorcerers invoking Confucian techniques to manipulate the laws of nature for ranged attacks. In an instant, the defensive fortifications of Northern City revealed numerous vulnerabilities. Even the formidable god-slaying crossbow was relentlessly targeted by these fearless flying creatures. This assault was orchestrated by various royal clans, having guarded this stronghold for centuries. General Yang Gun possessed a keen insight. While demon royalty could command beasts, it was improbable for them to exert dominion across different species. To control such a multitude of avian demons, it could only be the sea-splitting cloud eagles from the 8 clans of Biming. Yet, they had been locked in a standoff with the infernal wolf clan all along. Yang Mian, Komekuikli. General, his son, hearing his father's urgent roar, swiftly arrived at his side. Quickly, dispatch a messenger to leave the city at once. Inform all factions in the cold continent that the demon clans have united. The northern fort cannot withstand this siege. Urge them to evacuate the human populace. These words were nearly a bellow from General Yang Gun. Understood. Although the reasons behind his father's immediate reaction, despite the uncertainty of the situation, remain unclear, the battlefield is governed by unwavering military orders. Yang Mian swiftly communicated with a messenger, who was already stationed at the North Pass, ready for action. However, they were unprepared for the terrifying reality of the demon race, which exceeded their darkest imaginings. Roar, roar, roar. Just as Yang Gun commanded the crossbowmen at the North Pass to hold back the aerial assault of the avian demons, a series of thunderous, resonant roars echoed across the battlefield. In that moment, 10 colossal creatures, concealed within the boundless sea of demons, made their grand entrance. Chapter 83. The Northern Defense, how dare they unleash the abyssal behemoths? Activate the city's protective formation at once. Suddenly, a resonant roar imbued with the essence of the rules reverberated through the battlefield of the Northern Defense. The source of this voice was well known to the million-strong Northern Army. It was their venerable General Yang Gun. In truth, based on the lifespan of terrestrial immortals, which spans 5,000 years, Yang Gun was still under a millennium, and thus not particularly old. However, his advanced age was primarily a consequence of years spent in the brutal theater of war, which had significantly depleted his life force, resulting in a drastic reduction of his lifespan. Nonetheless, despite his years, the general's formidable presence remained unyielded, and his commands were met with unwavering obedience from all ranks of the Northern Defense. With a swift motion, Tens of thousands of spirit stones were thrown into the vast protective array of the northern city. At this moment, a tremendous formation that severed the connection between heaven and earth began to materialize above the city. Concurrently, another military edict from Yangon resonated forth. Northern Army, unleash the oceanic formation. As his command echoed, a colossal warrior, sword in hand, ascended from the gathering of 1,000,000 soldiers, rising to the heavens. Attack! Without a moment's hesitation, Yangon's order was conveyed once more. Although the 1,000,000-strong Northern Army was composed of elite troops, they were not Daoist soldiers. Their ability to coalesce into a formidable military formation was a direct result of the overwhelming assault of the northern city's great array. Thus, he would not delay for even a second. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the massive sword wielded by the towering warrior descended upon the demon forces below, including the 10 abyssal giants, each a millennium old, who had revealed their true forms to join the fray. The legal manifestation forged by the 1,000,000 soldiers, while lacking the fluidity of royal or Daoist weapons, embodied the pinnacle of power in this realm, half a step to immortality. In an instant, wherever the giant's sword swept, demons of all ranks were obliterated into clouds of crimson mist, creating a vast vacuum beneath the northern city. Yet just as the giant's sword was poised to cleave down upon the abyssal giants, a wave of transparent energy surged from behind the demon ranks. In that very moment, the once mighty, sword-wielding warrior abruptly dissipated into nothingness. Witnessing this, Yangon's eyes widened in shock, and he let out a furious cry of despair, sealing the heavens and locking the earth. "Who are you? Who dares to act thus? You shall pay for this. You shall pay." At this juncture, Yangon was utterly incensed. The demon siege was a calamity for humanity, yet there were still traitors among their ranks. In that instant, his wrath was ignited to its fullest extent. However, before he could contemplate further, the immense form of the abyssal giant crashed against the protective formation. Thunderous roars echoed, accompanied by the sharp sound of cracking. Just a single strike, and the protective formation began to emit a crisp sound of fracture. 10 terrestrial immortals. In merely half a day's time, Yangon found himself utterly despondent. The schemes of the demon race were overwhelmingly terrifying, and before such power, the 100,000 soldiers of the Northern Guard possessed little to no capacity for resistance. At this moment, he no longer wished to remain in command. With his soul-refining spear pointed resolutely, this legendary veteran issued his final military order. "All those above the saintly realm, follow me into the city and impede those beasts. If any soldiers of the Northern Guard remain, from this moment forth, fight to the death. Kill." As he spoke, his figure appeared directly in front of a colossal abyssal elephant, thrusting his spear forward. In that instant, the massive creature transformed into a middle-aged giant clad in beastly armor, who immediately retaliated with a powerful punch. The resounding clash echoed as the spear met the giant's fist. With a mere strike, the unprepared demon giant was sent staggering back nearly 100 meters. Evidently, despite both being terrestrial immortals, there was a discernible disparity in strength between him and the veteran Yangon. However, witnessing this turn of events, the giant let out a hearty laugh and quickly advanced. In this battle, he was not the commander. He merely needed to entangle this human general to claim the glory for himself. Indeed, the unfolding events transpired just as he had anticipated. In the battle for the Northern Pass, due to various factors, only one terrestrial immortal and 100 extraordinary beings had arrived. Yet, facing the demon race's vanguard of 10 terrestrial immortals embodied in abyssal elephants, it was akin to a drop in the ocean. Apart from the 2 green immortals, the remaining 8 terrestrial immortal giants on the battlefield did not even transform into human form. They simply crushed the human saints assailing them with their massive bodies. Thus, in this tragic and bloody conflict, within a mere span of half a day, the formidable human warriors were nearly all slain beneath the walls of the northern city. Slowly raising his head to gaze at the blood-red sky, he seemed to hear once more the heart-wrenching cry of his son, Yang Mian, calling out for his father. At this moment, Yangon, his body battered and beyond self-repair, suddenly erupted into a mad laughter. "Ha ha ha! As this mournful laughter resonated throughout the battlefield, a thunderous crash followed, and a broken spear shaft shot forth, embedding itself outside the northern city. At that moment, a vast chasm had formed beneath the city, alongside the remains of a shattered giant. No one could have anticipated that, in the twilight of this human general's strength, a valuable abyssal elephant warrior would perish here. With its death, the countless demons were driven by their beastly royalty to launch an even more frenzied assault. In 2 hours, the city's protective formation was breached. In 3 hours, 100,000 soldiers of the Northern Guard lay slain. In 6 hours, the city of Northern Pass, once home to millions, was reduced to ruins. The northern gateway of the Great Qin lay wide open. Chapter 84. Qin Heng's Fury. Damn it. They all deserve to die. Countless demons have shed blood in my Great Qin's Linhai and Shuiyuan prefectures, slaughtering millions of innocent citizens. The reinforcements from Shuiyue City were intercepted by mysterious figures. Jin Wei and Huan Fong, I command you to investigate this matter thoroughly. I want every person or demon associated with this incident to pay with their lives. For the first time, Qin Heng was consumed by unrestrained fury. Within the grand hall of the Qin royal residence, nearly everyone wore a grim expression, enveloped in a heavy silence. As Qin Heng's command echoed through the air, Ji Ruxue and Qin Long immediately departed to execute his orders. It was only after their departure that Qin Heng, having vented his anger, slowly settled back into his seat. When he speak, provide me with detailed intelligence regarding the fall of Beicheng. Qin Heng rubbed his temples and began to speak. Your Highness, the Battle of Beicheng is fraught with vulnerabilities. Firstly, the Northern King's residence has been inactive. Despite having 500,000 elite troops, only 100,000 were dispatched to Beicheng. And not a single soldier from the Northern King's elite forces or even the temple's masters were sent out in a timely manner. Secondly, the forces of the Hanzhou Jianghu have prioritized their own safety. Apart from the nearby Linhai and Shuiyuan prefectures, no other factions rushed to Beicheng to provide support. Thirdly, the demon army is overwhelmingly large, numbering nearly 50 million, and even the demon royalty have taken to the battlefield. Fourthly, there are traitors among the human ranks. According to recent intelligence, the Northern Army's formation was breached almost immediately upon their arrival, a feat that clearly does not bear the mark of the demon forces. Furthermore, with the news from Shuiyue City, it raises suspicions that they may be involved as well. As he spoke, Jiasu gestured toward the heavens. Upon hearing this, Qin Heng's ire flared once more. These ancient beings have lived far too long, devoid of humanity, daring to treat the lives of the masses as mere pawns in their games. In Qin Heng's eyes, they are far more despicable than the demons themselves. At this moment, Qin Heng resolved to act without delay. Rising slowly, he proclaimed with a fierce determination, by my decree, summon all military forces and Jianghu factions of Liaozhou to accompany me in Hanzhou. If the Northern King's residence cannot defend Hanzhou, then I shall take on the task myself. Furthermore, let it be known, the remaining 8 factions of Liaozhou must submit within 3 days or face annihilation. As for the Jianghu of Hanzhou, once the demon army is repelled, let the meritorious forces of Liaozhou take charge. Previously, Qin Heng had been reluctant to act so swiftly out of respect for those transcendent factions. However, their audacity to leave the northern borders of the Great Qin in ruin warranted their demise. Moreover, the Northern King still schemed regarding the support from various factions, and Qin Heng was not averse to directly eliminating him. As for defending the northern frontiers, Qin Heng had better options than him. Your Highness, what about the capital? Inquired the usually meticulous Chen Gong. Yet, upon hearing this, Qin Heng merely chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. No matter, from this moment forth, I shall rely on my own strength to ascend to the throne. The words of Emperor Qin hold no weight, and do not forget, I too bear the surname Qin. Upon hearing his words, the valiant generals, Dian Wei and El Bu, found their spirits ignited. Possessing formidable weapons and harboring a thirst for blood, their daily drills in the military camp were ultimately not what they desired. Thus, under the assertive intervention of Qin Heng, The war machine of the Qin royal court finally unveiled its menacing fangs towards the northern territories of the Great Yi. Chapter 85. The Rebellion of King Qin. In the heart of the Great Yin's Liao Prefecture, seated before a banquet table adorned with jade slips, Qin Heng, clad in a dark purple robe, wielded a formidable saber with an air of authority. He perused the rows of jade tablets before him in silence. After a considerable pause, he withdrew his gaze and, addressing the assembly below with a grave tone, inquired, "Have the 8 major forces of Liao submitted? Are the troops of each estate firmly under control?" Unlike his usual warm demeanor, Qin Heng's voice radiated a palpable aura of menace, his regal presence unmistakable. However, the attendees, primarily his trusted confidants, were undeterred by his sternness. Ultimately, it was Li Si who spoke up. "Your Highness, at present, all 8 major forces of Liao have indeed yielded, though the sincerity of their allegiance remains to be scrutinized. Furthermore, the 7 heroes of Wudong have arrived with 2,000 disciples outside the Southern Pass, initiating a selection process to lead the martial community in preparing for the battle against the demons." Upon hearing this, Qin Heng could not help but feel a sense of reassurance towards the reliability of the system. This was the embodiment of the martial forces he envisioned. Yet, he replied, "Let us not dwell on the 8 major forces for the moment. I want someone to keep a close watch on their performance in this demon-slaying campaign. Once the battle concludes, I shall deal with them accordingly. Now, let us discuss the state of the military." As the conversation shifted to military matters, Meng Tian promptly stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect. "In response to your Highness, while the estate troops have all assembled, their quality is alarmingly inconsistent. Only the 500,000 troops from Tianwu and Tianning are reliable. The remainder are a mere rabble. The forces from Lichuan and Shuntian are utterly inept, totaling less than 300,000, and their performance is truly disheartening. Moreover, even the remaining soldiers consist largely of young scions from noble families. I am confident that my newly trained Great Wall Legion, comprising merely 10,000 men, could easily vanquish them all." At this, even Qin Heng, who had recently tempered his temper, felt the urge to overturn the table. The Tianyin continent thrived with martial prowess, and, as one of the 5 nations of Jianghu, even the estate troops were seasoned veterans with over a decade of training, many having served for more than 50 years. Yet, Meng Tian's Great Wall Legion had only been formed for about a year, and to call their combat capability an army was laughable. Realizing this, Qin Heng's compassion dissipated. "Meng Tian," he commanded, "you shall lead the Liao army in the forthcoming battle against the demons. The martial practitioners will be managed by the Jianghu, tasked with suppressing the army's elite. Furthermore, the 7 million estate troops are entrusted to you. However, I must inform you that after this demon-slaying campaign, your Great Wall Legion must be restored to a full complement of 3 million, and your personnel will constitute that force." Upon hearing this, a chill swept through all present. The prospect of sacrificing nearly 2 million lives, a decision made so nonchalantly by Qin Heng, unveiled a side of the seemingly affable 5th prince they had never encountered before. However, this was not the end. At this moment, Qin Heng spoke again. "Qin Long, you must immediately lead your men to Lichuan, within the realms of Shuntian, and proclaim to all forces that within 10 days, each of the 2 prefectures must dispatch an additional 200,000 warriors to join the army, with a minimum cultivation level of late stage acquired. Furthermore, you are to personally visit the Li family in Lichuan and ensure they send forth 100,000 private soldiers to join the battle. Remember, they are to be private soldiers, not servants." As he uttered these words, Qin Heng's tone was exceptionally stern. Yet, alongside him, Qian Mingxue, who had remained silent throughout, suddenly grew anxious. Regardless of their surroundings in the military camp, she raised her voice and exclaimed, "Husband, we cannot provoke the Li family, or it will lead to grave consequences." Observing Qian Mingxue's distress, Qin Heng was not angered. Instead, he smiled and inquired, "My dear, why can't I provoke the Li family?" At this moment, Qian Mingxue, oblivious to Qin Heng's smile, responded with utmost seriousness, "The Li family is untouchable. As a millennium-old clan, They have reached the minimum threshold recognized by the families of Jianghu. If we disturb them, it will be tantamount to slapping the face of the noble families. Should you ascend to power, it would be exceptionally difficult. Her assertion was delivered with remarkable conviction. However, upon hearing her words, Qin Heng chuckled and replied, "You are mistaken, my dear. Not all noble families will stand against me. Rather, it is only the Qin family and the Leaf family that will oppose me. Have you considered what the current Emperor of Dayan would think of me if I possess no leverage? Would he see me as a figure of authority or as a rebel? Therefore, my dear, worrying about these matters is futile. What I intend to do now is seize this opportunity to eliminate the demon race and capture Hangzhou. By then, do you still think a Prince of Dayan, commanding millions and ruling over 2 continents, will be labeled a rebel?" His words stirred a tempest within Qian Mingshu at his heart, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. Could this truly be the husband with whom she had shared her bed for nearly a year? Observing her reaction, Qin Heng turned to Jianghu and smilingly asked, "Have the impeachment documents sent to the capital been dispatched? If they have, ensure someone keeps watch. This time, I am eager to see who their master truly is." Chapter 86. The 5-colored signal flag enters the divine capital. Outside the divine capital, a flash of white light streaked across the sky. Shortly thereafter, a messenger, bearing the 5-colored signal flag and riding a swift steed, descended before the city gates. Without the need for a shout, the crowd queuing outside the gates immediately parted to create a passage. The messenger, not dismounting, urged his horse onward with a sharp crack, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he galloped down the broad streets of the divine capital. Wherever he passed, the common folk stepped aside, and martial artists cleared the way. Even those ruffians who typically roamed the city with impunity now bowed their heads in deference. Amidst this spectacle, an uninformed onlooker voiced his confusion, questioning how these messengers dared to run rampant within the divine capital without facing any opposition. This observation elicited incredulous stares from the surrounding crowd, who instinctively distanced themselves from him. Just as he pondered the reaction, an elderly man clad in plain robes spoke up. "Young man, that is the military signal of the 5 colors. Signals of 3 colors and below pertain to regional military affairs and do not enter the divine capital. For colors denote provincial military matters, which may enter the divine capital for processing by the Ministry of War. However, the 5-color signal represents state-level military affairs, permitting direct entry into the imperial palace to be addressed by His Majesty. None may obstruct or harm it, lest their entire lineage be annihilated. Such high-level military matters are a rarity, seldom seen for a century." The young man was taken aback by the elder's words, yet his expression morphed into something peculiar when the elder continued. He boldly retorted, "Old man, you claim such military affairs are seldom seen for a century. Yet this month marks my 2nd encounter with them." Upon hearing this, the onlookers, initially drawn to the spectacle, nodded in agreement and turned their gazes toward the elder. The elder remained silent. Unbeknownst to the gathered crowd, the commotion they observed was merely the precursor to a monumental upheaval within the vast expanse of the divine capital. In the residence of the crown prince, Qin Yuan had long shed the overt brilliance he once exhibited years prior, adopting a demeanor of profound composure. However, upon learning of the 5-color military signal entering the divine capital once more, he too felt a twinge of astonishment. Yet, he refrained from shouting. Instead, he turned his gaze to the elder, Guhong, standing nearby. "Master, do you believe the continuous reports from the northern border indicate a severe deterioration of the situation there?" Guhong chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Your Highness, you worry too much. This is an urgent report from Liao province and is certainly not related to the Demon Clan. The lineage of the Northern King's manor, which has dominated the Cold Province for 3 millennia, is far from simple. Previously, they underestimated the Demon Clan, yet for the latter to fully seize the Cold Province is no easy feat." Observing the elder's demeanor, Qin Yuan offered an awkward smile, acknowledging his earlier impatience. Despite the uncertainty surrounding the matter, the major factions within the divine capital were illuminated by countless lights that night. In front of the palace, at the entrance of the residence of Consort Rome, Emperor Yinlong stood solemnly, embodying a sense of responsibility. Beside him, the esteemed eunuch Hong dutifully attended, exuding respect. After a prolonged silence, the emperor finally spoke, "Let us depart." With that, the two turned and left. However, Emperor Yinlong retraced his steps back into the hall of martial virtue. As he delicately examined the jade tablet of information in his hand, a myriad of emotions crossed his face: surprise, skepticism, inner turmoil, and a hint of murderous intent. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows. Without uttering a word, they placed a jade tablet into the emperor's hand before swiftly vanishing. It was only then that Emperor Yinlong snapped back to reality. His curiosity piqued as he began to investigate the contents within. The following instant, his eyes widened in astonishment, and with a complex expression, he took his seat before the dragon table and began to write. Chapter 87. Stunned. The Qin King takes command. The following day, in the grand hall of morning assembly, the noble lords, having spent a sleepless night, hastened to attend the early court session. This spectacle momentarily took even the exalted Emperor Qinlong aback as he sat upon his dragon throne. However, he quickly regained his composure, recognizing that while the capital may be vast, it can also feel quite small. The previous day, a military report from a northern front had reached the capital, prompting the powerful factions to stir restlessly. Yet, reflecting on the contents of that report, even one as composed as he found himself somewhat troubled. As the time for deliberation arrived, the sharp voice of eunuch Hong reverberated throughout the hall. With the former left chancellor Lin Xiong having retired from public life for 30 years, the current right chancellor Su Lin naturally became the first to voice his thoughts in this assembly. Slightly bowing, Su Lin spoke with a tone that balanced respect and assertiveness. "Your Majesty, it has been over a month since the Demon Clan invaded our cold shores. Might I inquire if you have selected a commander to lead the troops in a battle?" At his words, the atmosphere in the hall grew tense. For this military campaign would involve millions, undeniably impacting the interests of many. However, when faced with such a direct question, Emperor Qinlong responded with a seemingly unrelated inquiry. "Chancellor Su, I ask you, if we were to mobilize these millions from the capital and the other three realms, would the supply of teleportation spirit stones be sufficient to activate the teleportation array?" This left Su Lin momentarily speechless. The Great Yin had enjoyed a century of peace, with scarcely any military engagements. How could they possibly have a reserve of spirit stones adequate for such an endeavor? The last time the Qin King had mobilized, it had required a 6-month advance withdrawal from the treasury to secure the necessary stones. The atmosphere in the hall turned even more peculiar. It is well known that in external warfare, the emperor typically selected the commanders of the 3 armies, while the 6 ministries coordinated the supply of materials. This had never been a concern for the emperor. Yet today, something was amiss. A strange occurrence often heralds trouble, and the gathered courtiers, seasoned foxes of the political arena, refrained from making any foolish moves, choosing instead to await the emperor's next directive. Indeed, the very next moment, the emperor's aura surged with intensity, and he erupted in fury. "I regard you all as the backbone of our great Yin. Yet look at what you have done. With the northern pass breached, the responsibility lies squarely with the northern defense prince's estate. A month has passed, and not a single memorial has been submitted regarding the northern defense prince. Where are the censors? The imperial historians? Have you all fallen silent? Or has the influence of the northern defense prince's estate encroached upon my court? Speak up. Have you all become mute?" Upon finishing, Qinlong's icy gaze swept across the assembly, and at that moment, nearly 1,000 officials bowed their heads in silence. Upon witnessing this scene, Qinlong abruptly altered his tone and proclaimed, "Yesterday, news arrived from Liaozhou regarding the 5-colored army, stating that my 5th son, Qin Heng, has now fully taken control of the military establishments across Liaozhou, amassing an army exceeding 500,000, prepare to march to Hanzhou to quell the disturbances. Although this method contradicts established protocol, special circumstances warrant exceptional measures. Therefore, I have decided to appoint my 5th son, Qin Heng, as the Grand Marshal of the Northern Front, commanding the 500,000 troops with all necessary resources at his discretion to procure." Upon hearing these words, all present were rendered utterly bewildered. When did it become permissible for a grand marshal to be appointed only after the main commander had completed the recruitment of troops? Would this not imply that anyone could raise an army at will? This was utterly absurd for the esteemed court of the Great Qin, known for its strict adherence to order. Your Majesty. Immediately, an elder statesman prepared to voice his dissent. However, upon raising his gaze, he discovered that Emperor Qin Long had vacated the dragon throne, and even the eunuch Hong had mysteriously departed from the Grand Hall. At this moment, all the civil and military officials were left dumbfounded. A previously unremarkable fifth prince was now leading an army of 500,000 on an independent campaign against the demon tribes. Was this a mission to exterminate demons? Or was it rebellion? Yet the emperor not only refrained from punishment, but instead conferred upon him the title of Grand Marshal. This was nothing short of a calamity for our great Yin's lineage. Nevertheless, with matters having reached this point, what could they possibly do? They arrived in high spirits, but departed with solemn faces. In this session of the Great Qin court, aside from the incredulous expression of Marquis Lu Ran of Huayan, there was hardly a single person who left with satisfaction. Chapter 88. The turbulent situation of the Great Qin time flows gently, and as evening descends, Lu Ran, the head of the Huayan Marquisate, sits in his study with a perplexed expression. Beside him lies a thick stack of visiting cards for various dignitaries, including the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Personnel, the Marquis of Chongning, the Marquis of Lingwu, Lord Chongwon, and Lord Hongwon, figures who, under ordinary circumstances, would only nod in acknowledgement. Yet today, they have all sent their respects to his residence. It is evident that their motives are tied to his inconspicuous nephew. However, to avoid entanglement in the royal succession struggle, the Huayan Marquisate has, apart from a modest contribution of cultivation resources sent by his sister Lu Rong at the outset, refrained from providing any substantial assistance. Yet, expressing this sentiment would bear no fruit. How could a mere prince, without the backing of his maternal lineage, swiftly seize control of Liao province and forcibly amass an army of 500,000 in just 2 or 3 years? Even he himself finds this hard to believe. Could it be that the current emperor? This thought only adds to Lu Ran's turmoil. Consequently, by dawn the following day, news of Lu Ran, having attained the celestial realm, falling ill had quietly spread throughout the capital. This revelation nearly incited an uproar among the noble ranks. How could a martial artist of a celestial realm succumb to illness? Is a transformation to the celestial realm merely a fade? However, shortly after this news broke, another piece of information ignited both the political and martial spheres of the capital. King Qin Heng, in a bid to gather military funds, had launched a comprehensive plunder of the prominent families, gangs, and sects within Liao province, even stripping the millennia-old Li family of their ancestral wealth for military financing. Moreover, rumors spread that King Qin Heng had set his sights on the Li family's young lady, using military expenses as a pretext to target the Li family. Consequently, King Qin Heng swiftly earned infamy as a notorious lecher and a slayer of noble clans. Yet, for reasons unknown, the appointment of King Qin Heng remained unchanged. In a century, the Great Qin had never witnessed such chaos. At this juncture, powerful figures returning from foreign lands brought news that the Great Zhou and Great Qian were also facing invasions from the demon race. Reports indicated that the demon race had amassed an army of 100 million, already laying siege to a portion of Great Zhou, while Great Qian had suffered the slaughter of tens of millions by the demon race across half of its territory. The capital erupted into chaos once more. However, with the arrival of this alarming news, the earlier discussions surrounding Qin Heng's appointment and the plundering of the Li family were swiftly overshadowed. In the imperial palace of the Great Qin, Emperor Qin Long gazes with a dark expression at the kneeling leader of the Hidden Dragon, demanding in a low voice, who leaked the information regarding the comprehensive invasion of the demon race. Investigate this matter. If you fail to uncover the source, you shall take your own life. Understood. The cloaked figure, trembling with fear, promptly bowed in reverence and retreated. At that moment, a somewhat mocking voice echoed through the chamber. This is what you get for disregarding the words of the ancestor and secretly spreading news about the Li family. Now, look at the predicament you find yourself in. Upon hearing this, Qin Long's gaze turned icy. You dare to investigate me? In response, the man clad in black merely shook his head with an air of indifference and stated, No, it is neither necessary nor appropriate. For I possess a profound understanding of you. Your desire for control is exceedingly strong. You would undoubtedly resist the counsel of the ancients. After uttering these words, he offered a slight nod to Qin Heng before vanishing once more. Meanwhile, Qin Long's expression grew increasingly grim. After all, he had only ascended to this position 3 decades ago. Was it truly a fault to harbor such ambition? Oh, fifth brother, could this be your doing? But your father is still in his prime. You think it is so simple to seize this position now. Chapter 89. The Li family's daughter? Too late. As the wheels of time slowly turned, it seemed inconceivable that the illustrious Li family of Lichuan, which had thrived for millennia, would find itself in such a predicament. At the grand entrance of a Li estate, a group of imperial guards, adorned in embroidered spring knives and resplendent fish-scale robes, cast a menacing gaze upon the family's retainers, young masters, and elders. Not far from this tense standoff, Lichuan martial artists and spies from various factions observed the unfolding drama with astonishment. It was a significant event, a millennia-old family being besieged at their own doorstep. Amidst this charged atmosphere, a somewhat corpulent middle-aged man, exuding an air of authority, stepped forward. He surveyed the imperial guards at the entrance and, finding them unfamiliar, spoke with an air of nonchalance. Whose soldiers are you? Why do you block the entrance to the Li family? Depart at once. His tone bore no trace of trepidation. After all, in Lichuan, and even across Liaozhou, no official had dared to confront them. However, he soon realized that the imperial guards were not the local militia or provincial soldiers he had anticipated. They would not afford the Li family any courtesy. The atmosphere grew awkward as Li Shiqing continued to speak at length, yet the imperial guards remained impassive. Observing this, a chill ran through Li Shiqing, for he was not a meek man, having risen to the position of family head. As he unleashed his spiritual power, the aura of a transcendent being began to emanate from him. Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced through the tension. What? Are you, the Li family head, preparing to strike against my imperial guards? As soon as the words left the speaker's lips, Li Shiqing felt his spiritual force, which had just expanded, violently pushed back. His face turned pale, and his imposing presence diminished significantly. You dare to extinguish my spirit, he stammered, his expression darkening. Just as he was about to continue, Qin Long's eyes glinted ominously, causing Li Shiqing's words to falter in his throat. While the transcendental transformation could restore his physical form, spiritual injuries were beyond its reach. However, recognizing the gravity of the situation, he refrained from provoking further conflict and coolly replied, General, may I inquire which esteemed lord commands your troops? Has my Lichuan Li family wronged any of you? With a deep bow towards Qin Long, he displayed a semblance of respect. Yet, Qin Long had no inclination for pleasantries. He regarded Li Shiqing coldly and stated, By the order of the prince, as a prominent family of the Great Yin, the Li family is to surrender 10,000 private soldiers in response to the imminent threat from the Demon Clan. Furthermore, you are to recruit 200,000 warriors in Lichuan County to be placed under the command of General Meng Tian in the southern city, awaiting further instructions. Additionally, inform the Li family head that the troops required by our lord must be capable of engaging in battle with a minimum cultivation level of late-stage acquired warriors. This is a matter of utmost importance that I hope you will heed. Upon hearing these demands, Li Shiqing nearly erupted in fury. What distinguishes this from genocide? Once these are surrendered, the Li family will merely be an empty shell. Thus, with a glint of cunning in his eyes, Li Shiqing replied with a smile. Is your highness mistaken? Aren't the guards of Lichuan Prefecture all deployed to assist Commander Cui at the front lines? How could my grandfather allow Lichuan Prefecture to dispatch such a large number of troops, especially as we are unable to summon so many martial artists at once? Seeing that the old man was about to prolong the discussion, Qin Long decided to be forthright. Your highness has issued a death order. Moreover, as for the esteemed Commander Cui, he is likely buried beneath the walls of the southern city, leading those worthless individuals to support the front lines is tantamount to courting death. I hope the head of the Li family does not emulate him. Furthermore, if martial artists are insufficient, then let the lives of your Li family members serve as compensation. Do not mislead yourself, head of the Li family. With that, Qinglong's gaze bore down on Li Shiqing intensely. Though his heart had already begun to chill, Li Shiqing sought to salvage the situation. Esteemed sir, might I inquire if your lord is Prince Qin? Conveniently, my Li family has a legitimate daughter currently studying at the Heavenly Martial Academy. If your highness does not mind, perhaps she could attend to your esteemed lord? As he spoke, the old man, with a beaming face, placed a storage ring into Qinglong's hand. After countless years, the Li family had finally squeezed into the ranks of the great families of Dayan. Consequently, upon learning that the other party's backing was a prince, he almost deduced the identity of their master. In his view, as a prince, one would naturally harbor ambitions for that position, leading him to conclude that the other party would not dare to offend the clan of aristocrats. Thus, he believed that as long as he provided the other party with a way out, they would surely grant the Li family some regard. However, to his surprise, Qinglong let out a cold snort and replied icily, Li Shiqing, you are audacious. The individuals surrounding my lord are naturally extraordinary women of virtue and talent. Your Li family does not qualify. Therefore, you would do well to diligently fulfill my lord's directives. Remember, you have 5 days. Should the Li family fail to accomplish the task within those 5 days, then genocide. With this final statement, Qinglong infused it with the power of a terrestrial deity. At that moment, nearly the entire city of Lichuan and Chang'e City seemed to hear the proclamation. Chapter 90. The Stingy Old Man. Unlike the wars of past lives, the martial conflicts in the Tianyun continent typically span years. In fact, some wars may endure for decades. Take, for instance, the incident involving Qin Heng's grandfather, Emperor Jing. At that time, the demon race launched an invasion with merely 10 million of their kind. Nevertheless, that war persisted for a full 20 years, nearly culminating in Emperor Jing's abdication. It was only after that protracted struggle that the Wangfu of Zhenbin amassed an army of 500,000. Otherwise, he would have been left with a mere 300,000 troops, much like the other 3 kings. Thus, Qin Heng currently finds himself with ample time to reorganize his forces. Yet at this moment, he gazes in bewilderment at the jade slip in his hand, rubbing his temples in frustration. Observing his demeanor, Qian Mingxue quickly approaches, offering a comforting touch to his forehead and softly inquiring, My lord, what troubles you? Has something transpired? In response, Qin Heng offers no words, merely handing the jade slip to Qian Mingxue with a look of exasperation. Unperturbed, she presses the slip against her forehead. In the next instant, a powerful aura emanates from her, as a vibrant red, true energy begins to materialize around her. However, as she gazes upon the final revelation, her previously somber face brightens with a radiant smile. Leaning closer to Qin Heng, she whispers, Darling, should we consider promoting Lord Qinglong? But suddenly, a resounding slap echoes through the air, followed by an intense pain surging through Qian Mingxue's form, replaced swiftly by a tingling sensation. With a teasing tone, Qin Heng remarks, The harem must not meddle in governance. Do not speak recklessly. To this, Qian Mingxue rolls her eyes in exasperation. Look at what you are saying. Hoarding troops and privately mobilizing them. It's as if you are flaunting rebellion. Moreover, Qin Heng comprehended her underlying meaning. While he possesses a thick skin, he is not devoid of shame. Being exposed by his own wife certainly stings. However, recalling Qinglong's recent maneuvers, he could not help but think, well done. It turns out that Qinglong, upon witnessing the Li family's agreement to assist the Qin Wangfu in recruiting soldiers, had been actively seeking support from external powers beyond Liaozhou. Consequently, armed with newfound strength, just 3 days after the Li family began their recruitment, Qinglong ventured into the ancestral grounds of the Li family and severely incapacitated their esteemed elder, the family's linchpin of strength. This event compelled the Li family to adopt a more compliant stance. Thus began Qin Heng's first major reorganization of his troops. As time passed amidst Qin Heng's fervent activity, another fortnight slipped by. One fateful morning, the imperial edict from Emperor Qin finally arrived beyond the southern pass. There was no hint of the servants usurping authority. The eunuch before the prince, who could independently recruit soldiers, appeared utterly intimidated. In contrast, Qin Heng, unfazed, confidently accepted the imperial decree from the eunuch's hands. Qin Heng slowly opened the document. However, upon finishing, a faint smile crept upon his lips as he fixed his gaze upon the eunuch, inquiring, "Is this all there is?" This query startled the eunuch, prompting him to immediately kneel and exclaim, "Indeed, Your Highness, I am but a mere messenger." Witnessing this, Qin Heng let out a disappointed murmur. No soldiers, no funds, merely an empty title. Father truly is quite stingy. The eunuch remained silent. Chapter 91. Summoning. With unyielding confidence. In the southern quarters, after a cleansing ritual of incense and bathing, Qin Heng entered his chamber alone and instructed Dian Wei to guard the door, permitting no one to approach. Subsequently, his consciousness delved deep into the recesses of his mind. System, how many summoning opportunities do I still possess? Ding. Congratulations, host. You currently have 7 character summoning opportunities, 2 faction summoning opportunities, 5 treasure drawing opportunities, 3 divine weapon summoning opportunities, and 1 resource summoning opportunity. Such abundance. Dear system, are you feeling generous today? Qin Heng queried, somewhat astonished. Ding. The host is mistaken. These are rewards for previously subjugating the 8 major factions and are unrelated to the system. Qin Heng sighed, having little expectation from a system plagued with issues. He promptly commanded, "System, proceed with the 7 character summons." Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the character Fu Hongxue. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the character Jamozi. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the character Yang Zixing. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Guansheng. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Ling Donglai. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Wei Zhuang. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the character Yu Huatian. Despite a foreboding feeling, it wasn't until Qin Heng fully accessed the details of the summoned characters that his anxious heart sank completely. Character, Fu Hongxue Realm. Late Earth Immortal accompanying character. None character, Jamozi Realm. Mid-Saint Realm accompanying character. None character, Yang Zixing Realm. Late Earth Immortal accompanying character. None character, Guansheng Realm. Late Celestial Being accompanying character. None character, Ling Donglai Realm. Sealed in Immortal Realm accompanying character. None character, Wei Zhuang Realm. Perfected Earth Immortal accompanying character. None character, Yu Huatian Realm. Perfected Mid-Saint Realm accompanying character. None merely glancing at the system panel. Qin Heng discerned that the quality of the characters summoned this time paled in comparison to the previous occasion. Not to mention, there was only 1 nuclear-level figure from the Immortal Realm, and he had even summoned a counterpart to Guan Yu, Guan Sheng. However, truth be told, it was Qin Heng's first realization that the strength of summoned characters was not solely dependent on the timing of the summons, but also on the intrinsic combat prowess of the characters themselves. Yet, the thought of Guan Sheng and Guan Yu standing face to face, exchanging glances, inexplicably lifted Qin Heng's spirits. But upon witnessing the final character, Yu Huatian, Qin Heng erupted in anger once more. Dog system, come forth. Are you certain Yu Huatian is still that eunuch? Could his saint-level prowess be a fabrication? I have never heard of any eunuchs of the current 5 major dynasties possessing celestial capabilities. Ding. Rest assured, host. Their cultivation methods are unique. Even if they were to reach the immortal realm or beyond, the possibility of restoration remains non-existent. Upon hearing this, Qin Heng finally let out a long sigh of relief. However, he pondered, system, might this be somewhat unfair to them? Ding. The host may also restore their abilities, but it will require the consumption of 1 summoning opportunity. Qin Heng replied, there is no need for that. Nevertheless, in order to prevent his father from completely losing his temper, he decided to pause the matter of finding a guardian for his mother, not in haste to summon them. Qin Heng silently recited a few Amitabha prayers in his heart before speaking again. Dog system, Initiate the summoning of forces twice. Ding. Chapter 92. Entering the borders? Northern Expedition. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the 1 million Wei Wuzhu Corps. Faction name. Wei Wuzhu number of members. 1 million, Grandmaster to Earth Immortal. Faction leader. Wu Qi, sealed in the realm of immortality. Core level. Royal soldiers, sealed, splendid. Qin Heng nearly exclaimed in joy. The Wei Wuzhu. Once, with merely 50,000, they had decisively defeated a formidable Qin army of 500,000. Moreover, this time, the system also graciously included the legendary founder of Wei Wuzhu, Wu Qi. It was as if the entire configuration of Wei Wuzhu had been perfectly assembled. However, system, why is the Wei Wuzhu Corps sealed as well? Ding. When a Royal Soldier Corps reaches 1 million members, they possess the capability to transcend established rules. Such existence cannot be permitted in the current realm of Tianyan continent. Thus, the system has imposed a seal. Ah, I see. Nevertheless, this poses little issue, as Qin Heng had no plans for 1 million-strong offensive at this moment. Ding. Would the host like to continue summoning? Suddenly jolted back to reality by the system's prompt. Qin Heng responded, summon. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the faction, the web. Faction name. Tian Luo Di Wang. The web number of members. 1 million, Grandmaster to Earth Immortal. Faction leader. Zhao Gao, sealed in the realm of immortality. Key figures. 6 sword servants. Zheng Gang, late Earth Immortal. Duan Shui, mid-Earth Immortal. Wan Shun, mid-Earth Immortal. Zhuan Pe, mid-Earth Immortal. Mia Hun, mid-Earth Immortal. Wang Liang, mid-Earth Immortal. The 6 united can slay half-step immortals. Yin Ri, sealed in the realm of immortality. Jing and I, sealed in the realm of immortality. Xian Jian, sealed in the realm of immortality. Sheng Qi, sealed in the realm of immortality. Han Chan, half-step immortal. Ba Ling Long, half-step immortal. What a bountiful windfall! With both the web and Wei Wuzhu at his disposal, Qin Heng felt utterly confident in quelling the demon race and all the vermin that had infiltrated the vast expanse of Dazhou. The system utilized all 5 opportunities for treasure extraction, 3 for divine weapon summoning, and 1 for resource summoning. Following this, Qin Heng anticipated that many major factions would soon be on edge, hence he decided against holding onto these summoning opportunities any longer. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring Spirit Rice, weakened version. Congratulations, host, on acquiring Tai, a sword, divine weapon sealed, currently a spirit weapon. Congratulations, host, on acquiring Purple Thunder Talisman, capable of slaying half-step immortals. Congratulations, host, on acquiring Dragon Essence, can enhance 1,000 years of cultivation. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 10 Blood Bodhi, can heal all injuries below Earth Immortal. Congratulations, host, on acquiring Divine Weapon Dragon Scale Spear. Congratulations, host, on acquiring Divine Weapon Peacock Feather, capable of slaying half-step immortals. Congratulations, host, on acquiring Qing Feng Sword. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 100 million Spirit Stones. At this moment, Qin Heng was utterly astounded, rendered speechless. After this wave of acquisitions, he felt that he had completely eradicated any shortcomings for his upcoming expedition. Indeed, he had now become a true hexagonal warrior. With the Dragon Yuan, the Tai sword, and the Dragon Scale Spear in his possession, Qin Heng found himself equipped with all the necessary conditions for battlefield combat. However, considering the multitude of figures involved this time, he refrained from making an immediate summoning. Moreover, his objectives extended beyond merely repelling the demonic tribes. 3 days later, having been bestowed the title of Marshal by the Emperor himself, Qin Heng decided to abandon any semblance of stealth. Clad in a resplendent Ming Huang armor, he ascended the ramparts of the southern city, gazing down upon the vast army below. A regal aura of unparalleled authority enveloped him. March 4th. Yes, yes, yes. Merely a single response caused the very air to shimmer with ripples. Though he was the marshal of this northern expedition, Qin Heng was acutely aware of his own affairs, and thus chose not to interfere with the command of the nearly 600,000 troops. Instead, he entrusted the leadership to Meng Tian and Qian Mingxue from the outset. Thus, This grand army transformed into a colossal dragon, surging towards the borders of Hangzhou. Unbeknownst to anyone, a small cart quietly departed from the main force, veering off in an entirely different direction. The enormity of the northern expedition could not possibly escape the notice of various factions within Hangzhou, yet they paid little heed. To them, a military force composed of provincial soldiers was merely a pawn for the court, intended to slow the advance of the demonic tribes. Could one truly expect them to repel such an invasion? Meanwhile, within the Jianghu of the northern town, North Ming Patian and his companions scrutinized the news of the Liao province reinforcements entering the city. After a prolonged silence, North Ming Patian inquired, "Do you believe the Jianghu of the northern town should take any action?" Upon hearing this, the eldest son, North Ming Xian, was the first to step forward, proclaiming, "Father, the demon invasion has persisted for over 3 months. Our northern army, alongside the 100,000 soldiers who perished in the defense of Bay City, has suffered 200,000 casualties. Therefore, I propose that our Jianghu ought to consolidate our defenses, cede the battlefield to the reinforcements, and after they have exhausted the demons, we shall join with the court's next batch of reinforcements to drive them back." "Preposterous! Get out!" the lord of the northern town bellowed. "Father, leave." With these words, North Ming Patian unleashed his formidable presence, casting North Ming Xian from the chamber. Only then did the expressions of several attending generals begin to soften. Seeing this, North Ming Patian's demeanor lightened slightly. While it was true that the Jianghu commanded the northern army, Hangzhou was the very foundation for many of its soldiers. The Jianghu could employ various justifications to delay the conflict, but could not simply abandon Hangzhou. Oh, how foolish these sons of mine are, each one more dim-witted than the last. Chapter 93. The Chenibyu Assassins. Unlike Liaozhou, Hangzhou, due to its location on the frontier, consists solely of 5 prefectures: Shuofeng, Liangzhou, Jinbei, Hanhan, and the now war-torn Beihai. At this moment, upon a sheer cliff in Shuofeng, Qin Heng, clad in a black cloak, with features as sharply defined as if sculpted by a master artisan, stood tall, gazing serenely at the expanse of pristine white snow blanketing the earth. In the brief span of 2 years, the once somewhat immature young prince had shed his boyishness, now exuding an aura of authority befitting a ruler. "System, summon Zhao Gao and the others." Qin Heng commanded softly as a cold wind swept past. In an instant, a dozen individuals adorned in peculiar attire appeared before him. At the foot of the mountain, Lao Huang, who had been roasting sweet potatoes, momentarily paused in his actions, but quickly resumed his task. On the summit, Qin Heng's previously calm demeanor faltered slightly upon observing the garb and appearance of this group of assassins, known as the Spiderweb. It struck him as rather juvenile, bordering on the absurd. Zhao Gao's grand hat was one thing, but the 6 sword servants bore an uncanny resemblance to characters from certain anime. Yet, Qin Heng dismissed such thoughts. After all, they were assassins. Practicality was paramount. Truth be told, upon witnessing the capabilities of the Spiderweb, Qin Heng acknowledged their superiority over the Jianghu. As he observed the group regain their composure, Qin Heng addressed Zhao Gao, the head of the group. With a measured tone, "Zhao Gao, do not disclose our association with the Spiderweb for now. You shall work alongside the Jianghu to oversee the kingdom of Dayan. However, your primary mission remains the surveillance of Zhongzhou and the entirety of Tianyan continent. I trust this is understood. For now, I wish for you to train against the local sects of Hangzhou. They have been servile to the Jinbei Jianghu for far too long. It is time they found new master." Upon hearing Qin Heng's words, Zhao Gao immediately bowed deeply, responding with earnestness and confidence. "Understood." Dismissed, Qin Heng replied coolly. Zhao Gao and his companions respectfully retreated. Wait, just as they had stepped back 100 paces, and Zhao Gao was about to turn, Qin Heng's voice called out once more. "Your Highness, is there anything further you wish to command your servant?" Zhao Gao inquired, bowing again. "Nothing of great import. Merely that Jingluan should protect the princess. I fear some of the older schemers may resort to bullying the young," Qin Heng stated. At this, Zhao Gao remained silent. But Jingluan, clad in a net-like garment, knelt lightly and responded in a hushed tone, "As you wish." Seeing this, Qin Heng smiled and nodded in approval. Zhao Gao and his associates then departed the scene. Watching their retreat, Qin Heng felt a twinge of reluctance. Do not misunderstand. Qin Heng harbored no such intentions. Indeed, Zhao Gao's work ethic and capabilities align perfectly with the expectations an authority figure holds for their subordinates. One can only conclude that he is truly a person of merit, deserving of the attention even from the founding dragon. Setting aside his ambitions, in terms of personal charm, among all those summoned by Qin Heng, he remains the most satisfactory choice. However, the thought of the animosity between this individual and Li Si brings Qin Heng some distress. This dilemma is precisely why Qin Heng decided to summon the Web of Ro, as he recognizes that, given a little time, both astute individuals will be able to resolve their issues independently. Chapter 94. Interference? A chance encounter. My lord, the sweet potatoes are ready. Would you care for a taste? As soon as he approached the carriage, the elderly Huang, with a hint of charcoal on his lips, grinned widely and inquired. Hearing this, Qin Heng did not hesitate. He promptly took one and began to eat. To be frank, Huang's skill in roasting sweet potatoes was indeed commendable. They were crisp on the outside and tender within. However, as he continued to eat, Qin Heng's expression shifted to one of curiosity as he looked at Huang and asked, Old Huang, truth be told, did you steal these sweet potatoes? I seem to recall that we do not have such provisions in our estate. In the Tianyun continent, abundant in spiritual energy, the human populace generally does not suffer from food shortages, and thus, sweet potatoes are seldom found on the tables of the affluent. Naturally, the kitchen of the Qin Wangfu would not harbor such items either. Hee, you can't hide anything from your highness. Earlier, when we passed a field, I took a few. But rest assured, your highness, I guarantee that no one saw me. Old Huang chuckled, scratching his head. You, a dignified half-step to immortality, and yet you resort to thievery? How shameless. Qin Heng remarked with exasperation, rolling his eyes. Habits, just habits, Huang casually replied, evidently unconcerned by Qin Heng's words. After some time, once they had finished their meal, Qin Heng returned to the carriage. At that moment, old Huang's voice reached him again. Your highness, which direction shall we take? Let us proceed to Jinbei City. Very well. To be candid, this world is indeed vast. Even though the Hanzhou is comprised of merely 5 prefectures, the expanse of each prefecture rivals that of 2 or 3 in Liaozhou. Thus, after nearly 10 days of travel, Qin Heng and his companion finally arrived at the boundary between the Shuofeng prefecture and the Jinbei prefecture. Despite their steeds and carriage being capable of covering a myriad of miles in a single day. However, upon reaching this juncture, Qin Heng's brow furrowed involuntarily. Not far from them, on the official road, 2 groups of individuals were presently locked in a standoff. Su Feng, what is the meaning of your interference? Why do you obstruct the disciples of the sword saint from proceeding to the North Sea to vanquish the demons? This bold statement was made by a young woman, riding a snow-white mythical beast. Behind her, a cadre of similarly robed youths glared vehemently. Opposite them stood a rugged young man clad in a blood-red robe, who wore a mischievous grin as he replied, Do not fret, sacred maiden Lingxi. We stand in your way for your own good. The demon forces are formidable this time. Moreover, given your extraordinary beauty, should you be captured by the demon royal family, it would pose a grave danger. We are, after all, an external force and ought to heed the commands of the Jinbei Wangfu. My brother and I are here to intercept you on the orders of the Jinbei king, who requests that you remain in Jinbei prefecture to bolster defenses across various regions. Furthermore, all martial factions from foreign lands, as well as those from the Hanzhou, must comply with the commands of the Jinbei Wangfu and refrain from independently engaging in the conflict within the North Sea. Upon finishing his words, a formidable aura of blade intent erupted from his being. Behind him, a group of disciples from the dominant blade, Sacred Land, also closed in. Upon hearing this, Lingxi clenched her silver teeth, filled with a seething desire to eliminate these despicable individuals who were preoccupied with vying for power. However, considering the purpose of her journey, she suppressed the fury within her. Su Feng, the imperial court has already dispatched the Liao province army to intervene in the affairs of Liao province. Do you, from the dominant blade, Sacred Land, not fear the court's reckoning? Upon hearing her words, Su Feng erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "My dear Lingxi, have you misunderstood? Is not the Northern King's manor a force of the court? Are we not acting under the command of the manor?" After saying this, he cast a provocative glance at Lingxi's exquisite visage, his greedy intentions unmistakably evident. Nevertheless, considering that the sword-seeking sacred land is also a force of sacred status, he refrained from direct confrontation. Thus, both sides remained in a stalemate. Meanwhile, on the carriage, Qin Heng, who had been listening to the entire exchange, felt his gaze turn icy. "Dominant Blade's sacred land. It seems you are courting death. Father, your methods are indeed somewhat feeble." Qin Heng murmured to himself. Like Liao Province, Han Province, due to its northern location, lacks abundant resources, which is why there are no sacred-level forces in these two regions, enabling Qin Heng to swiftly dominate the martial forces of both provinces. As for the Dominant Blade sacred land and the sword-seeking sacred land, they are essentially martial forces from Soar Province. Yet, for reasons unknown, they have meddled in the northern conflict. After pondering for a moment, Qin Heng spoke calmly, informed Zhao Gao to eliminate all martial forces in Han Province, excluding the northern manor, and then notify him to relay a message to Master Zhang, instructing him to take command at Sword Pass. Tell him not to allow any ancient beings to enter the northern territories until the conflict is resolved. As he finished speaking, a dark figure gradually emerged, responding affirmatively. "Understood." Chapter 95. The Dominant Blade? I think it resembles a turtle. "Old Huang, keep moving. We are not here merely to spectate." Qin Heng commanded directly to the driver. "Old Huang." "Understood." Old Huang responded cheerfully. Thus, amidst the standoff of two factions, a carriage swayed into view. As it drew closer, Old Huang's raucous voice grew increasingly boisterous. Naturally, this commotion attracted the attention of both parties. However, Old Huang merely flashed a grin at them and continued to steer the carriage steadily down the official road. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, until Qin Heng's carriage had reached the midpoint between both sides. Only then did Su Feng bellow, "Halt." Foreign forces from Jianghu are forbidden from entering Beihai Prefecture to participate in the conflict. Are you unaware? Withdraw immediately. As he spoke, Su Feng's face was etched with murderous intent. He refrained from attacking the sword saint, but felt no need for courtesy towards the occupants of this rickety carriage. In response to Su Feng's words, Old Huang chuckled and replied, "My lord, we are merely common folk, seeking a bit of excitement. We pose no threat to you. No threat at all." With that, Old Huang continued to drive the carriage, seemingly unfazed by the looming danger. "Seeking death, daring to underestimate my Dominant Blade sect, perish." With that proclamation, Su Feng could no longer contain himself and swung his blade towards the carriage not far away. The Dominant Blade's intent. "Su Feng, have you lost your mind? Cease at once." The voice belonged to Ling Shi, who was situated behind Qin Heng. However, Su Feng's abrupt assault meant her warning came too late. As she uttered her words, the immense blade aura he had unleashed had already descended upon Qin Heng's carriage. "The Dominant Blade? I see it as nothing more than a turtle. Compared to that master-esque technique, yours is mere child's play." As that mocking voice echoed, the once ferocious blade aura abruptly halted. In front of the illusory blade aura, Old Huang nonchalantly pinched the blade between his fingers as if it bore no significance. The next moment, with a resounding crash, the massive blade aura shattered without warning. A casual wave of his hand sent the blocking figures tumbling backward, spewing blood. "A saint-level expert? No, you must be an earthly immortal," uttered Su Feng and Ling Shi, who lay on the ground. At that moment, a light, airy voice emerged from within the carriage. "Let us proceed, Old Huang. We have matters to attend to." "Yes, young master." Upon hearing this, Old Huang lost all playful demeanor and, after acknowledging, urged the carriage into a streak of light, racing ahead. "Wait, senior." At that point, Ling Shi, finally realizing the gravity of the situation, shouted loudly. But before she could finish, Qin Heng's carriage had already appeared 1,000 meters away. "What shall we do, Saintess?" At that moment, a young maiden clad in a blue dress softly inquired, Shall we proceed? Let's follow them. The Saintess Lingxi spoke through gritted teeth. Indeed, young master, why do you not allow me to eliminate those scoundrels from the dominance of Blade? Lao Huang, Guidi, directing his gaze towards Qin Heng. In his eyes, those who dare to assault the young master's carriage deserve death. No need, they are but insignificant pests. I am rather keen to observe how many sects are involved in this matter concerning the cold continent. Let them serve as bait. Qin Heng replied, his tone unwavering. Young master, should I deal with those individuals behind us? Lao Huang pressed further. Let them accompany us, Qin Heng stated, lightly tapping the carriage seat before shaking his head with a smile, thus dismissing Lao Huang's suggestion. Meanwhile, Lingxi and her companions, trailing behind Qin Heng's carriage, remained blissfully unaware that they had just traversed the gates of the underworld. Chapter 96. Ruthless. The imperial army crumbles under pressure. On one side, Meng Tian, commanding an army of 600,000, advanced at a pace far swifter than that of Qin Heng. In a bid to avoid conflict with the northern king's residence, he chose a direct route to the North Sea prefecture, circumventing the northern palace entirely. To expedite the march, Meng Tian sought out the finest airships from various factions across Liaozhou to transport soldiers and war supplies. After a month of relentless marching, the vast army finally reached a small pass within the Ding Mountain, situated in the southernmost part of the North Sea prefecture. The Ding Mountain was akin to the notorious Qian Dao mountain range of Liaozhou, merely a bandit stronghold. Upon hearing of the demon tribe's conquest of the northern pass, the bandits had long since fled. Now, this was a location of Meng Tian's central command tent. Inside the tent, the vice commander, Qian Mingxue, remarked, Marshal, our forced march has left many of the soldiers discontented, and they are weary. Should we allow the army to rest here before we continue? As she spoke, the gazes of prominent figures in the tent, such as Jianwei, Zhao Yun, and Elbu, turned towards Meng Tian, the true commander of this northern expedition. Noticing their scrutiny, Meng Tian casually tossed a jade tablet to them. With this gesture, their curiosity was piqued, and they cautiously probed the tablet with their spiritual essence. Gradually, their expressions shifted dramatically. Even the hot-tempered Yanwei and Elbu found their eyes reddening, their formidable auras hinting at a burgeoning fury. Finally, Zhao Yun interjected, urging, Generals, let us remain calm. At this, the tent fell silent once more. Stepping forward, Bing Qingwu, standing beside Qian Mingxue, inquired, Marshal, is this information verified? To be frank, they found it hard to believe. The news was delivered by a messenger sent by His Highness, so is undoubtedly reliable, Meng Tian replied. In truth, the message had indeed been conveyed by Qin Heng's envoy, not Qin Heng himself, but rather by Li Dongjun, who had established a city here for over half a year. Then, Marshal, should we not accelerate our advance? After all, the Ding Mountain cannot withstand the vanguard of the demon army, Qian Mingxue stated, her battle-hardened instincts recognizing the futility of holding the mountain. In response, Meng Tian wore an enigmatic expression and said, We will certainly advance, but did you not mention that some do not wish to leave? Why not grant them their wish? With that, he set up a layer of spiritual barriers, initiating a new round of war discussions amidst the puzzled expressions of the assembly. Moments later. Half an hour had passed, and Qian Mingxue and Bing Qingwu found themselves within the encampment of the Mingwang army. However, at this moment, the faces of the two women still bore a trace of faint unease. Qingwu, please share your thoughts. What is your opinion on Marshal Meng's plan? Upon hearing this, Bing Qingwu could only manage a bitter smile and shake her head. I can only say that Marshal Meng is truly an unparalleled commander. Indeed, in terms of tactics, I may not lag far behind her, but when it comes to resolve, there is a significant disparity. After all, we're talking about 300,000 troops. At this point, Bing Qingwu found herself at a loss for words. Although in her past life, she had been stained with countless amounts of blood, the sheer audacity of purposefully sacrificing 200,000 lives still astonished her. As time slowly passed, on the third day after Meng Tian and the others departed from the Dantian Mountains, An army of over 500,000 demon tribes stealthily approached within 100 miles of the Dantian Mountains, unbeknownst to anyone. It was only at this moment that the sentinels stationed in the Dantian Mountains finally caught sight of them. However, on such a grand battlefield, a distance of 100 miles was akin to being face-to-face. Charge! With a resounding wave of mental energy, all the demons surged forward like a tidal wave towards the modest Dantian mountain range. Although there were masters from various factions overseeing the situation, the overwhelming numbers of the demon army quickly put the 300,000 stationed troops at a disadvantage the moment the battle commenced. Furthermore, just an hour into the conflict, a discernible trend of retreat began to emerge among the 300,000 soldiers. Witnessing the Indian human army's utter vulnerability, the demon onslaught grew increasingly frenzied. This left the martial experts who had come to offer support in a state of confusion. If the great Qin Imperial Army was so easily overwhelmed, did they still need to intervene against the demon elites? Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away from the battlefield, in a secluded valley, Meng Tian and the others observed the unfolding situation with furrowed brows. What a bunch of inept fools. 300,000 troops, and they only stationed sentinels 100 miles away. The soldiers in the camp merely rest, devoid of any vigilance. If they do not perish, who will? Jianhui exclaimed in wrath. Calm down. We have observed the vanguard. If the Demon King's tribes do not personally engage, then we need not spare them any further. Meng Tian interjected, his tone grave. As commanded by the marshal, everyone responded in unison. Chapter 97. The Layout. The siege begins. All generals, heed my command. Leibu, led your 100,000 wolf cavalry in a frontal assault to breach the enemy's ranks. Remember, your sole task is to penetrate their formation. Without hesitation, Elbu clasped his fists and departed. Zhao Yun, you are to take your 200,000 cavalry along with the elite troops of 50,000 from Tianwu and Tianning to obstruct the retreat of these demon kin, ensuring they receive no reinforcements. Meng Tian continued with authority. Understood. Zhao Yun bowed and left. Dianwei, you shall command 3,000 tiger guards to engage in battle, slaying enemy generals and capturing their banners, particularly targeting the hidden foes among the demon ranks. Meng Tian's tone was grave, although intelligence indicated no royal demons were among them. His seasoned eye had discerned that the enemy's attacks were not mere instinctual assaults but orchestrated maneuvers. Understood. Dianwei responded eagerly. Bing Qingwu, you are tasked with leading 3,000 Blood Phoenix guards, remaining vigilant at the periphery of the battlefield. Should any unexpected developments arise, you are to address them immediately. After issuing the command, Meng Tian discreetly glanced skyward. Bing Qingwu understood the gravity of her assignment. Understood. She clasped her hands and departed. Meng Tian harbored reservations regarding Bing Qingwu's role. Despite her primary identity as a servant of Qin Heng, she had performed no menial tasks since her arrival at the manor. The princess had entrusted her with the elite Blood Phoenix guards, leading many to believe that her status as the Lord's consort was now a certainty. Thus, Meng Tian sought to shield her from unnecessary peril. Meanwhile, Qian Mingxue, who had observed the proceedings in silence, merely smiled. The girl, who had initially remained at the royal manor due to her connections, had undergone a significant transformation. With her restraints lifted, her power had surged, even surpassing his own. Upon entering the sacred realm, her reasons for remaining at the Qin manor became clear, though her stubborn nature prevented her from openly acknowledging it. At that moment, Meng Tian spoke again. Very well, prepare yourselves. I shall lead the 200,000 Great Wall legions in a direct assault, sharpening their prowess and ferocity. His words were delivered with a casual air, as if the millions of demons miles away were of no consequence. Yet, as all the generals departed to fulfill their orders, Qian Mingxue, who had remained silent, interjected, Commander Meng, it seems you have overlooked my 30,000 Ming Phoenix Legion under your command. The princess is mistaken. Observe the battlefield below. Those 300,000 are on the verge of being overrun by those beasts. I retain the 30,000 Ming Phoenix Legion to ensure you can maintain this defensive line at the appropriate moment. Once secured, the princess must swiftly assume command to decisively contain these demon creatures. As the conversation reached this point, Qian Mingxue found herself profoundly astonished by Meng Tian's strategic acumen. In such a brief span of time, his battlefield command demonstrated an intricate chain of tactics that led her to believe his abilities rivaled even those of her father, the king of Jinxi. Previously, she had considered her own youthful fame, having vanquished one of the renowned generals of the Deqian, Gongsun Long, to be quite impressive. However, it now seemed she had underestimated the prowess of those in the world. Yet, this realization only deepened her intrigue regarding her husband, Qin Heng's enigmatic nature. Meanwhile, amidst the throngs of the demon clan, a snow-white fox lay languidly atop the colossal body of a lion measuring several dozen meters in length, yawning without a trace of the typical timidity expected from an ordinary fox. Indeed, this was the commander of the demon vanguard, Ling, one of the most astute princesses of the esteemed nine-tailed fox clan. Seemingly bored, the little fox extracted a pale blue magical array disc from beneath her, examining it intently. This artifact, bestowed upon them by certain individuals, not only obscured the sole perception of formidable beings, but also suppressed the manifestations of their bloodline. Seemingly crafted exclusively for the royal demon clan, it enabled them to evade the onslaught of human warriors, who regarded the demon royalty merely as an ordinary beast tide, contributing significantly to their rapid conquest of much of the North Sea prefecture. Reflecting on this, Ling felt a wave of irony wash over her. These humans were so fond of internal strife and often held an inflated sense of self-importance. Nevertheless, she would not relinquish her partnership with those individuals, for it was they who had previously thwarted a similarly formidable group of adversaries. Hence, until her grand designs for the demon clan came to fruition, she remained a mere tool. No, a tool fox, as she prepared to unleash the demons to utterly crush the reinforcements from the De'in court. A cacophony of relentless battle sounds erupted from their rear. In an instant, Linger's eyes widened as an iron-blooded torrent, mounted on colossal wolves, surged into the midst of her myriad demon forces. Chapter 98. Total Outbreak. Extermination of demons. The demon race, or more precisely, the demon beasts, despite their massive size and tough skin, are remarkably lacking in intelligence and are utterly incapable of cultivation. Thus, even though they are numerous, they fall short when confronted by the elite troops of the imperial dynasty, bolstered by certain techniques and formations. When faced with the 100,000 wolf riders led by Bu, they are utterly outmatched. Kill. Blood wolf formation. Follow me to slaughter. Bu, leading the charge, bellowed with fervor. Indeed, it is the blood wolf formation, under Bu's rigorous training. The 100,000 wolf riders have ascended from mere half-step king soldiers to true king soldiers. Although bound by rules that prevent them from engaging with immortal powerhouses, Bu, a half-step immortal himself, possesses the absolute confidence to retain the adversary. However, at present, his human forces are merely toying with the demon beasts. Thus, the moment the colossal blood wolf, a manifestation of their power, materialized, it soared above the heads of his wolf army and began to wreak havoc among the demon beast horde ahead. The once formidable, million-strong demon army, which was advancing against the Tian Shan human forces, found themselves momentarily paralyzed by the overwhelming aura radiating from the giant wolf. With a single pounce and bite, entire swathes of demon beasts were obliterated, bursting into clouds of crimson mist. A howl erupted from the blood wolf, resonating through the air and sending ripples across the surrounding space. For an instant, all demon beasts were rendered speechless, and it was at this moment that the Tianshan army and the nearby martial experts recognized that Shinma's elite wolf riders had entered the fray. Kill! Kill! As if they had found their rallying point, the troops regained their fighting spirit and immediately launched a counteroffensive against the demon beasts. This scene was also clearly observed by Meng Tian, who was stationed 500 miles away. Without hesitation, he commanded, Zhao Yun, Qian Mingxue, you two must deploy your forces at once and swiftly cut off all escape routes for these demon beasts. General L is slaughtering them too ruthlessly. I fear that these beasts may flee to the surrounding counties. Understood. The two responded, promptly leading an army of nearly 1 million to execute the order. Considering the prior strategy, Meng Tian had brought along 300,000 elite cavalry, although not as refined as El Bu's wolf riders. The distance of 500 miles was covered in merely half an hour by the million-strong army. When Zhao Yun, commanding 700,000 elite troops, arrived at the rear battlefield, and Qian Mingxue, with 300,000 Mingwang troops, surged into the forefront of the Tianshan battlefield to take command of the Tianshan army. Meng Tian's encirclement strategy was set into motion. Kill, kill, kill. The demon beasts, driven mad, found themselves facing an army with blood-red eyes, even as their numbers dwindled from 10 million to 8 million, and then to 5 million. At this moment, the once confident fox spirit, who had been reveling in the demon race's plans, was now utterly astonished. In that moment, she cast aside any concerns about exposure and unleashed the formidable pressure of her royal demon lineage, striving to command her kin in continuing the battle. Recognizing the unreliability of her companions, she invoked her bloodline's secret technique to summon assistance from the soaring, sea-cleaving cloud eagles that had been hovering above the cold expanse. However, her erratic movements did not go unnoticed by Meng Tian. With a subtle sensation, a hint of a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. It was merely a foolish fox, realizing the need for aid only now, far too late. Thus, he decisively commanded, Bing Qinwu, lead your Blood Phoenix Guard into action. That little fox must be frantic. The bird should be arriving soon. Understood, she replied. He then turned to Jianwei, saying, once I lead the 200,000 troops of the Great Wall into the fray, you shall deal with that beast. Otherwise, if these demon beasts become unruly, we shall have considerable trouble on our hands. Understood, Jianwei responded promptly. Just as Meng Tian and Bing Qinwu rejoined the battlefield with their forces, a long, resonant cry of an eagle echoed from the distant sky. Chapter 99. The complete annihilation of the demon clan vanguard, the new pet of the Empress. Within any race, flight has always been the swiftest means of traversing distances. Thus, it took merely a few fleeting minutes from the moment Fox Spirit Air unleashed the secret techniques of the demon clan to the arrival of the formidable members of the sky-splitting Cloud Eagle tribe, who brought the remaining avian forces to the battlefield. However, with the arrival of the demon clan's aerial beasts, which obscured the sky, the previously high-spirited provincial soldiers and martial artists from the rivers and lakes were instantly struck with a tinge of trepidation. Witnessing the scene, Qian Mingxue, Zhao Yun, and Meng Tian all shook their heads. These individuals, indeed, could only thrive in favorable conditions, and among them were even the elite provincial soldiers of Tianwu and Tianing, whom Meng Tian had held in some esteem. A century of peace had long dulled the martial ardor of these soldiers. Nevertheless, glancing at the Great Wall Legion he had assembled, along with the direct legions of various generals, Meng Tian chose not to dwell on their shortcomings. They were but worthless. Once this war concluded, his Liao province army would swiftly eliminate them. Refocusing his gaze on the demon army, Meng Tian commanded the recently organized Great Wall Legion to engage in a pincer attack. Meanwhile, on the other side, gazing at the avian army that had already taken to the skies, a cold glint flashed momentarily in Bing Qingwu's beautiful eyes. With a flourish of her spear, she bellowed, Blood Phoenix Legion, rise. In the next instant, wisps of crimson mist began to materialize above the heads of the 3,000 Blood Phoenix guards. Subsequently, a phantom of an immense Blood Phoenix, soaring thousands of feet high, emerged above them, gradually embodying the essence of the mythical bird. As the reincarnation of the Empress, Bing Qingwu possessed remarkable talent and aptitude. Within a short span of taking command of the Blood Phoenix Guards, her mastery over this legion had reached, if not surpassed, the level of Qian Mingxue, their original creator. Thus, while not as vividly animated as El Bu's Blood Wolf avatar, she was nonetheless capable of conducting straightforward detached combat. Consequently, the moment they charged into the battlefield, the Blood Phoenix Phantom immediately launched an attack on the aerial demon beasts. Perhaps due to the inherent suppression of the Blood Phoenix against avian entities as it soared into the ranks of the avian army, the formidable warrior, Liu of the sky-splitting Cloud Eagle tribe, instantly lost his dominion over the flying beasts. Faced with the dual onslaught of the Blood Phoenix guards on the ground and the Blood Phoenix phantom in the sky, this terrestrial immortal found himself unexpectedly subdued, and the avian creatures behind him plummeted to the ground like dumplings, meeting their grim fate. At this juncture, the battlefield, both in the air and on the ground, was thrust into the combat rhythm orchestrated by Meng Tian. Amidst the chaos of battle, his army of 2 million began to coalesce into a towering phantom of a wall, signifying that his legion had ascended into the ranks of the military spirit corps. This was indeed the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back. In an instant, the combat prowess of the 2 million-strong army of military souls surged dramatically, causing the monstrous horde to scatter in a panic. However, it was too late. Meng Tian had already tightened his grip, leaving the beast with no choice but to face annihilation. Witnessing the irreversible decline of the situation, the fox spirit, Ling, cast a venomous glare at the human army present. She no longer concealed her identity, opting instead to transform into her true form as a 9-tailed fox and soared towards the sky, cleaving Cloud Eagle Clan's fierce feather in the sky, clearly seeking refuge beneath its wings. Recognizing the gravity of his predicament and Linger's esteemed status, the fierce feather detached itself from the hapless avian army and flew toward her. Seeking death, are we? The icy and graceful Bing Qingwu, who had long regarded the sky-cleaving cloud eagles as prey, was incensed to see the fierce feather attempt to rescue the demon before her. Instantly, a faint golden light enveloped her, and she intoned, "Ice Emperor's divine body." Transformation. In the blink of an eye, her aura visibly ascended to the realm of a terrestrial deity. This was a secret technique she had devised in her earlier years. Without a second thought for the already slain avians, she wielded her long sword and declared, "Heavenly Sealing." A blue light shot forth from her fingertips, swiftly penetrating the massive form of the fierce feather. With a resounding crack, the terrestrial deity of the sky-cleaving Cloud Eagle Clan was transformed into an ice sculpture at the hands of Bing Qingwu. At this moment, the approaching Linger, no longer merely a fox, stood in stunned silence. Having dispatched the fierce feather, Bing Qingwu's cold, imperial gaze fell upon the 9-tailed fox. After scrutinizing the 9 pristine tails, she slowly formed a complex hand seal. Spirit binding contract, initiate. Linger soon found herself immobilized, a message echoing in her mind. "How dare you enslave me?" The fox's eyes widened in disbelief. However, under the influence of the Ice Emperor's divine body, Bing Qingwu exuded a faint aura of imperial authority from a previous life. With merely a soft snort, the fox princess, who was of equal standing in the sacred realm, immediately cowered, no longer daring to show her teeth. At this juncture, the grand battle of millions drew to a close, with nearly all the generals and soldiers indulging in their bloodlust. All except for Jianwei, whose attempt to seize command had tragically come to naught before it could even commence. Chapter 100, Cruelty. Enigmatic. The battle against the demons, the first confrontation, was successfully concluded through the collaboration of Qin Heng and the esteemed martial generals. At this moment, within the central tent of the army, Meng Tian smiled as he addressed Qian Mingxue, asking, "Princess, have we managed to soothe the situation?" In response, Qian Mingxue smiled and replied, "As you predicted, General, after the demise of over 1 million, these individuals have become significantly more compliant. They are indeed usable." However, Meng Tian shook his head with a smile. 1 million? Insufficient. They do not genuinely submit. They are merely intimidated by the valor of our generals. Given time, these seasoned soldiers, some of whom have served for decades, will revert to their former demeanor. Now let us not dwell on them. Generals, please share the casualty reports from your respective armies. After all, our struggle against the demon race is far from over. With that, Elbu was the first to step forward, clasping his hands in salute to Meng Tian, stating, "Reporting to the general, there are no formidable opponents above the celestial realm among the demon forces. Thus my wolf cavalry corps suffered almost no casualties." After speaking, Elbu casually stepped back, clearly unfazed by the battle. At this moment, Zhao Yun stepped up, clasping his hands and saying, "Reporting to the general, among my 200,000 troops from Jinchuan Prefecture, We have lost 10,000, yet we have forged a strong military spirit, resulting in an increase in combat effectiveness. However, among the 500,000 elite troops, 80,000 have perished. I bear responsibility." With that, Zhao Yun immediately knelt on one knee, seeking forgiveness from Meng Tian. Yet, Meng Tian gently waved his hand to halt Zhao Yun's gesture, smiling as he addressed him. "General, you are overthinking. This battle was primarily intended to filter our troops. The loss of 80,000 is inconsequential. Just continue to train the 200,000 Jinchuan soldiers." After saying this, he turned his attention to Qian Mingxue, Dian Wei, and Bing Qingwu. Upon meeting his gaze, Dian Wei and Bing Qingwu both shook their heads with indifferent expressions, indicating that their casualties were minimal. Finally, only Qian Mingxue remained. Taking a deep breath, she softly spoke. "In this battle, 300,000 troops suffered 120,000 fatalities, with 100,000 lost to the demon ambush at the onset, 20,000 during subsequent skirmishes, and 5,000 from the Minghuang Legion." After relaying this information, the Marshal General Princess fell silent. However, upon hearing these figures, Meng Tian exhibited no surprise. Given the inherent issues within the troops, the fact that the demons had not completely annihilated them was a testament to Qian Mingxue's timely support and adept command. Thus, tacitly, the group refrained from further discussions of accolades, instead gathering to strategize for the upcoming battles. Meanwhile, in a valley 10,000 miles away from the battlefield, a man wielding a long spear and a woman holding an oddly shaped weapon gazed with calm expressions at the hundreds of masked corpses before them, alongside several incapacitated masked men, their demeanor remaining serene. Behind them, a group of young men and women brandishing weapons gazed fiercely at the few men before them. It was evident that these corpses bore the mark of their contributions. In this moment, the masked men on the ground, their faces etched with despair, cried out in anguish, "Impossible! How can you possess such formidable strength? During the Battle of Baiguan, wasn't it just the third who repelled you? Why do you have so many skilled fighters this time?" In response, the woman displayed an expression of cold indifference, while the man with the spear chuckled and said, "In Shui City, we owe you no explanations. It is best for you to leave." With a swift motion of his spear, the souls of the few were shattered, leaving them lifeless and unable to close their eyes. Clearly, they were Li Hani and Sikong Changfeng, two of the three lords of Shui City. Their words stemmed from the events of a few months prior. During a battle that had involved the machinations of the Qin Wangfu,